so high I'm hypnotized. What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Times don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world but keep the sky on your mind.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, sweetie. How you doing? Welcome back. Welcome back.
I am doing fantastic today. Boy, nice. Do I have a story to tell y'all guys.
Whoop, whoop. Ooh, I was like, Jeff came to walk the dog. Hi, horse lover. Jeff came to walk the dogs, and this guy dropped off some siding material for the building. And I was like, all right, everybody, I got to get to Mouse. It was 10:30. And I said, I really got to go. Bye. See you later. Get out. Fred was like, yeah, okay, whatever.
So you have a mouse to meet. What a crazy story.
I know. I got to get on Mouses. And then Buddy, I called and I was like, but he said, he left something on the table, his money. And I was like, yeah, it's right there. It's right there.
Don't get his butt in here. It's coffee time.
Yeah. Oh, sugar.
I know everyone has been wondering where I have been for so long, so I'll figure in kind of short form, I'll explain to everybody kind of what happened.
Absolutely.
Gosh, this started back in May on the 19th, I believe. And I got a phone call that my father had collapsed. And they had called an ambulance. So I raced over, I grabbed my mom, we followed the ambulance to the emergency room. And they did a CT scan on him and wouldn't really tell us much at that moment. But then they put him into another ambulance and shipped him to a bigger hospital.
Yeah.
A trauma center, So I loaded Mom up and we followed the ambulance onto the bigger town. The first night when we got there, the doctor looked at the CT scan, and it was grim. It was really grim. Backstory: my dad has been 2 years cancer free. He experienced a bout with lung cancer and he did chemo and radiation and was cancer free. But what had happened was the cancer from his lungs had moved to the back portion of the brain where the brainstem is.
Yeah.
The back, okay, and had started growing another tumor. And where that tumor was growing, it basically cut off all the nerves there in the brainstem. And it had when it squeezed off, the fluid that goes from your brain that drains down to your spinal cord, like your spinal fluid, that too was also pinched off. So the fluid was accumulating on his brain and pressing on his brain. At the time, we didn't know if it had penetrated the brain matter, if it had caused any damage to the spine, to the brain stem. But what we did know was the only thing we could do was relieve the pressure from the fluid from the brain. So they went into the top and drilled a small hole and placed a tube in there so it could drain. Good morning, hairbag. At the time, our options were limited. We still hadn't got the CT scan, the closer one back to see how much of the brain. We were looking at going home and lasting no more than a week, because that's what my dad wanted to do against all of our wants. That's what he wanted, was to go home. Or we could sit in the hospital with the tube. Didn't know how long that would last. Or we could face surgery. The first time we discussed surgery with the doctor, like I said, because we didn't know how much of the mass had interrupted the brain, it was not a good outcome on the surgery. We didn't know if he would even make it through the surgery.
Yeah.
Skip ahead 2 days, a couple of more scans, and the doctor gets a better look at, what's going on. And he comes in and he tells us, look, guys, and he shows us. He's like, look, it didn't penetrate any of the brain matter. And he says, I think if we can remove the tumor, we can get rid of the cancer growth, and he may regain everything that has been,
Lost.
Yeah, that has been lost. We can take the pressure off the fluid drain and the nerves. And guys, I've never seen. It was just as scary for him as it was for us. I guess I could say that.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
And in the back of his mind, in the fog, all he could think was he wanted to go home. He did not want to expire there in the hospital. That just wasn't what he wanted. He wanted to go home. But after the doctor came in and said, look, I think I can take this, and I think I can do it without touching anything.
Wow, that's a miracle right there.
I mean, it was like somebody flipped a switch from grim to, oh my goodness, what a miracle. So he did. He dug deep. The fear in my hero's eyes is something I will never be able to explain. But the courage to overcome that and say, okay, let's do this surgery. With whatever happens, let's do this surgery. So we did the surgery. It was a 5-hour surgery. Oh my goodness, what a long, excruciating wait in the waiting room. And he completes surgery, and the doctor comes and gets us. And it's the results time. He did make it through the surgery. He did the surgery well. Didn't even have to go on a respirator, that came out easy. The tumor was removed completely with no damage. The tumor didn't cause any damage. And let me tell you, I mean, it just, from day after day, he just got better, and he got better, and he got better. And then they let him go home. On the mend, they let him go home. So that's where we are, guys. And every day he's getting stronger. He's getting better. Oh, it was a crazy ride, but I'm very thankful. I want to thank, first of all, I want to say thank you to everyone out there that even though they didn't know exactly what was going on, they took the time to send us some prayers. And I can tell you with, testimonial, wow, I saw the prayers work. I saw the miracle. And the story ends with great news. Um, he's recovering at home. He's getting up. He's walking again. And that was something that we had noticed was kind of fading before he collapsed. Was his balance was off, and he was really tired a lot of the time. So it's amazing. He's smiling, he's laughing, he's being his old sarcastic self.
Oh God, he's
It's
back.
amazing. It was. I mean,
He's
I
back.
seen the work of prayer happen before my eyes, and it. Like I said, it was a wild ride. It really was, and to come out with such a great ending is amazing. Thank you, Hairbag.
I mean it truly is a miracle, Mouse. But here I go with my crybaby self
I
again.
know. I'm trying not to cry too. I told myself I wouldn't get emotional.
I mean, it's like, hey, Army vet, Matthew, Reverend Ride. What is it, Reverend Rats Ride?
Yeah, Rats Ride.
But I mean, that's amazing. That is amazing, wonderful news. From the bottom of my heart, you know how I feel.
Oh, guys, Kathy has been my rock through this, and it's like I told her, it wasn't I didn't want anybody to know what was going on. I just didn't have time to stop and explain it because it was, things were changing so fast day by day. And one day was up, one day it was down. But guys, man, Kathy right here has been my rock through the entire thing. Thank you so much for that, Kathy.
My pleasure. My pleasure. My annoying phone calls. Mouse, how's it going today? How are you? How are you feeling?
No, I was so glad to see Kathy call in. I would be, I was either on the road back and forth to the hospital, or I was sitting in a waiting room, or I was sitting beside Dad. You just never know. But to see Kathy's phone call in, just it made me smile. It gave me strength. She gave me an outlet to kind of pour some of my cup out so I could go back in for more.
Well, my happiest day was when you and your mom were sitting outside and you said, we're taking him home today, but I laughed. Laughing, you and your mom. I was like, oh, that's just amazing, Mouse. I really am happy for you, your mom, and the rest of your family.
It's amazing. And again, I want to thank everybody for those prayers. I've seen those prayers work, but I thought I would, take a minute and kind of explain to everybody where I've been. I haven't left. I haven't quit. I'm not mad at anybody. I'm not ignoring anybody. Life calls,
Yeah, absolutely.
And the second thing I want to catch everybody up on is, Kathy, how is your foot?
Oh, God, please. The pins are out.
Yay!
The pins are out, and I'm walking a little bit at a time. I put the boot on. I drove myself somewhere the other night, and then yesterday I did try to go to the supermarket, but that was a bad decision, so I had to turn around and come home. I physically got what I needed, and it's the weirdest thing. I've been craving Greek olives with feta cheese, tomatoes, cucumbers, and red onions. But
oh, yeah.
I just grabbed the feta cheese and the black olives. I said, I just wanted to get out of the house, and I'm thankful. I'm thankful to go outside and see that sunshine, and I'm thankful for everything. I am always going to be grateful and thankful. Always. And I'm very grateful that your father's back to his sassy self.
Oh, yeah. Now we just got to get your foot back working and we'll be back on track.
Mm-hmm.
But I do hope it's healing well. I hope you're staying off of it. I know it's probably itchy and painful about now.
Well, you know what it is? They opened the whole front of I sent you the pictures, where all the stitches were. So it's really tight. And I guess it's just that skin has to loosen up. So it's almost, I don't know how to compare it. Like if you ever got a bad burn on your hand from the stove or something, and like that skin's got to stretch out because it's new skin. Yeah, that's basically it. I'll be fine.
Rev
my
Rats, Roz. I want to read that.
Go ahead.
I have a testimonial. I was at my worst and attempted to unalive myself, but the Lord stepped in and provided a way for me to take a mental vacation. Absolutely. I definitely believe in those. I'm telling you guys, even stopping for a moment and turning into a kid and chasing a butterfly is amazing. It's good for the soul. Just
Absolutely. Gigi, good morning. Reverend, I'm glad you
hey,
saw the
Gigi.
light. That's wonderful. And
I'm
Gutted, would you like some feta cheese?
I'm glad you're still with us, Rev Rats. It's amazing.
Hello.
I'm thankful. I'm thankful you're still with us. Stick with
Oh.
us.
Did you pin the link up top?
I did.
Yes, she
Oh.
did.
Good
Army
morning,
Bag,
Horse
Gigi,
Lover. How are you?
Hairbag, come on up. Grab that link.
I've been doing okay.
Good deal.
How's the baby?
Very active and likes to beat me up.
Oh, you're getting close.
I'm officially 9 months today.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Have you picked out a name?
Yes, we already have names picked out.
Aw, hello, Hairbag. Hey,
Hello,
buddy.
ladies.
Hey,
Hi, Dad.
Hairbag, what's going on?
Oh, I've been giving my daughter a hard time. She needs to hurry up and pop
Yeah,
that baby out.
he texted me this morning asking when the baby's gonna be here, and I'm like, the baby's gonna come when it wants to.
Yeah,
He's
that's
gotta be
a fact.
patient.
That
He's
is a
Mr.
fact.
Impatient Grandpa.
Have you picked a name, Hairbag, for yourself? Are you going to be Grandpa, Papa? Have you picked a name?
Just Grandpa.
Just Grandpa. That sounds cool.
Actually, I'll do it for, until they decide what they want to call me. And I hope it ain't the A word.
You almost made me spit out my water, Dad.
Well, now's the part of child rearing where you never have to say no.
I know, right?
You know what's gonna really suck? When
that?
I go to see my dad and he spoils my kid, and then we have a whole bunch of toys we have no idea what we're gonna do with.
Oh yeah, get started on that. That's just kids. And the fun part is going to see people. You feel like you're moving, like you're packing a diaper bag, a carrier, sort of playpen, a swing or walker.
Ooh.
I was thinking about getting them one of those Jolly Jumpers. But there's one problem with that. The one person that they're staying with might bitch about hooking it up to a door frame.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, I did one of those once, except instead of putting it on a door frame, I put it in a tree. It was the best outside toy.
Oh man, maybe that would work. Yeah, that sounds like an idea.
Because do what?
I told Horse Lover, hint, about putting it on a tree outside.
Oh yeah, it was great for outside because they kind of felt like they were, out running around. They weren't in the dirt. They couldn't get away.
The only problem with that is when it rains, the backyard is a swamp.
Well, you don't leave it out there, hon. You take
No,
it
I
off
know.
the
I'm
tree
talking.
ledge.
No, I'm talking about when it rains. So we have to wait. Maybe I want to say possibly maybe a week or two before it dries out. I could be wrong.
I'll wait till he's about 8 months old and he just splashes with it. Woo, fun.
I don't know what
Yeah,
I'm
right.
having. My fiance
Have you-
and his grandma are gonna do a gender reveal for me because that's what I want to do.
Oh, cool.
I guess what they're gonna do is fill the color in a one of those pool tubes.
The
Oh,
pool
uh-huh.
noodles,
The noodle, yeah. And
and
then they're gonna do it that way.
he wants to get 2 pool noodles, one smaller than the other. Put the actual color of what the baby's gender is in the bigger one, and then when it goes time to reveal it, he wants to cut both of the pool noodles and whatever's the inside part of the outer one. It will be the gender of the baby.
Oh,
I
That'll
don't
be cool.
understand it either, but it sounds like a good idea.
Because the most basic ones are cakes, balloon poppings, and stuff like that. He wanted to think outside of the box for this.
that sounds fun. How are you, Army vet? I missed you, man. You ought to come up and say hi.
Hey, Mouse.
Yeah.
Yesterday I had one of my cravings, and I told my fiance it had a hole in it because yesterday I had a chocolate frosty from Wendy's because them things are addictive,
Uh-huh.
and I had him get me a large. And yesterday, as soon as I got done with it, I was like, "Hey, babe, my thing's got a hole in it."
Yeah.
My
Somebody,
dad,
whoever made it has worked for Dairy Queen before.
I
Well-
want to say this publicly, Mouse. I am so glad that your dad made it through his surgery.
yeah,
Thank you, Hairbag. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm
And I
glad
was
to.
really worried about you because for a while there, nobody had heard from you, and I was hoping you were all right. And then the way I took it, that it was being said online, was that something happened in your family, and I thought, oh my God, I hope it ain't Mouse. I was freaking out there for a minute.
And
And
yeah,
then Kathy, she told me what was actually going on. And I go, oh my God, that's good. At least it isn't Mouse.
yeah. I don't,
But
it would have been hard for me because it was something nobody saw coming, and had it turned out bad, I'll be honest, it would have taken me back a lot.
yeah, I can imagine.
Your hero just, the light
Yeah,
just goes out. It's like crazy. You don't see it coming, but whew, you learned a lot in a week. I'll tell you that.
I don't know if you read it, but Rev Rats said that it was either him or AV said that it was okay to cry when they're happy tears.
Absolutely, and I did. We had a cry session when, in the middle of it, in his fear, and I didn't realize that in the swelling of the brain that he was having delusions and dreams, and he was scared, but the one thing I kept promising him was, one way or another, Daddy, I'm gonna get you home. One way or another, I'm gonna get you home. Don't worry, I'm not gonna leave you in here. I promise I'll get you home. Because that's what he was, in his haze, that's what he was kind of flipping out about. But I
Right,
tell you, when I
right.
set him at that table, when we got home and I poured him a cup of coffee like he wanted, it was the process, and it was happy tears.
Good.
I'm just glad he's doing okay now.
Yeah, really.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm glad he is too.
I'd probably end up in well, if I was in that situation with my dad, I'd probably do everything in my power to make sure he comes home.
Thank you, hon.
Yeah. Yeah, that's he screamed at the nurses, he screamed at the doctor, he screamed at us, I want to go home, I want to go home. But he didn't really understand what was going on, I guess, for the first few days.
Right. How old is your dad?
My dad is 72. Actually,
Oh,
no,
okay.
74, sorry.
Oh, okay.
74.
You're younger than he is, aren't you, Dad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
6 years younger.
Welcome,
Well,
Rat Rides.
7, but
Thank you.
How are you today?
And today I am fantastic. Hey, thanks, guys. I'm fantastic today. I'm fantastic. I'm spending the rest of my vacation with my grandma. So, and that was
Nice.
yeah. Uh, am I echoing? Because I can hear myself talk back.
no, not here.
No.
You're not.
I don't
No,
hear
not,
you.
not me.
Okay, just making sure.
It may be that you have the YouTube tab open as well. So if you can hear it, just go to the YouTube and mute, and then you can hear it through StreamYard.
Okay, just closed that out. So hopefully,
Did it make it go away there?
seems to have.
There you go.
Awesome. But yeah, took 2 weeks vacation, and because I really wanted to make the family reunion, and I really wanted to surprise my grandma, and
That's cool.
it worked.
That's great.
Yeah. So, and a little bit about my testimonial that I touched on in the chat is I'd actually been planning the family reunion since January as far as making it, because I live in Florida and my family's in Ohio.
Okay.
And I bought a box truck that I was going to fix up, and I was also going to empty a storage unit while I was up here. But then having stomach issues and not being able to see the doctor until June 18th, and
Oh.
my marriage breaking down and trying to deal with that. And I'm not the kind of person that will just throw somebody out on the street, and so my significant other is still living with me, even if we're not together, and dealing with the challenges of her.
Right.
I did attempt an unaliving on myself, but I didn't go through with it because I didn't want to leave that stain on my dad's birthday.
Right.
But so I didn't, and instead I reached out to one of my buddies, Trev, who he's kind of like my sponsor, my unofficial sponsor, because he's been helping me stay sober off opiates, of all things, and
All right.
I've been on them for 7 years, and he's helping me stay clean.
That's awesome, man. That is awesome.
Really?
Yeah. I came to the point where I decided I'd rather go through the pain than go through the sickness of withdrawing from the opiates.
Right.
But after my unaliving attempt, I called him up, and I just I laid everything out to him. I told him everything and was like, look, this was my plan. These were how I was going to get it done. I can't do it anymore. I'm ready to go. And Trev, awesome guy, straight up guy. He said, let me see what I can do. Let me see if I can put some work in for you. And I don't know every people are familiar with JD Delay 5150 here on YouTube.
No, I don't think I know him.
No.
Well, definitely look him up. He is the best dude, straight up solid, because he's a 20-plus year career criminal turned recovery coach. And I've been following him since before he had 100,000 subscribers, and now he's approaching 1 million. But Trev went and talked to JD, and then JD himself ended up sending me the money so I could buy an airline ticket to get up here to Ohio and take a vacation.
Oh,
That's
amazing.
cool.
Amazing. Well, I'm glad you're still here with us. I hope
Amen
you'll
to
stick
that.
around with us. I have a saying that we are all just walking each other home. Some are walking faster than others. Some are walking slower. Some take a few detours, but let's just be kind to each other and walk each other home the best we can and make sure everyone gets home safely and loved.
Amen.
Yeah, that's an amazing story, and good for you. Good for you. Hey, Days. Good morning.
Hello, beautiful.
Hello, my girlfriend.
Hey,
Good
Dave.
morning, Dazed.
You have a girlfriend, Dad?
Yeah, her name is Days. She's a
That's a
sweetheart.
shocker. No, I'm kidding.
I think if the truth be told, your dad's got a couple of girlfriends.
I'd like to know who they are.
Dave, Izzy, Frankie, Night Owl. No, I'm just playing. And don't forget Sasha Jade.
Oh my God. You're a Casanova, Dad.
Yeah.
He is, what would be the hippie version of Romeo?
I have no idea.
Hairbag.
You know, I was going to say that, but I didn't think you were thinking that way.
Yeah, it's been a crazy month. I'm expecting the summer to get even crazier. We have grandkids coming in. We have all kinds of stuff happening through the summer.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, I never had kids. My doggies are my kids, and
Fur babies absolutely count. Absolutely count.
I have 4, but I only have one that has anything to do with me.
we had 3 dogs, 2 Chihuahuas, and a pit bull. But about a year and a half ago, in December of 2022, the one that was closest to me, my dog, and I call him my son because he was, but unfortunately he was murdered.
God, that's terrible.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, a neighbor thinks that it's perfectly normal to have wolf hybrids and keep their gate wide open so it can terrorize the neighborhood. And one morning I sent the dogs out with with Mrs. Rat. They were terrorizing the neighborhood, and so my son was murdered right in front of her.
I had
Oh,
a
I'm
friend
so sorry.
really, I have a story similar to that. A friend of mine was living out in the country, and right across the road, there was a sheep farm. Well, the farmer went out and found a couple of his lambs had been killed. We have coyotes around here, okay? Coyotes are notorious for doing that. He went around to every neighbor's house and he fed them a live fill meatball and killed all the dogs. Well, I guess I took care of that problem, he said, right down in a restaurant. I almost got up and knocked that son of a pup out. This dog, people would let her in their house to play with their kids. That's how nice she was. She did not deserve what he did to her. And the dogs were, and then he found out that it wasn't the dogs, that it was the coyote.
That's terrible.
That's
Oh,
severely
I
messed
tell
up.
you what, there were a lot of people looking for that man. The only thing that saved him was his age.
Oh, believe me, I would have handled business with the people that are responsible for the murder of my son, but I've got a restraining order against me on them, and I don't feel like going to prison for 5 years.
Exactly.
You know, and it's not like they're the best of neighbors, because about 4 or 5 years before that, same thing happened. One of their dogs came on my property, threatened my family, and I shot the dog. So, because the dog lived, I'm a convicted felon with no 2A rights, even though I was defending my family.
Right.
That's not right.
So, I mean, I love animals, but
I do
at the same time, I'm going to protect my family first.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Family always comes first.
Well, I tried to protect my family one time from 2 pit bulls I never had met before, and I got arrested for it.
Wow.
But all the charges were dropped a month later when I went to court. So,
You're lucky you got charges dropped. With me, the prosecuting attorney was like, look, we'll give you 3 years on paper, or you can do 5 years in the joint. That's the only offer you got.
good God.
And my Mrs. Rat is developmentally disabled, shall we say. And so there's no way I could do 5 years away from her. Not that it would have done any good, because it was 5 years later that my son was murdered.
Hey, Army, that good morning, handsome.
You know I'm blessing you, your panel, Mouse, KDK, Horse Lover, Rail, Airbag.
That's all.
How you doing?
Mr. AV, how the
Turn
hell
up,
are you today?
Turning up, shout it, turning up.
That's it.
Turn it up, Army vet.
You know me, brah. This month, and what day is it? Thursday. I'm about to turn up.
What day is it?
Did you
We
forget
turn
what
up
day it was
every day.
for a second there, Army Vet?
It's Mouse Day.
You know, for a second there, because I was on the a little before you were live or whatever, Mouse. I was on the phone with my dad, and my dad's like, "Mouse is supposed to go live." I'm like, "Oh, really? I forgot about that."
Yes, I made it. I made it on a Thursday.
Yay!
We have cause for
Congrats.
celebration.
I'm down to doing this still. Like, no doctor's appointments, no visits on Thursday. Thursdays are mine. Don't
Thursday,
schedule
the day
anything
to
in
kick
advance.
back and relax.
Yeah, I'm
Today's day,
happy
my
you
little
back,
sexy.
Mouse.
I'm so
happy
glad
Mouse
to be
back, Katie K. I'm
I
so
missed
happy.
you.
I was
I
freaking
missed
out
you.
like a drug addict, Katie K. I needed to hear that laugh. I was freaking out like a drug addict.
Does that new espresso machine work?
Jeremy,
Yes, it does. I'm on it. I'm on espresso and hot coffee.
I'm all right
I
right
know.
now.
I heard it. I read it.
You know we gotta leave here in about an hour and 15 minutes.
Yep.
Hey,
That's fine.
Nato.
Night Owl.
I'm not even looking at the chat. Hold on. I got to bring up my other computer.
Thank you, Nato. I missed everyone so much.
Where was it?
I think we lost
Reverend?
Reverend, but he can come back. It's okay. It was good to see him. I'm glad he's still around.
I need to start paying attention to the chat. I know people. I don't look.
I know. We get to having fun up here.
Ooh, that Nespresso, it costs $200, but damn, it's
Ooh.
expensive.
But it was worth it, right?
Yeah, I got tired of making, you know how you got to pack the espresso in the machine and
Right,
put it on the
right.
machine. I said, forget this. I'm going to the pods.
There you go.
There you go. Yep.
And get a milk frother, give you fluffy milk. I'm sophisticated, Miss K. I'm sophisticated.
You're expanding your horizons. I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
Fluffy milk. Fluffy
I'm
milk.
impressed, Tommy Vet.
Fluffy milk.
Welcome back.
What's up, Rev? I love some fluffy milk.
It's fluffy.
I like going to the
Hey,
coffee
hey, hey.
shop and getting caramel lattes. Oh man, them things are good.
That's
What's
what I make.
everybody's favorite coffee?
Folgers.
Anything with caffeine.
Mouse
Well,
makes
I
a
don't
lot
know.
of shit on big
Louisiana coffee is pretty nasty.
Did you say Louisiana coffee?
Louisiana, not Louisiana.
Oh, my bad. You took the A and the A off. Oh, okay. That's
Well, there is a brand called Louisiana coffee, and man, is that stuff nasty.
we had to make
they
sure.
get their beans from. But
Hairbag, is that
man,
like the tea? Is that from that tea company?
I don't know where it's from, but I'll tell
Oh.
you what, it don't taste good at all.
How's it
At
compared to
least in
like
my
Keefy?
opinion.
Isn't Louisiana coffee Folgers?
Mm-mm.
That's where the
No!
plant, that's
Don't
where
be
the
saying
plant's
that.
at. The plant is in New Orleans. Is it not?
I don't know where it is. All I know
It is.
It is.
But if I had my choice of coffee, I prefer like Death Wish coffee or Black Rifle Coffee
Oh
Company.
my gosh.
I like Black Rifle. I got it too, but that shit's strong.
I've never
Bet.
even heard of it.
I bet that should have walked your skin around for you.
You know what the best coffee if you want to wake up is? Bustelo. In
Well,
the yellow bag. Poof.
I prefer my coffee so black and so strong that even Kim Kardashian won't suck it.
But that's a quote.
That's a t-shirt. That's a t-shirt.
That is a
Hey,
quote.
that's a t-shirt there, Army Vet.
Yeah, that's a quote right there. That's the name of my next stream. I like that.
Hey, Jeremy, you know how I like my coffee?
How?
I like my coffee like I like my beer. Strong and hot.
Did you guys hear my grandma?
Yeah, strong and hot.
85-year-old woman.
My 85-year-old grandma's saying she likes her coffee like her men, strong and hot.
Well, strong, sweet, and hot. That's why I like mine.
No, I don't like any moo or goo in mine.
Me either. I do like strong and hot.
Hi, Frankie. Oh, good to see you.
And fact, I just finished my second cup of coffee that Grandma made me.
Mm. Even better when Grandma makes the coffee.
Oh, everything tastes better when Grandma makes it, and especially her green beans. Those are like a family favorite here.
Yeah. My grandma's dish was the macaroni and cheese. We fought over that. Like, we fought over that. That would divide the cousins. Like, who ate the last scoop of macaroni?
Yep, we do that over the green beans for sure. Mm. And every time I come up here to visit, I always pester Grandma. You got green beans? I'll go to the store and get some. Have you cook them up.
Mm. So, what is special about Grandma's green beans?
I don't know, but there's got to be a lot of love because everybody's always wanting it.
Do we do is it like green bean casserole, or is it just like butter and salt?
I guess it's just beans cooked with ham.
Ooh, I see. Nice.
Pardon?
I said that. I see. Nice.
Mhm.
Army Vet, what's your favorite grandma dish?
Where is it? Mine is pork chops, rice, and gravy. We're going to stick with that. That's a Southern tradition.
Oh, yeah.
That sounds good.
Yeah, it does.
Hey, if they tell me last meal, pork chops, rice, and gravy with some German chocolate cake, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go right now. I'm ready to go. I'm ready.
Nice.
I'm ready to go, hairbag. I'm ready to go. Just go ahead and pull the level. Just give me that.
Oh my God,
Let me
that
start
sounds
eating
so
and you can flip the switch.
I'm bringing the plate with me, too. I'm like, hey, I'm bringing the plate with me.
Yep. I'm going
They
out
say
while I
that
eat.
the U-Haul doesn't follow the hearse, but here
Yep.
Army Vet's going to be bringing the plate with him.
Yep. Yep.
Forget the Brinks. He's taking the bakery truck.
I'm taking that plate with me. Yeah, they did say you can't take money with you, and Egypt tried, so you won't leave it with you.
Gutter says an applesauce, AB.
Get some. No, no. You need banana pudding instead of applesauce.
No, she means applesauce with pork chops.
What? What?
Ooh, that's a nut. Yeah, that's a Tennessee thing. Is sweetening our
No,
white
it's a
meat.
more northern
Yeah.
thing, I think.
Sweet chicken and sweet pork chops. Yeah, I've
I
seen it.
never
It's pretty
got
good.
it. I like it, but I never got it.
We used to eat pork chops, red cabbage, and applesauce. Mm.
Oh, that's a northern thing. No.
Yeah.
Gotta have gravy on something somewhere. That makes it southern. Gotta have some gravy.
Mouse, you know, if they brought that food down south, we would shoot them.
I know.
You know, Army Vet, I'm not liking these murder threats.
well, I mean,
You bring some applesauce and put it on some pork chops down south. It is a fight happening in that house.
that's
It
where
doesn't go on the pork chops. It's a side that goes with the pork chops, not on the pork chops.
You don't even let apples touch, lady. What is going? This is so disrespectful for Southern food. What? Applesauce and pork chops.
Don't
I
forget
am
the
not
red cabbage, Army Vet, too.
I am not no baby.
That ain't got no okra in nothing up there.
Nothing.
Nothing.
I'm gonna be sick. That's that shit that has jizz juice inside of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
give me some fried okra and I'll be happy.
Oh,
Pork.
Lord.
If one of you ladies try to
right.
feed me pork chops and
Not if it's
applesauce,
fried.
we got a problem.
That'd be a
I
rap date,
feel
wouldn't
the
it?
same way, AB.
We got a problem.
I don't see the connection between applesauce and pork chops.
I
It
know
goes on the side of the pork chops, not on the pork chops. Here, even Night Owl said it.
I think it's
Why
a
even-
German
Side, Army
thing,
Vet.
though.
It's yummy. It's refreshing.
So is alcohol, but I ain't gonna put it next to my pork chop.
Gunner said you don't put it on them. Yeah, you bonehead.
Now I'll do some bourbon barbecue on some pork chops.
Why are you even having applesauce on your plate?
Oh God.
It's just
I
gonna.
got a
It's gonna.
question for the panel, though.
Applesauce.
Kind of
dog.
curiosity. And that is, see, I'm from Florida. And my question is, how is it that the more north you go in Florida, the more southern it gets?
Because down low in Florida is mostly Cuban, so you gotta go
True.
a little further up.
And Savannah, Georgia is right there. I used to go to Savannah, right there by Florida, and Savannah and Florida is damn near the same.
Well, Savannah is also very southern compared to going towards Louisiana and everything. Yes, sir.
So it's yeah.
Louisiana is a different kind of southern. I will say that. I mean, it's the bayou is a lot. I mean, that's dirty south. Like that is south. You know.
It's like Kentucky with a bayou.
Yeah, with the little
and we don't get drunk on the moonshine. We sip it. That's the difference.
Yo, yeah, all day long, sip. Yep.
It's too hot to drink it, so we'll sip on it up. It's just that's the difference.
Yeah.
We both. It's the same. Yeah, I think we just got crocodiles and stuff like that, and alligator. Yeah, I think that's the only difference.
It's south with the little coating of Cajun.
Yeah. Still, you still got that Kentucky, North Carolina, I don't give a F attitude. So yeah.
But like I said, with the Cajun, with the French, it adds for the hell of it, you know? Like Mardi Gras, Fat Tuesday, for the hell of it, just because, just a day to celebrate. No particular reason, just to celebrate.
As somebody you lived under a rock, Army vet. Hey, Casey.
I don't know about this applesauce and pork chops. I'm gonna put it on my timeline. I'm gonna see. Am I the only one crazy who eat pork chops and applesauce? What? That might be the name of my next stream: pork chops and applesauce.
No, it's applesauce and pork chops. That sounds like a good show.
Crisscross applesauce and some pork chops. There you go.
It's weird.
I was waiting for someone to say that.
Night Owl said it's good. You'll like it, Army vet.
Nah, I won't. That's disrespectful to the South. We don't put apples on our food.
Well, your fried okra is disrespectful to the North.
What?
Hell no. Fried okra is not disrespectful to the North.
Yes, it is.
What is going on with y'all?
Airbag, I need you to defend me here.
You Northerners.
Yeah.
About the applesauce.
Okra, Airbag, okra.
Army vet, how am I a traitor? I mean, I like fried okra, but I'm based in Florida.
So you particularly to Cuban food, spicy?
I've always liked spicy food, but I guarantee you ain't gonna find no sandwich like a Cuban anywhere north of Georgia.
Pork chops and applesauce is a thing. You better keep. Hey, we're gonna block you, Gutter Pub. We're gonna block that comment. Pork chops and applesauce. You can defend it if you want to. I think you using that applesauce as seasoning. We got seasoning in the South. We don't use applesauce as seasoning.
It's not a condiment. It's not a condiment.
Oh my god.
And we got Dazed in here saying she's from the South and doesn't like sweet tea at all. I think we need to revoke her Southern card.
What? What is going on with y'all taste buds? Pause.
Hey. Leave my Dazed alone.
I know I love me some Dazed, but Dazed, that sweet tea gotta have about 3 inches of sugar at the bottom.
See, this is what the really thing is.
I'll be right back.
I took all the sweet from Ollie Days' tea and I double it in mine. So mine is double sweet tea. That's okay.
With a lemon.
Sweeter the better.
Yep, with a lemon. I'm good.
I'm still wanting to find a farm where I can ride a swamp puppy.
We got meat. We don't need spices. You gotta season your food, GP.
There is a place. It is between Pascagoula and Grand Bay, Alabama. It's right there on the line of Mississippi and Alabama. There used to be a gator farm out there.
Oh, yeah.
And you could take ride the airboats outside of the park into the bayou out there and play with the gators all day long.
Yeah, we got them here.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yep,
since Katrina, they're just out and sitting everywhere now.
Yep. Don't come down south playing around. We know how to get rid of you.
You know, it draws the gators so far north that they are now in the Mississippi River.
Yep.
That is crazy. Crazy.
What is?
They found a
No.
bull shark.
If you want to see crazy, look up on YouTube or do a search for alligator versus python fights.
Ooh.
Python usually wins.
Yeah. They're taking over Florida.
Well, there's like pictures and video of one where an alligator and a python went at it, and fight ended in a draw because the snake or the alligator tried swallowing the snake, but the snake was so big that he ripped the alligator apart.
I would say.
Uh-oh,
I
Gigi
seen
talking
it as
dirty.
the opposite, where the snake ate the alligator, and the alligator was too big and it ripped it open. That's what I've seen.
Yeah, I
And
seen that one
AV,
too.
did you see Gutter's last comment?
Yeah, Gutters finna rev up. I know, man. I'm trying to stay out of trouble. Trying to stay out of trouble.
I mean, Gigi brought it up, so I just now I gotta ask, AV, do you season your meat?
You damn right. I season my meat 24 hours before time. Pause. 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 It's called marinating, not seasoning in the South. Marinating.
Yeah,
It's called marinating. My bad, y'all.
Pamper that shit.
Yeah, marinating.
Well, since we're talking about different kinds of meats and
I knew it
southern
was
meats
finna
we
go here.
like, and seasoning meats, who here will eat roadkill?
As legal
No.
as it is in Tennessee, I have yet to do it.
unless I kill it and I pick it up right after, no.
What about you, Army vet?
I eat at the classiest restaurants. I used to eat in the military. I ain't doing it no more. Nope. I'm fancy smancy now. I got a milk frother with fluffy milk. I ain't going back.
There you go. And going back.
I'm gonna say because I've like myself, I've had squirrel roadkill. That one I got myself with my car, and then a few times, like my mom has hit deer because she was driving late at night, and when she'd hit a deer, she would call me, and then I'd run out and get it and try and harvest whatever meat I could and the skins as well. So actually pretty good roadkill.
So what is the process in Florida if you hit a deer? Do you have to call the state, like a ranger or troopers, to tag it? Or do you
Not really, no. No. There are some protected animals that you're supposed to, but if it doesn't damage your vehicle to the point you can't drive it, then no, you're pretty much free to take it.
Wow.
Alligators a little bit different. You're supposed to tag it, and then a lot of times when it does get tagged, it's not, you can't take it with you like the Florida Fish and Wildlife will take it and harvest the meat and give it to like homeless shelters and stuff.
Right.
So alligators are a little tricky, and then there's a couple other species that are a little tricky, but generally if you can drive away from it and everything, you can pretty much keep it.
Huh. I know in Texas, if you hit a deer, there's a whole long process, and you don't even get to keep the meat. What do they call them? The highway patrol there will come in, and because of all the hunting laws and the hunting seasons, they'll write the report, and then they'll take the deer themselves and harvest the meat. And do like you said, give it out to the homeless shelters and stuff. But in Texas, yeah, you're not allowed to keep the meat if you hit it. I think that's so crazy. But in Tennessee, they actually made a law that roadkill is legal.
Wow.
And it really just ends as a great big joke. But what it really meant was if you hit something like a deer or something like that, that you didn't have to call the rangers, you didn't have to call the troopers, you didn't even have to get it tagged. You could right there on the side of the road. You didn't need a license. You could just harvest the meat.
Nice. Well, it's funny you brought up Tennessee, because Tennessee be strange, because like and I know this is a controversial subject, so I apologize in advance, but like Tennessee just passed a law saying that if you hurt a child under 13, you can qualify for a dirt nap, and 19 Democrats voted against this bill.
Of course they did.
And frankly, I think that's terrible.
I see the agenda of the Democrats, that part of it falls in line with the predators. It strangely does. It sickly does. It falls in line with the pedophile ways. But yeah, Tennessee, we are not majority Democrat. We are majority Republican, and we're cracking down on messing with our kids. We've had enough. We don't want your drag shows. We don't want you indoctrinating our kids in the classroom. Just leave our kids alone. Just leave them alone. Don't hurt them.
It should be universal.
We were even one of the first states to send our kids to college on the Tennessee Promise, which is, it basically pays 2 years of college for a student. So, even in Tennessee, our kids are important. And even if that means getting more of them into college.
Well, as far as education goes, what I think would be an ideal education situation is, okay, we'll give teachers their college education for free. Pay for it front to back, top to bottom. However, in signing up for the free education, free colleging, you have to be willing to transfer to a school that is failing, and you have to teach there for 2 or 4 years or something, and then you'll be reevaluated. And at that point, if your school or your class is still failing, then you get stripped of your teacher's license, because obviously you don't know how to.
Wow. That's crazy.
And we can employ the same thing with doctors and just about any other profession. And that would bring our standard of education and everything else up so much.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's at no cost to the person that wants to do it.
I think it's unfair to our future to send a kid to college because he has the money and doesn't know what he wants to be versus that one poor kid that didn't get the chance to go and he just might have been that rock star surgeon, or doctor or lawyer,
Mhm.
but we didn't get, he didn't get the chance to shine because of the money. I think that's crazy to handle our future that way.
Well, I mean, like, I had to learn myself because I've always been in auto mechanics and I've been building custom cars for over 2.5 decades. However, I tell people that I literally learned nothing after the 5th grade.
Yeah,
Mm,
I think,
Unfortunately, high school was very traumatic for me. So,
I think a lot of people have that high school experience. Everybody thinks that your whole world depends on how, what happened in your, like in your high school years. But shoot, there was a lot of us that was 4 years of, oh my God.
yep.
It was not the high school that you see on Saved by the Bell.
Well, I'm
That's
not
just
bragging
the
or
prelude to
anything.
life, though. You get into a job, and that's what you're saying the rest of your life. Oh my God.
Well, I know myself in high school for the longest time, I held the record for causing the most riots in any one given year. So I'm not bragging about it, but that's just how bad high school was for me. All I learned to do was fight.
Yeah, that was me. But when you were speaking on the education part and about sending kids to lower schools, that's where I started. And that's a big issue. I'm trying to like skate the words. It's a big issue in low income, impoverished, because we don't get the better teachers. We get the teachers that say, no, I don't want to go to that bad school, which I get because it is dangerous. And most good teachers look at it as a step down. So I understand because the GPA, the lack of, I get it. But for students like me that go to bad schools, in the 8th grade, I was taking college courses. But
Nice.
in a black school, they can't afford that. So basically, I was a 4.0 student with no way. I had to take college courses on my own in the 9th grade because I didn't have these teachers you're talking about to teach me. I had to pay for it to go to college. So that's a big issue to find talent that's African American, any low poverty income, getting good teachers to go there is very, very hard. But I understand why it's hard. That's why I'm not pushing it. But I understand.
Right.
But it
Well,
is
and
true.
that was part of my idea, because going to college is expensive as all else, but
Mm-hmm.
if the government will pay for it for free on the condition that you go to an impoverished area and spend like 4 years there, I mean, you'll still be making a living, but during that 4 years, it'd be like a probationary thing where, you have to bring up your class and your school and instill pride Otherwise you get otherwise you get your license yanked and you're not able to teach ever again.
But see, now I got to speak for the teachers. Some of them don't even last a semester in a school like that because they
Yeah.
never they never seen how bad it is. Usually they're coming from mom and dads. Usually the students there, one parent working two, low income, can't afford this, can't afford it. So it's different and difficult. Plus they get assaulted. It's very different than what you think it is.
Yeah.
I
I
agree.
have to agree. I went to one of those high schools, AV.
So after school and before school is the most dangerous.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
And so putting a teacher that's never been there, that's bad.
I
So
went
I
to school in
understand.
Buffalo, and that's where I learned that
So I
real
get
quick.
it. So I understand. But I understand also the students need help. But I also understand the teach. So I understand both sides.
Well, have a humanities course in college and self-defense.
Yeah.
But I also think that we should have armed veterans posted up at every single school. And I know that's an unpopular opinion as well.
Yeah, well, it's a shame that we even have to have that discussion. It shouldn't be like that.
No, it shouldn't. I agree.
Nobody's teaching our young people morals. This isn't a video game. You can't go out and shoot and reset and that person comes back. Once you pull that trigger, there's no pulling that bullet back.
Yep.
And another thing, if they quit sending all these billions of dollars over
Brandy.
to these other countries, they might be able to put it into our education system to help these kids out.
Okay. Mouse, you're a parent.
Mm-hmm.
At what age do you think a child will be okay seeing its first weapon going to school? As a mom. So I can't ask a dude. Dudes are more strict and more emotionless, but a mom bringing their kids and seeing that. And what age do you think your kid ain't gonna ask that question?
What do you mean? Ask what question?
Why do he have a gun?
I don't
See how difficult?
I don't think it ever belongs.
Me too. Good conversation.
See, I think
I gotta write
gun
that down.
safety should be taught, even starting at like 3 or 4 years old.
But that'll be the same. But that will be the same as saying religion need to be taught at 3 and 4 years old. You see what I'm saying? That's you're putting that on other children. So when is it okay? Like if you deal with a parent that's against G violence and they don't want it around them, so now they got a problem. Just like a person that don't believe in God or don't believe in weapons and don't believe in pronouns. That's what's going on in our schools. Everybody approve of this, but a parent might, and the dysfunction is going on. That's why I ask a mother or a parent, when is it acceptable for your child to see this? Because a mother would know.
Right.
A father would too, but the mother would put emotions on that situation and the father would take it out.
Well, I was just saying that, like, starting them at 3 or 4 years old, teaching them gun safety and teaching them to respect the firepower and the damage of a gun, at that age, they're going to be less likely to bring a gun to school or commit acts of violence with a gun. And that's just my stand.
Oh, I agree. I totally agree. I think teaching your child how to drive is the same as teaching them how to shoot a pow-pow. Both of them is dangerous. So I totally agree with you. especially if you're a firearm holder.
But okay, flip that. Flip that to the other side. Your child knows gun safety. Your child can handle a gun, but do you trust the kid beside him? You don't know how much training that kid's had. You don't know if he'll be responsible with it. Do you,
Well,
do
I
you trust
understand
that?
that, but if
Do
you're
you trust
teaching your
everybody
kids gun
else's?
safety and everything, part of the teaching is also knowing if somebody else has a gun, what do you do? And how do you defend yourself against a gun? Like myself, somebody comes up and sticks a gun in my face,
To
I'm
answer,
probably gonna grab the gun and try and get like a finger or thumb or something like that in between the hammer and the gun. Yeah, I'll probably break my thumb, but I won't get shot.
Yeah, I mean, but you're speaking like a dad. I get what
And
you.
we were just kind of looking at
Yeah, I
Okay.
totally understand what you're saying, but that's why I say a mother. A mother
I
wouldn't
got you.
be. Yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying. I taught my daughter that, and I'm military, so I get. But I also taught her if you see a threat and you have yours,
Mhm.
leave. Don't try to say no.
No, and I'm
'Cause
Marine Corps, but guys, I gotta jump off here. I gotta go with my grandma to a doctor's appointment. So
all right,
I
take
hope
man.
care. Man,
everybody
take care
has
of
a
it.
great day.
You too.
It
Thanks
was
for
nice
coming on.
seeing you.
Likewise, and I'll be around. I'll be back again.
Good, good. I can't. Yeah, come back definitely.
All right, y'all have a great day now.
You too.
You too.
I think to answer your question, Army vet, I'm going to stick to that magic number 25. 25 years old before they can even process what they're seeing and equal it as a consequence that could happen. Does that make sense?
Mm.
To
Any
some of them.
earlier than that, how they're going to process that gun violence is so unpredictable.
It all depends on the person, though, too.
You think
Because
so?
some people mature more quickly than others.
Maybe I'm putting into something because I'm military. I'm thinking of all the soldiers I trained at 18.
Mm-hmm.
Young men and young women. What is the difference? You see what I'm saying? I'm looking at
Men are feeling macho.
no.
Well, no, I mean,
No,
at
she's saying at 25 the
18,
process, and I'm saying
at,
if I'm training an 18-year-old boy or
because
girl,
at
they're okay.
18, they're still just trusting the process. Men have gone there before them and things have worked out fine, so they're going to do what they're told because it must be, you know what I'm saying? Y'all are really processing for those 18-year-olds. They're just trusting the process. They're trusting the training that y'all are giving them. They're not, but
it's more or less you're training them not to be afraid of that sound and not to be afraid to pull. So it's repetition to get them used to it's a part of your body. It's a part of your body. It's a part of your body.
But the process that goes on, while you're training these guys, to where these guys are taking the training and in real time in their mind, putting themselves in a true situation to understand the training, they're not doing that at 18. They're just trusting the process. They're just taking orders because they trust the superiors. They're taking in the training just as it's given, but they're not able to process in real time during the training how it's going to be used in combat.
And you don't think a parent could do that? A parent couldn't teach their baby that? Like a mom or dad, like you don't think the same expertise I have as a gun owner in the military with your 18, 19-year-old, you don't think a regular parent or mom could do it to their child at 15 and 16? Because maybe my mind is going to military and training 18 and 19-year-olds to be good with it.
Yeah. And like I said, they're just trusting the process as it's being trained to them. as they are being trained, they're soaking it in and trusting that what you're training is going to pay off somehow in the future. But to see how it's going to pay off, they can't really fathom. And
That's true. That's
at
true.
18, they're
Okay. Yeah,
they're
yeah,
still
yeah.
going, I don't know, but I'll figure it out when I cross that bridge. You know,
Okay, yeah. They don't really understand until the fight. Yeah. You're right.
Right.
You're right. Yeah. See, I ask questions, peoples. I'm nosy. That was a good one, Mouse.
right. So so what y'all are training them to do is trust the process.
True.
Trust your commander, take the orders, don't step out of line because you'll find out later is kind of how they're taking training.
Yeah, and it's respect for authority and the others. Yeah, it's different.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
different. Yeah, I tried, people. My bad.
No, you're right. But, so to say how old could a kid be to accurately process gun violence, for that, I say, gosh, 25. Because those in between stages of brain development, with each stage of brain development, the process is going to be different. How they seen it, what they took in is going to be different per brain level, At 14, they could process it as, okay, that's a new thing. That's the way 14-year-olds think. Is this what we're doing now? Okay.
Okay, Brandy. I'm learning, chat. Chat got some good info.
Oh yeah, gun range definitely is a great spot to teach kids.
Yeah, Brandy says she's been teaching hers at 15 and 16.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But bear in mind, you're training them, which is a good thing. They should be trained at gun safety and these things. But as he's standing at that gun range pointing at, what he's learning is this is how to handle a gun if I ever have to. I don't know what that situation will look like, but I'm prepared if I ever face it. And that's okay too. But not till after 25 can you say you better be ready to kill somebody, and they process that through their brain and go, okay, that is definitely a decision I have to think about.
Yeah, we don't let them process that. We let them process not doing that, but the two things we teach them first is your gun is jammed, so put it down. Learn how to reload, clean, reload. And the second thing is, you see your friend right there? Yeah. Act like he just died, because that's what's going to happen. Yeah, we don't teach them that. We teach them the worst case scenario. So I hear what we don't teach them that. The ones that want to delete someone is the ones we keep our eye on.
Right. Yeah. Because it's a different mentality, because it's going to play out in a different mentality.
Yep. We keep our eye on them. The ones that's very eager, we're like, okay, keep an eye on that player.
Uh-huh. He spotted out in some skewed manner, and
we look at you very closely. Yep. You all right, Mousy Mouse. Airbag. I didn't know he was a Marine. I didn't know that dude was a Marine. Oh. I didn't know he was a Marine. Caught that at the last end. Oh, I know y'all hear my Nespresso.
I need pee for my bunghole.
What just happened?
Oh, Jesus.
I need the great cornholio.
Ooh, I got this Nespresso. Just put a pod in with some fluffy coffee. They don't know what they just
been
did.
Watching too many cartoons.
I'm happy Mouse back. I love hearing that laugh. It picks me up like coffee.
That makes you sound like such a boomer. Like it is part of Gen X. It's not cartoons. It's Beavis and Butthead. That's important.
That's important.
That's important.
Oh, hey Days. Hey Frankie.
You know where they got their start, don't you?
King of the Hill.
Very good. A lot of people don't know that.
Do you know all those cartoons were actually wrote for an MTV contest? And
Yeah.
wildly, Cartoon Network went and bought all the losers. It was crazy. And like Ren and Stimpy, God, who all was it? I was
Arnold.
trying to think. King of the Hill was part of it. Bart Simpson
Hey Arnold.
was part of it. Yeah, Hey Arnold. They were some crazy cartoons. Cat Dog.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Cat Dog. There goes one. Almost reminded me of a Push Me Pull You.
Yeah.
Anybody that's read Dr. Seuss, you'll know what I'm talking about. Or not Dr. Seuss. Dr. Doolittle. You'll know what I'm talking about.
Ooh, espresso time.
But yeah, Dave's is
Uh-oh.
right. You know, that's what I was taught, never to point a gun at anything you don't intend to end, you know.
That's it. That's it.
And that was part of, you know, self-protection as a woman is you have to make that decision before that circumstance ever comes. It's, you know, is it your life or theirs? That
Mm.
has to be a pre-made decision before you ever even get yourself in a situation. You have to already decide. It's absolutely, I'm going to live. I don't care. Bottom
And you
line.
know what's really sad? That women have to make that choice. Because
Men have to make it
guys-
too.
Yeah,
Right.
but we're guys.
Yeah, but
I'm
men
talking
get a
about women should not have to put up with that kind of crap.
very true, but more men get attacked by men than men attack women.
True.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll bet you the numbers are pretty damn close.
Nope. Men attack
No.
other men at a higher rate.
Because that's what men do.
Yep. That's exactly. Miles hit it. Yep. It don't matter if you're a woman or a man. It's just men get attacked more by other men. Women get attacked too, but you don't think men get attacked by other men? Jails are full of it.
Yeah. Streets
Yeah.
are full of it.
Yep.
Families are full of it. Yeah.
Yep. You just don't hear about it because men don't talk about it, but men get attacked way more than women. Verbally, emotionally, and
Yeah.
physically.
Yeah, I can see your point there because you're right. Men don't like to say that, oh, my wife beat me up. Man,
Mhm.
think how that makes them feel.
And if another, I always say this: if a woman is getting attacked by a man, usually another man come to her rescue. I
Yeah.
always say, in order to stop a bad man, it takes a good one. I know women, I get you, but I'm saying men. Usually that man jails are full of good men putting bad men in jail. That's why
Yeah.
I'm not worried about women. I'm worried about men.
Yeah, because nobody comes running to save a
Mm-mm.
man when two
Nope.
men are fighting.
Nope. There you go.
Nobody
That's
even
the truth.
asks, hey, what started
Nope.
it? Hey, who's the good guy and the
Mhm.
bad guy?
Now you talking. There you
Like,
go.
we don't even ask. We just watch the fight. We don't even
Mhm.
know who the right or wrong one is.
Think about it. What's that Chris Rock in Situation? He slapped the shit out of him. Nobody came to his defense. Let that been a woman. Different. That's why I'm saying it. Men
Right.
get attacked more than women, pimp.
Let me ask you something, AV. What do you think about that where Will Smith hit Chris Rock?
It happens all the time. Will Smith.
But I
is
mean,
six-
what was
Will
your
Smith-
opinion about it? A lot of people took it bad. I
It is
took it
bad.
as Will Smith was protecting Jada.
No, he wasn't. Because
Why not?
if that was The Rock up there, would he would have walked up there and slapped him? No, it was because Chris Rock was 110 pounds and Will
Right.
Smith was 6'2", 240. I mean, it's different.
Oh, you think he was just being a bully then?
Of course.
Huh.
And wanted to humiliate him.
There you
know.
go. Hello? You ain't never seen it? This happens all the time.
Yeah, but I didn't take it as that though. I'm not saying that isn't what happened. I'm saying I didn't take that as what it was.
You
But
telling me
now that you guys are describing it better, I'm kind of seeing it
Hey,
in a little
Roy.
bit different light.
Yeah, you didn't
Hey,
see the
Roy.
weight difference. You didn't know they were friends. People been doing this forever. Chris Rock is 110 pounds. What the fuck you as a man done seen this when a bigger dude slaps the sports and this and he does nothing. That was the same situation, just live on TV. Same
Yeah.
situation.
But I mean, wasn't so much the slap as he was using the public forum to humiliate.
Yep.
All right. Well, I guess
But that's our
everybody's
opinion.
got their view about it.
Yeah, it's just an opinion.
Yeah. Allegedly.
But in
Hey,
order
Don't
to
get him
form,
going on that, Mouse.
but in order to form a logical opinion, imagine that man was somebody bigger than him. Would he have done the exact same thing? And if your answer is no, then that was a specific situation that he took advantage of.
Yeah. Well said. Yeah.
Because if it was The Rock or any tough dude that you know, would he have walked up there and no, of course not. Come on now. Come on. Come on. You say
Dave said it was a pussy move. Sorry, not sorry. He was protecting his ego, not his woman.
Very
And
true.
I have to agree
All
with
right.
that because he was triggered.
Yes, he was. By her. By his wife.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because if you would have did that, it would have took a lot. But I would have been like, we're going to have a conversation when the commercial over.
But it wasn't that, he was upset about his wife's emotions. It was his emotions
Yeah.
that he acted on.
And and what's my quote? The most dangerous animal on this planet is an emotional man because you have no idea what he's going to do.
Right.
And that was pure emotions.
I have
like
to
I said.
agree with that. I have to agree with that because I'll tell you what, I did everything in my power to keep me from doing what I was thinking 4 years ago. And I believe you. I
Yeah.
seriously believe you.
Frankie, keep my wife name out shut.
And your mouth.
Now, I would have said that, but then I wouldn't have walked up. I would have been like, "You gonna see me after this commercial?" And then everybody like, "Ooh," because you seen his emotional response done cost him how much money? In respect,
Well, it cost them 10 years out of the academy.
nobody want to work with him, not movies, because of an emotional response.
But
And
yet he brought out a new movie with him and Martin Lawrence.
It doesn't matter when a black man acts out publicly, emotionally, it scars him forever. That's just what it is. That's why I tell you, you can't act. I cannot act out. I got to keep calm. But then after the stream in, I'm going to give you a call and say I'm finna come see you. I'm definitely going to make a trip to see you, but he can't act like that. He can't slap the shit out of another man on live TV.
Right. I mean, he might as well have booped his nose. Like, boop,
Yeah. Yeah. Talent. You don't hear nothing from him. Nothing.
Night Owl enjoyed it.
What Night Owl at? Look, Night Owl, be quiet. Well, Night Owl, you should go ahead and start your show called Pro Women We Love.
I mean, but sometimes we just love good drama. I'm with Night Owl.
Nah, I can't deal with Night Owl. She funny. That's my weed buddy, but Lord, she funny.
Hey,
I love her. She's hilarious to me.
I was going to say, just because she disagrees with your opinion, you can't hate the opinion.
I love me some Night Owl. She crazy.
Yeah.
I think if you can get Night Owl well, all these women pro women, but it should be the new view called "Watch Out, Dudes." Yeah, I'm telling all of them, all of them, all of, yeah. Katie K, Mouse, Night Owl, GG, all of them, dog. Get all 50 of them. Have a show called "Watch Out, Dudes." We watching. We gonna get you.
Gigi in there, and everybody's in trouble.
Man, I'm telling you, hey, but I love the support. These women support each other. Dudes, if you ever got around groups like this, maybe we will have some shit. But boy,
Oh no, this is
man,
definitely the lion's den.
man,
The
y'all got,
lioness den.
yeah, you gotta have your shit together to come up here, boy. You gotta have your shit together. Don't come up here slipping.
We're gonna keep you in emotional line.
Oh, I know, Mouse. I got your message late when we was talking about when Hairbag, me, and Sassy was on panel. I got your message late about power, financial power in the relationship. Is that what the end goal was? Because you said, if I can, I gotta trying to memorize your quote. You said the man shouldn't be shared. Yeah.
What I said was about women not wanting to be saved anymore. They want to be partners.
Saved from the question I had, saved from what?
I know, right?
Because it was talking about financial.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
And does a woman want to do it herself, or do they want the man to do it? Basically, I was taking the question, and God, let me try to remember.
I think me and Hairbag was talking about, we have never seen women that wanted to work and wanted money rather than being a wife and stay-at-home wife. So it's basically a stay-at-home wife versus a woman that worked because she wanted her own. And Hairbag kept saying, well, it just sounds like it's all about money. And then it got on financial, like women wanted their own money. They don't want. And my answer was, I don't understand, because I always thought a traditional husband took care of his family, which means his wife. It just threw me off.
Right. And that was the part where I said, it's not really so much about financial. It's just that the aura that we want to put out is not so much the damsel in distress anymore. Like, sometimes we don't need to be saved, or we don't want to feel like a man is saving us from, living a
what is
less
saving?
Financial.
I don't get saving.
To come in and pay the bills where she doesn't have to work, and you know what I mean?
But I guess supposed to be partners.
You said partners?
Okay. To back all that up, it came from a stance of a woman in today's time never wants a man to be able to tell her.
True.
But I saved you.
I get that.
If it weren't for me, if it weren't for me, this, and this. They don't want to live under that anymore.
See, that remember when I was talking to you and Miss Katie K, that I've never experienced that in my, so that's why I love hearing it, but that's so weird to hear. Like, men will say, I saved you from that's wild to me.
Well, controlling men will.
Yeah, I've heard that.
That's wild.
Because to us, it reeks, he's a controlling man. To ever put out there, I saved you. I saved you from, this bill, or
That's wild to me. Why would you be with a man that does that? This is wild.
Right. But that's in today's time.
Wow.
That's already in the filter of flags, I guess,
Would you say it's a majority of men that think this way, or a minute? Because I've never heard men say that. And the men that say it, them aren't husbands and fathers. Because I've never seen a husband and father say this.
it's a narcissistic stack of masculinity, I guess. But yeah, there are men that say it. You know, okay.
Wow.
I'm not saying I don't know. Maybe
This is wild. Military.
there.
Remember.
Yeah,
So this is
like that dazed. Sometimes a woman does not want a man to fix it. She just needs them to listen.
But that's not my job.
Well,
As your husband, as your man, as your husband, my job isn't to
in
listen.
a situation of,
My job
say,
is to fix your
a
situation.
single mother who is struggling, right?
Yes.
When she's in her single self, she's a struggling. She's working, she's got kids, she's struggling, she's not making a lot of money, and men love to come in and save that. We don't like that anymore. Used to, we did. Honestly, when we're younger, we do. We looked for somebody to help us, I guess you could say. Because if we're going to date a guy, he's going to have to take on all this with me,
True. So this is more about single men helping single women and not marriage or men are in relationship. I thought this was about people living together.
For you to come in and propose to me and, take me in and fix my struggles, whether it be dating or whether it be marriage, But just the basic point, I think Generation X women are really stuck on, I guess because what we've seen of our mothers and our grandmothers, we don't want a God to say he saved us. Just like an ego we have, I guess. We don't want to be, quote, saved. We want someone that comes in and works beside us to build this family. Which means, if she keeps her career, if she chooses, instead of being a stay-at-home mom.
So women don't want a traditional man anymore. They want a modern man.
Oh, we want all the other, the traditional stuff.
I'm reading days. I'm learning.
We just are very self-conscious, being single mothers, to find a guy. You know what I mean? To have a guy say, "I saved you. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have this and this and this." That's just something that I think Generation X women don't want to be told.
Sad, sad, sad.
Well, it's a lot in it, because why would men say it, and what type of relationship?
Start segregating men from women right now.
For money?
I love coffee.
Days is on it, man.
Exactly. Right.
So by solving I'm just learning. So by solving a woman's problem.
Okay, I'll put it this way. Weak men love to save weak women. Because it makes them feel better about themselves.
Give me your definition of a weak woman and a weak man before I give my opinion. What's a weak woman?
I'll say, we'll start with the weak man, because it's coming from him. A weak man, no self-confidence, no, you know what I mean? Nothing going for him, just arrogance and narcissism, I guess.
But that's usually what a strong woman date. They don't date strong men, they date them.
Well, that's a mess up. I don't know.
Because a strong man gonna solve your problems and don't want to hear it. But a weak man, that's what you get.
We'll
That's why I'm
help
like,
you
what's the
solve
problem?
your problems. You know what I mean? We'll help you solve your problems, not solve them for you.
If you come to me with a problem, that means this is just me. This is just a conversation. Let's just say me and Mouse is dating, we're living together. If Mouse come to me with a problem, that just tells me, even though I'm not asking her, it tells me I have a problem that I need help with, help solving. My job is to solve your problem. That's it. That's what I would do. I would solve your problem. I might not talk and have a conversation, but if I know Mouse, somebody that I care about, is coming to me with a problem, I'm finna solve it.
Yeah.
That's it. But that's what I don't care about, the conversation. I care about, okay,
Hey, Flatty.
to make her happy, I have to solve. That's just how I ain't gonna say as a man, but as somebody that lays with the woman that cares about her emotion and her feelings. If she come to me with something, that means it's important. That means I gotta solve it to make her happy. Not if you want me to talk to you, I'm gonna send you to your girlfriend. You see, but it's a different, you see, I'm compassionate, but I need to solve your problem first. I know it's wrong, people. I know, Night Owl. This is why we're having a good conversation. I know.
Right.
I'm learning because I thought you should solve the problem. I'm learning now.
Well, solving them one by one, yes. Do you discuss with her the solution? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because she's my co-pilot. Yeah.
Right. So that puts the co back in it, right? To just jump up, run out the door, and solve them is not what we want. We want to feel like, we solved them with your help.
What the hell was that?
That was me. I'm switching stuff.
Oh.
Okay.
But so again, that was that wasn't discussing relationships in general. That was the financial part of it. And y'all were discussing, when, women keeping their career or staying home. And I don't remember. I'd actually have to go back and listen to the whole thing.
That was a good one. I mean, it was a good quote, but I got it so late. What up, Flatty?
Hey, Flatty.
Y'all got some good days and Night Owls, some good independent ass women.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're Gen X. Like, we're different. You gotta admit we are, Army. That Gen X is just a different breed. We're just built different.
So, Mouse, this is up to you to answer if you want to or not. Do you see the difference between Gen X men and the New Age men?
Oh yeah.
Which one would you, it's two different types of men. It should be the ones that solve problems and then the ones that want to hear a woman's problems. Which one are you satisfied with?
The one that wants to deal with. I don't know. Like you're causing that's like multiple answers. Like would I date a millennial or Gen?
Yeah.
No. You never, I've said it before. We all run around here thinking like I still feel 20. Do you? Go sit with some 20-year-olds and trust me, after an hour you get up and go, nope, I'm not 20. Thank you, God. Like
not in the body, but in the mind you do.
Oh no. You sit around with a bunch of 20-year-olds, you're like, oh, you some brainless, well, life's gonna hurt for y'all. Like y'all are dumb.
My beautiful days. My beautiful days.
What did I miss, Mouse?
She scared the fluffy milk out of me. Days asking you a question down there. Man, she's scared Katie K put an EQ on her mic.
Was it loud?
Girl, I jumped up down there, pissed on myself. Fluffy
Keeping
milk
you on your
almost.
toes.
Man, Fluffy, we was talking about independent women and financial. I am so women don't talk like this. Like, why y'all been hiding this stuff?
Because
Flatty, how are you?
I'm not in the single business, so I can, tell you what I think without giving up any game. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Because
like
this
Grand
tells me
Central
a
here
lot.
today.
It tells me that no matter how much money I make, and this was the last conversation with Sassy and Hairbag, that a woman still want money of her own to feel independent. So my mindset as a man now is, how do I keep her with that independence, that vigor? And I never had to worry about that. Dating, what? That's new. That's very, very, very new. Very new. Hey, the beautiful
Miss Day.
days.
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi,
Yeah.
Yes,
can you hear
ma'am.
me?
Yeah.
Okay, is it too loud?
No.
No.
Okay, all right. No, it's I just that the narcissistic man that says I saved you. I actually married one of those. Um, have since divorced, right? I got up enough gumption and realized my kids were the ones getting hurt in the process of us fighting constantly. But he would always he was he's the typical Gen Xer, right? He wanted to fix everything. Like I'd say, I would go out and we would be out just looking at stuff, and I'd say, "Oh man, I like that." Just because I thought it was pretty. The next day, I would have it, and he would throw it up in my face. Well, I went and got you this. I didn't ask him to do that. I said it was pretty because it was pretty. I did not mean that I needed it at all.
I can't. I broke it.
Hey, Sam.
Hey,
Sam left.
where'd you go, Sam? But yeah, that's what I mean right there. We've seen our mothers face those narcissists, and so Gen X is like, no man's gonna say he saved me. No man's gonna hold that over my head.
You got an echo, Mouse.
I think Dazed has YouTube open still. She needs to mute the YouTube part.
Oh.
No, my YouTube is closed.
Huh.
Yep, it's still there. Maybe.
No, I've been on mute the whole time.
It's okay.
Okay, I got a question then. So is this more about, and I hate to say it, fellas, is this more about men with money? Because as me and Hairbag was saying, this comes down to finances. So that means men,
No.
y'all were choosing men that had
Trust
more
me,
money.
it's mostly gonna come from the tightwads.
No, but in order to be a tightwad, you gotta have
He
more
was
money.
talking, Mouse, and you can't hear him.
Yeah, so his mic need to be reset. I heard him.
Yeah, it was really, really low.
Because I don't see this with a broke dude doing this.
All the broke dudes are worse.
But you know what I'm saying? Controlling a woman and buying them stuff.
Wow.
I don't see that with that. So it has to be a dude that, and is that why women are threatened by men that make money? Because they might do it again?
No, I just, me personally, my personal opinion, I think women, listen. if you're
Kathy
gonna
can
go back-
explain it best.
Here's the thing. Women have children, right? Well, they're the only ones that can have them. Women have children.
Good point.
They clean the house, they cook, And then somebody comes home and says, well, I make all the money. Well, okay, let's switch paces. I'll go make the money and you try this. And men find it very, very difficult to balance bills, make the dinner, take care of the kids, get them on and off to school. I mean, eventually it comes into play to where you can do it. It just takes a hot minute to reverse roles. But if two people work together for the same goal, that's a plus. But Army Vet, when one's hanging something over another person's head constantly and threatening and or giving you gifts and then turning around and say, well, I did this for you. Well, okay, guess what? I could do
That's
it for
a
myself
problem.
now.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah, that's a definite problem. But out of 100% of men in 2024, what is the percentage that does it?
Hey,
that's-
Sam.
Sam, you back, player?
Hey, Sam. All right.
Okay.
Good to see you, my man.
We hear you. We hear you, pimp.
Man, fuck technology.
Is the echo still there?
Yeah.
I had to put an earbud in.
There you go.
Is the echo still there?
It's okay. It's not
Well-
too bad.
Well, I cut on echo cancellation because I couldn't hear nobody.
Huh.
I don't know. There's always issues. We need lots of tissues, Days.
What
I'm on
happened?
my phone. That's why.
I just never had this issue. Well, I never
I'm
heard
on
of.
my phone 2 days.
I've never heard men say they want to control them. I've never heard of this before.
Well, of course,
Really?
they're not going to admit that. Nobody's going to come up and say, I control that bitch. No.
Yeah, but most
Nobody's-
men can spot it,
Right.
and
Well,
we don't
my
like
ex-
it.
I knew a
My
guy
ex-
like that.
Yeah, but Hoppy, out of your friends, he probably was 1 out of 10. Like they are
It
so
was
minute.
the only one.
Yeah, it's so minute. Dang.
Sam's playing with his sticks again.
Pause.
I
I'm gonna get the T-shirt. I'm gonna change my whole avatar to pause just for you and Gigi.
just gotta mess with you, Sam.
He shakes his head. No.
Yeah, come on up, Night Owl. I would love to hear y'all independent women opinions and thoughts because this is new.
No, we're
The best
just
part.
millennials and we hate authority like that.
The best part is you can tell,
Right.
you know the weak ones because they get pissy, they talk
Yep.
shit on, and they are super intimidated by a woman by a chick like that, by a female like
Mm-hmm. Yep, and we know
that.
them.
She talks too much. She's opinionated. She's this, that, and the other. You mean you're fucking scared, homie? Get it
Yep.
straight.
Right, right, exactly.
What's
Yeah.
that quote?
and we-
Intelligent women intimidate. They say intelligent women intimidate weak
man.
men, not all men.
Right.
For sure.
Very similar. My favorite one is that behind every successful man is a patient fucking woman.
Amen.
Where?
I like that.
This is new to me.
That should
Heard
be on a
sticks hit the
t-shirt,
floor.
Sam.
I got a few of them.
I don't know, Army Vet. The world isn't round or are we flat?
Yes, ma'am. Because I was always taught the woman that is around your child is going to teach your child. They're the most important thing in your life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Like,
a dog.
that's-
No, I disagree with you there, AV. It's on both of you.
Usually the man is not there more than the woman.
man
That's why
yeah,
the
but when the man is,
gotta
the
work.
man needs to be there for the child. Yes.
totally agree. But we're talking about back in the old day where the man went out to work and left his child with the wife. That's the most, because she's with your child the most.
Oh, it's a
Right.
new world, man.
Traditionally.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Generation X, us females break tradition in every sense of the word.
That's why I said modern women don't want a traditional man. Do they want a modern man? Because they don't want traditional.
Well, yeah.
That's not necessarily true. I just want to be considered an equal as far as like communication, what I bring to the table as far as, you know, intelligence. I was, my opinion was always discounted in my marriage, right? And just my marriage. Yeah, I did eventually walk away, you know, like I said, but he would always bring up the fact that I couldn't find a good job, or his job was always better than mine. He brought in double the money that I did, so his opinions always counted over mine. And that's not the way it should be. I mean, it's not.
Right.
And so,
No, that's a damn good example of a weak one. A strong one can admit where I'm weak, you're strong. Where you're weak, I'm strong.
Right.
Facts.
And that's modern, you know. That's not
True.
the traditional sense of marriage. And
That is
like I said,
traditional, Mouse.
traditional is we were women, we stayed home whether we liked it or not. That was our rule.
That was black and white TV. That's just not real.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Black and white
But
TV.
I was always taught traditional is 50-50. And maybe I'm wrong, but I was always taught that you are the pilot of your family and your wife will be your co-pilot. It's your job to fly the plane, and it's her job to remind you of the mistakes that you are making or will make.
to
But it's
navigate.
but it has to be one controller of the damn plane, just in case shit hit the fan. Somebody got to be responsible for it, and I choose to be responsible for it.
I hear you. I agree.
But I'm different. I'm willing to bear that burden. I don't know most men, but I don't look at other men. This is my family, so I don't know. That's why I surround myself with men with character that'll tell me if I'm fucking up. that's what I do.
Man,
And
for
I
real.
think modern women want to fly the plane too. And that which means sometimes you men are co-pilots. That's the difference in traditional and
See,
today.
what generation are we then? Is it X, Z, or whatever? If I'm fucking great with that, like I'm way great with that, because I know I can do this shit, but I know I can't grocery shop the right way because I'm gonna buy the dumb shit.
Fair.
Yeah.
Well, at the end of the day, it's got to be a partnership. It can't be just one trying to control the whole thing.
Exactly.
You have to come
Right.
together, agree upon a plan, and execute the plan in what skills you're best at. You know, I mean, I think that's like a lot of today's relationships. They skip the get to know phase. They go straight into relationship mode, and then they have to figure out the nuances before they actually, you know, while they're already tied up into a commitment, which is why you see a lot more divorces, because
Yeah, because it's too late.
I don't want that.
that. It's too late
Yeah.
to stand that the pieces don't fit together.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
I just,
I'm lost. Y'all done lost me now. When y'all said pieces don't fit together, commitment and relationship, I'm lost. Y'all done lost all the men on
If
the
you
panel.
commit before you really get to know each other, then
But
as you're
that's why I hopped
working
up
out
here,
each other's boundaries and how you fit together, then you learn it when it's too late after the commitment that the pieces aren't going to fit together. You're two different people, and you didn't consider that before the commitment.
Right.
That right there is exactly why I hopped up here, because y'all were saying something a second ago that I wanted to touch back on. And,
Okay.
about a certain type of man. And those are the ones, like, I got a few of them, few homeboys like that, and I refer to them as hobosexual.
I know what you're talking about.
Yep. Yep.
They get with somebody just to fucking have somewhere to stay, just to fucking have a couch, just to have a bed.
Right. And then they get all masculine in the moment, right?
Yep. Homosexuals.
well, I
Ain't got
I
shit
definitely
going for
like
themselves
alpha
except
males.
where they live.
You what?
I definitely
Y'all,
I definitely
what?
like alpha males that
Y'all
like protect.
women are confusing.
I know that's what I
No,
was going to say.
no, I'm not confusing. I like alpha males, and I do like that part. Like I like that part, right? I love the alpha male part. I also like that my opinion matters, right? And I think that gets shoved off in the wayside. You know, when you meet somebody, you're just so quick to jump in bed with them that you don't take the time to get to know them as a person and fall in
Right.
love with every aspect of that person, right? Because whether you like it or not, you're not going to change another person to suit your needs. It doesn't work that way. You're just going to make each other miserable.
Hold up, hold up.
So,
So women want an alpha male, but y'all can't tell him nothing because
Well,
he's already experienced success and he chose you to help him, not change him.
because we
You're
want to
that's
be
talking from
what
a
I
alpha
said.
strong
female.
man point of view, though, man. It takes a real strong person to say that I need help.
Yeah,
To say
that's
what? To say what?
That I need help. It takes a strong, actual man to say out loud, I need help.
But usually, don't that man go to another man before he go to his girl? Yeah.
That's the weak part to that shit.
But do you? But women, do y'all hear what I just said? Men don't go to you to solve the problems. They'll go to another man because the man gonna tell him solve the problem. Stop bitching and complaining. He's gonna come to you and solve your problem and tell you to stop bitching and complaining. You get it? Men gonna solve your problem.
unless he goes to another group of narcissists, and then they're going to encourage him to be a narcissist.
But
You know,
if he a successful man, that means he got men around him that's gonna hold him accountable for his stupid ass mistakes. And how he treat his woman, and how he treat his kids, and his
Fortunately,
job.
that's a
This
rare
is,
breed.
yep.
Yeah, well, we can all agree women are from Venus and men are from Mars. We're two totally different kinds of thinking, for sure. But there's a way to come together and have a cohesive relationship. And I've just never experienced that before, but I'm still looking. You know, I'm a hopeless romantic and haven't gave up, but eventually
Yes, sir.
it'll happen.
Women, I got a question for y'all.
I
If
think
y'all
I've
was to
given
get all of your dating out of your hands and put it into a man that you trust and love, who would be that man that you would put your dating advice in the hands of if he was a man?
I don't. There was one.
Because it seems like y'all making the same mistakes over and over and over and over. And I'm wondering, have y'all ever asked a man that y'all love and respect advice on the man that y'all choosing? Just a question.
No, I haven't.
what was the question? I'm sorry.
Have you ever asked a man that you love and respect about the man that you chose to be with? Because I don't think this is about men. I think it's about choice.
For sure.
Because if it was a man that was choosing the same woman over and over that was abusing and taking advantage of him, most men would be like, you need to change who you're dating and your people that you're choosing. And I was just wondering, how do women choose the man? Like what do women, because it's single women
Here,
now,
boss.
independent.
Hey, Arthur.
What do y'all choose? How do y'all choose?
Arctic. How the hell are you?
What up, pimp?
Good.
Hey, look at that sunshine and green grass.
Yeah, overcast.
Hey, you know I
Rain and
miss you,
shit.
dog.
Huh?
Hey, Wanda E.
Oh, Wanda, he's so happy you're here. I bet he's been missing coffee. Hey, Wanda.
Strong ass women.
Well, I can only speak for myself. When I left my ex-husband, it took me years to even get back into the dating scene. I raised my kids. I put them first before me, because I wasn't bringing another man into my house to destroy what I had
Right.
built. And I didn't want, I didn't want my kids around a revolving door of men, which it wouldn't have been that way, but that's what I had in my head. So I waited till my kids were grown before I even stepped back into the dating scene. And the last guy that I was with him for 7 years, and things started happening in my life that he couldn't handle. So he stepped away. I get it, right? I totally get it. But he was completely opposite of my ex-husband, and circumstances and stuff, it just didn't work out.
That's too
Yeah.
bad. Sorry to hear that.
I
It
respect
is
it
what
though.
it is.
I respect it because a lot of women wouldn't have waited till their child left. A lot of them would date and bring other men. So I respect that. That's
No.
major. That's major, Dave. Damn.
I
Respect.
raised 3 kids by myself with my parents' help, and of course they were 18 months apart. So honestly, I was, the way I figured it, when my youngest turned 18, I was still 37 because I had them way young, right? And I still had a life to live after that. I just wasn't going to put I was not willing to put my children through that at all.
Respect, though.
Right.
Hi, Luna. You see what Kaya said? Good morning, Kaya.
It's been my experience that men lie to gain access to the V and pretend to be someone they're not. So as a woman, I don't choose any man because they can't be themselves.
Wow, that's a broad stroke. Not all, but some.
Yeah, that's a wide
Yeah,
swing
not
on it.
all.
Hey, good morning, Kaya.
Y'all better, hey men, y'all better be prepared. You coming to what you call it, Mouse? The lion's den? I told you.
Well, see, that's the
Yeah.
thing about Gen X women. Our peace right now in this stage of life is our most important asset. Like, we protect our peace,
For sure.
Your peace.
our peace of mind.
And that
Oh,
is the
peace of
most
mind. I
important
thought
thing
you were
to
talking about like a
protect.
38 special or something.
Well, that kind of peace too, but it still brings peace.
Yeah, it sure does.
It's either peace or fear, but it's one of the two.
And we're
Now
tired
that
of doing
now
that
see,
war.
he just made a true statement. It's peace or fear of trying this again, going through all this again. And I do believe your law of attraction there, Army Vet. What are women attracted to? Are you attracted to those bad boy narcissists that you think you're going to tame and they're not changeable? And you have to get to that point in your life to realize that.
Katie K just dropped the mic.
Yep.
She sure did.
I'm sorry.
My
It was an
God.
accident. No, it wasn't. It was a true fact.
Yeah.
I mean, and Mouse is. I mean, we want to protect what we have built up ourselves. So to let somebody else break through that barrier, that's going to be a lot of work on both parts.
But I also read into people's comments, and it's also a fear when you get in a group because y'all are also listening to others to watch out, to know what to watch out for other women's issues. So it's like a circle of, yeah, that happened to me. Okay, we got to look out for that. Well, this happened to me. Well, so it's also fear.
Not necessarily. I'm not like that.
Not
I
you,
can't base
but
my
I've been
opinions on
hearing.
how everybody feels at all. I solely judge anything by my own judgment. Period.
Yeah.
But I've always been like that. Always.
Yeah. All you have to do is when you get in a circle, if everything you're saying about the subject, and I say men being abusive, y'all have yet to talk about one positive thing about a man.
Oh no,
Not
I did.
not you specifically, but I'm just saying in the group. That's why I'm saying it is protective, but it's also a form of fear because you're watching out for the evil. Because you're
No.
not talking about the positive parts of marriage and the positive part of being around good men and the positive parts of having a father, the positive parts of having a son, the positive parts of having an uncle. It would be like if a bunch of men got around and all we talked about was bad women, and then we'll talk about a woman every now and then. You would be like, hey, y'all need to start talking positive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't actually say anything negative. We just left that out.
Yeah, but I understand. That's why I was like shocked about all the abuse. But you can't deny somebody's truth. But to be a confident man, you got to stand on. You better be, like Mal said, you better be a real dude to be around women that's been abused or hurt, because you're gonna take some bullets.
Yeah,
I'm
there's
used to it.
definitely baggage.
Yeah, I'm used to it. I ain't worried about it. These are other dudes.
Homie Ben's not worried. He's just giving
Nah.
advice.
Yeah,
Do y'all
don't
feel
take it
like-
personal.
Do y'all feel like in today's time with our age, because I'm not single, I don't know, I'm not in the dating world. Is part of dating making a compromise on each other's baggage? I mean, like, do y'all think about that when y'all date? Because at this age, like, we all have baggage.
No,
No, me either.
no. They're
What
either
do you
going to
mean
accept me
baggage?
for all. They're going to accept me for everything that I bring to the table, and that includes my baggage. Because
Well, but
if
that
they're going to
also
be with me, they're
includes,
going to have to help work
right,
through
but
it
that
too.
also includes you accepting his baggage.
Absolutely.
Well,
You
what do
know.
you mean by baggage, though, exactly? Because
Well,
I
we've
don't
all
think everybody like
most
our
of
age
us-
does have baggage.
Life
most of us at
circumstances.
his age would have kids, almost or starting into grandkids.
I don't.
That's not baggage.
We have bad divorces. You know,
I've never been divorced.
have you ever been married? Are you still married? Are you married? No, I'm just playing.
No. Remember what I told you,
No,
Mouse?
I mean,
only
like,
20% of
yeah,
the
I don't think
population
everybody
get
our
married.
age actually does have baggage.
Yeah. Remember I told
Like,
only
I don't have
30% of
baggage.
men. Only 30% of men have children, and only 25% of the population
And then,
has ever been married.
And then we get into baggage as far as health issues and
Well,
I agree, Luna.
I mean, you know what? At a certain point in your life, you become a certain age and you come with ailments. I mean, listen, if you love the person, remember the old vows through sickness and health, rich or poor, whatever. I mean, they took that statement out, but I mean, seriously, that is the bottom line. How far are you willing to go for somebody else?
Marriage?
right. So when you look at somebody, do y'all look at somebody that you consider dating and everything? Wow, you know what? That's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
like if you're talking about somebody like, for example, a soldier or something, stepped on a landmine, blew his
Right.
leg off,
That
right?
could be,
So
that's
the
included in
amputee,
what I mean by baggage.
I don't know. I don't really look at that
They
as
have,
like baggage.
their mental situations, their
Well, maybe
They're-
I could reword that. That's like a different kind of baggage. Like typically when somebody says baggage, they usually are talking about children and prior relationships or divorces, right?
Right.
That's
They're
men.
not usually talking about like a missing limb,
No, I
or
mean,
health problems.
people come with emotional issues. We all do.
Sure.
There's a whole list of reasons. The trauma they faced in life, things or people they've lost. All the when you date people, I mean, do is it possible that you come across a potential dater and go, wow, that's a lot. That's too much. Like, that's a lot going on there.
Hold up. Are we're y'all having two discussions about men's issues and women's issues,
I'm
right?
asking both men and women in the dating world today because I don't know. I'm not in the dating world. At the age we are now, is that something y'all consider when y'all choose who to date?
Like
Yeah.
baggage, absolutely.
I don't call it baggage though.
Well,
Well, we look at everything. I mean,
yeah.
Because if you're a
the
single
notches on
woman,
your belt matter, you know.
if you're a single woman, usually it's a day situation back in the day that they have children. I'm not considering that baggage, but I'm considering that that's something that you, as a single man that has no children in his house, you have to think about.
Right.
But I
Okay,
don't call it
so
baggage.
okay, so look, Wanda E said, Mouse, you want to read that? Because Wanda E and then Kaya said something.
Wanda E says, been together with the same person for way too many years to admit. He makes all the choices and decisions, and I keep my mouth shut for anything I want.
Wow.
Kaya says at Wanda E, the only thing my ex taught me was that I can do it so much better on my own, and I love my life now a bazillion times more.
Yeah, I taught my daughters to be independent.
Yeah, and
But
I
I'll
guess that.
go
Sorry,
for
go ahead.
Days. No, go, Days. My bad.
No, I was just going to say before I have to get off of here, I think that that's why I chose to stay out of the whole dating scene while my kids were growing up. That way I could work through my shit on my own and get rid of everything that I thought, like, because for years afterwards, if men would walk up behind me, I would jerk and like cover my head because that's how scared I was. I'm not like that not anymore because I've worked through that issue on my own, got rid of that emotional baggage or trauma, whatever. And no, if people have, it's all up to the person on, for me, it's, no, I don't know. I don't think anything's too much. You know, if you're willing to be with that person, then you accept them for who they are, what they are, and what they bring to the table, period. Like, you know, love is unconditional.
Damn, Days.
I don't know, Wanda, are you still with your husband?
And I gotta go. I love you. Thank you for letting me up here.
Oh, look at
I
Days'
love
feet.
you too, Days. I hope you have a
Okay,
beautiful
Days.
day.
Hey, Days' feet.
Days, have a great day, love.
Love you, sweetie.
I love
Bye.
you, sister. Love you, sister.
Love you.
Lunch is over.
It ain't many though. The most important thing that she said that I wish women would take that I date that are single women and have children, she said two things. She said she waited to date till children got the house, which means the man don't have to hold things over her. And two, she said she worked on her so
Right.
she can. Oh my God, man! Oh man!
Luna said you have to be selective on who you date.
I think you know, individual situations. I think that's relevant to a consideration.
Right. I mean, it's
If
up
you know
to,
what I'm
listen,
saying.
we're all grown adults. If you want to date somebody and try over again, go for it. Make sure it's for all the right reasons, not because you're lonely, you're not financially stable. If you build yourself up, man or woman, to a point where you're happy, not content, but happy and living your best life, I think then that's when you become ready to get back out there again. That's me.
Yeah, I agree.
Are men and women different though?
Not really. We're all basically the same. We all want the same thing. We all need the same thing.
I don't think so. I think
Yeah,
men
no,
won't.
it doesn't
Yeah,
sound that way.
yeah. You men. I agree, Hairbag.
What? I didn't hear Airbag. I can't hardly hear you, hon.
I said it doesn't sound that way. It sounds like you women would rather be by yourselves.
No, we're saying it's okay to be by yourself. Airbag, it's really okay to be by yourself.
Right?
And
Yep.
and yeah, Wanda said yes. He woke me up yelling because he couldn't find something and left for work. I never
Yep.
left. I always kept the family together.
Yeah, but what Hairbag is saying here, he thinks majority of men is the opposite of what you saying. He believes a majority, probably 80% of men would rather have a family and a wife. That's why I think it's a big
absolutely.
difference. Yeah, I think it's a huge difference, and
Okay,
that's
but
why
Army,
marriage
that
rates are down, the birth rates are down. Women would rather work. That's what this was all about. Like you have
okay,
three
but
men
where
up
do
here
you go?
saying we.
Where do you look for? Where do you find somebody? If you don't find it from a friend of a friend, or I mean, really, where
That
do
was
people?
going to be my next question.
Well,
Where do single people mingle now?
Mhm.
That's it,
well, nowadays,
exactly.
shit, I don't know. I mean, this is like a
I mean,
this
we're
is like
too
a
old. Let's
foreign
face it,
world to what I know. You know,
we're too
it
old for
really
the
is.
club. You know, we're too old to bang at the club. Where do single people meet single people?
Online.
At this age, online.
Mm-hmm.
I think traditionally, I think it's like what Army Vet said or whoever said it that normally you meet people through friends of the
Miss
family,
K.
you know, stuff like that.
Mhm.
You know, when I look at the census reports from like the 1800s and early 1900s, really wasn't all that much dating. It was, it was, you know, the family members of the you know single young men that were like, you know, influencing them or steering them towards particular women, you know, who they thought would be a good fit for them.
It's
And
still
then they
same
would
way.
get married, you know, in their early 20s and start having a traditional family right away, you know, but things were way different back then too, you know, just in people's mindsets on how they, you know, perceived life should be.
But remember now, it has changed 2 years ago. Now women outpace men, outgross men, and out earn men till men turn 35, and then men out earn women. So between 18 to 35, as of 2022, women out earn men. That's where this is come. That's why they say, I got my own, I got my own, I got my own, I got my own, until they have a child. Then that's where the issues start. But until
I don't
then,
think,
like, go
well,
forward.
yeah, I mean, I don't think like career choice really has much of anything to do with it at all, though. Because,
And
like,
for
well, when I'm looking at the old census reports, right, typically, like after a young man or young woman completed school, they would immediately go out and get a job, any job that they possibly could get. But 9 times out of 10, the jobs that like the women were getting were jobs like dressmaker, working in a flower shop.
and that's what men jobs are now. That's what men are getting, and women are getting the $100,000 jobs now. So it's
Well,
completely
that's the
different.
thing. I mean,
But
like the
Army
whole
Vet, when I
feminine
listen,
masculine thing, right?
Miss K?
like you talk a lot about the money thing. I think when two people fall in love, we want to better ourselves and achieve together. So it doesn't mean if she makes 100 and you make 50, together you're going to make that work. I just think that you have to find the person that's going to knock your socks off and you're going to knock their socks off, and then everything will work itself out. Kaya said from her experience, here, can I show this, Mouse?
Yeah.
I love your chat, Mouse.
Transactional. What's that mean?
Transaction.
I do this for you. You do this for
Transactional.
me.
Right.
Transactional.
And
What's
she
that
wants
mean?
a supportive relationship.
Transactional relationship. What the hell's that mean?
That is, well, I do this for you, then you should do this for me.
You scratch my back, I'll scratch your back.
Yeah,
Type of shit.
transactional,
Well,
I don't understand none of this. I need some help.
And then poor Wanda just said this, like I'm breaking my heart right now here.
he told me a few years ago when I got
Oh
sick
my God.
to see that he isn't going to make any medical decisions. What? With it for me, so
No comment.
that means never give him power of attorney.
Yeah.
So then
really.
Kaya said, Wanda E, it sounds
I
like he's
think- no.
emotionally detached and heading for the reverse discard.
I think you ought to be able to trust your husband or wife with all of your medical decisions, you know.
Very true. Very true.
But see,
Wow,
Wanda
that's
E
messed
is
up.
saying that she's staying to keep her family together, but she's dealing with all of this other stuff. Oh, Jesus, Wanda.
Mm-mm.
Oh, yeah.
And this is why my men be struggling.
So Kaya said to her, Wanda E, it sounds like he's emotionally detached and heading for the reverse discard. And then Luna said,
exactly why I've stayed single for almost 27 years. But see, yeah, it's that part. Gen X women want a partner. They don't want a parent. You know what I mean?
Oh, that sounded good, Mouse. I like that.
I don't know. That's a rough one, Wanda.
You can almost take that two ways, though. You know, like maybe he's saying that it really doesn't matter, you know, if you get to roll up the sleever or if you don't. They'll still love you either way, no matter what medical decision you make, or you take the other way.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I see that. He could be saying, look, you ain't got to fear what I'm medically going to do to you. I'm never going to take that away from you. Right. Or it could just mean I'm a lazy butthead and I ain't going to deal with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but remember now, that's only 25% of men that are married. Like, no man will be ever in that position, and most people don't speak like that. Come on, man.
Right. I mean, we do. We hear the horror stories of the bad, but we don't hear the everyday stories of when it works out, you know.
Yeah. You see, because I got examples of good, like Mouse is a good one. Katie K, I heard her. I heard Gigi. I done heard these women in chat good stuff about how strong and they held their. So it's good having. This gives me hope that they are wives out there. I'm just making sure people hear there are some good men and future husbands out there too that ain't gonna treat their daughters and women like shit.
Right.
Some good ones.
Exactly.
There's some good ones. There's some good ones.
Right. And just because we talk about the horror stories,
true.
We don't, that's not placing labels on all men.
No. I mean, we're never saying, we're not categorizing the whole male population. Absolutely, positively not. Because, I mean, I know two of them that are really, really downright good, genuine men. And one of them is actually looking for somebody that they can eventually grow together with, but he doesn't want her to work. He wants her to stay home and be responsible and pick nice curtains and pick good furniture and make dinner. He's stuck there, but he's also not 100% from Scotland. So he has a different mindset, but he's looking for somebody to say, I got to go home to my wife tonight. I can't go out with you guys tonight. I want to go home to my wife.
Yeah,
he misses that so much.
Me too. I say it all the time too.
And I mean, I'm being honest, Yvette. This is what him and I talk about. And he says, I just miss saying, Oh, I hope she's making that famous meatloaf, let's just say tonight, because it is so, I just can't wait to get home. And that's what he's looking for. That's somebody that he can go home to. Like, I think I need to start a dating site and pairing people.
I mean, it's more of like I'm real. Well, I ain't gonna say overly confident. I'm very confident about me being a good father and her future. But there are men out there that aren't as confident as me, because majority of the people that know me have been on the panel with my daughters, and it's like mouths in my family, so they know me, so they know this ain't about me. But I know there are men that can get around you, strong women that might be listening that could, come. They ain't picking on men. They're gonna hold you accountable what you need, but they need to hear it. So I totally agree
has a
with
message for you.
Hey, good.
All men are assholes, but one is my asshole.
Yeah, I'll second
My
that
goodness.
one.
How in the world did Gigi show up with that?
She snuck in the back door.
She came out of nowhere.
No, Days, you're not a hopeless romantic. There are
No,
men
you're
out
not.
there.
You sound awesome, Days. Oh, you sound awesome. I gave you props, baby. Props, girl. Awesome. Awesome.
Nah, none of us, nobody's a man hater or a woman hater. I just think that, and then my other friend, he just wants somebody that they both work together, they do the yard together, they live happily ever after, the male version of Cinderella. So I'm telling you, there are men out there, but how do you connect them? There are really good men out there and good women, but how do you connect them?
We're afraid. The good men are terrified. Telling you, terrified. But I know. Do you want to know?
Terrified, but I would say cautious, and maybe
there you go.
Even a little overly cautious.
Very true.
I know I am myself.
Me too. I am too.
Well, are you afraid?
I wouldn't say that it's fear. It's just
they all look the same.
You
can't
know,
tell.
I don't really come with any baggage, except for maybe my health issues, right, my breathing issues. But other than that, I don't have any baggage. I've never been married, don't have any children, haven't fucked up my life. Had a very good, successful career. And
well, see, now I would be.
I deserve good.
Because I would be like, Lord, my baggage against your non-baggage, like that would be too much for you. Like I wouldn't do that to you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, also, though, I mean, like I said before, I think circumstances matter because things happen in life, right?
Right.
I mean, you can there's couples out there, right, that fall in love, in their early 20s. Let's face it. Usually, what happens is a couple fall in love in their early 20s and start having a family, and hopefully everything works out good. Neither the husband or wife die of some illness or get killed in some war. And they live out their life raising their children and becoming grandparents, right?
Right.
But that's not always how it happens. Sometimes somebody dies, right? And then somebody's a widow or a widower, right? And then they're left to raise their children alone, right? They don't want to do that. So 9 times out of 10, they'll remarry, right? So, and that's an unfortunate thing, but that's quite a bit different than a divorce.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
I look at marriage the same. If a woman can get a man to get down on one knee, she got what she's supposed to do. She retained the man. So even if a woman get divorced, she got that man to get down on one knee. Majority of women can't get that. So that's why I look for the advice of a married woman, the same as a divorced woman, the same as a married man over a divorced man. You got a woman, you got to, it's different. The respect, the fact that you did it. I got to give you some cards.
But it's all about those choices, the choices that we
Mm-hmm.
make in life. No more do we have to stay and put up with the choices because we found out they were bad choices. You get the option now. Well, I work, I can leave. All right, see you soon. Take care. I'm not putting up with this anymore. Where before, I'm not going to say they did it for their family. They in the 60s, you know, when you got divorced, you were shunned upon. You know, 70s, it was okay, a little bit more acceptable. Now in 2024, it's become the norm. Well, I'm not putting up with this shit. I'm out of here for the wrong reasons. In the past, it was for the right reasons. Now I'm bored. I don't want to stay. I'm tired. Men look for somebody younger. Women look for whatever they're looking for, and they keep it moving.
True. Now
You know
you're
what I
talking.
mean? It's like in the past, because a woman was dependent on a man because he was making the money. What am I going to do? You know, it's them 1,000 questions. But it turns out women figured out, and I'm not talking about all women, but women figured out, I can get a job. I can do this. I can get a babysitter. I can do this. I can take care of my home. I can pay my bills. So
Right.
they figured it out from then to present, and now it's just become a norm where we're forgetting about the important shit that it all really started about, which was love. You know, listen, if you're
Wow.
truly madly in love, you're going to do whatever two people, not just one, are going to do whatever you have to do to survive as a couple. We all know we can all do it on our own, men versus women.
True.
We can all do it. It's taking that first step to get it done. And once you accomplish it, you're like, okay, now you want to find somebody, as you would say, Army vet, an equal.
Mm-hmm.
When women are uh, when they're looking for a guy, when they're like planning their future or whatever, what is their mindset? Like, is it a mindset? I think most men have a mindset of building an empire, their family, right?
Yeah.
So that
At
whole idea
18.
of
Yeah.
raising a family and having grandsons and you know, that sort of thing. But ultimately, it is kind of an empire, right? Do
Yes,
women have that
but
same sort of idea?
is that from past mindset? Because you got to come up to the future
No,
here. You know, back in the
no,
day,
not at
yes,
all.
every man wanted a son, every wife wanted a daughter. You know,
Not
it's
at all. It's not a past thing. Ultimately,
Yeah.
every guy knows that
Very
Y
true.
chromosome is
Yep.
only going to get passed down to a son.
Most men want a family and want children. Most women don't want to be married and don't want children. It's a difference in opinion between men and women in 2024. That's why it was a good conversation, because women and men are thinking different now, and it's not separating us. It's just men are giving their opinion now where they was just left quiet, and men are telling women, I want wives, and women are telling men, I don't want a husband. So basically this is the conversation in 2024.
right. Because God has said, I think most don't take marriage seriously anymore. They know that they can get a divorce or they can
Yep.
get married and never intending to stay married forever, and that's the problem.
There you go.
I agree. Because like there was social consequences, right? Like major social consequences for getting a divorce back in the day, prior to say about like 1950, 1960, right? Unless it was for infidelity or spousal abuse, people weren't getting divorced, right? For like frivolous non-reasons, you know.
Yeah, but
But
a
now
woman
they get
getting beat over
divorced
the
because
head every night is not a frivolous non-reason.
what?
You're saying frivolous reasons. Women are leaving these narcissistic men now because not now, in the past 10, 15 years, because they don't have to take it anymore. You don't have to take the abuse, or women abusing men. I'm not going to say they don't either, but I'm
Well,
saying you don't have to take it anymore. Neither man nor woman has to take any shit from anybody. If you're not willing to put up and do what I'm doing, and I'm not willing to do it for you, there's no need for us to be together. Wanda
Wanda,
said,
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. I'm sorry, Mouse. I'm taking over your show. I'm sorry.
I was independent and had my own place and careers, always working many jobs, helping people get married, and had to leave everything, even my car. I wasn't allowed.
I can
They
show
said,
you. I can show you people in the 1800s, women in the 1800s that were raised by their families, grew up, never got married, were happy just living their life, doing their own thing independently, right? This was an independent woman of the
Mhm.
1800s, right? They never got married and never had any children, just worked at their career, and they were happy doing that, you know, and that was their own personal life choice to actually not get married. But those same women were not sleeping around either.
No, no. Did they call them spinsters?
No, a spinster is simply just an unmarried young woman who's, you know, a potential bride, right?
yeah.
Like a woman in waiting type of a thing, right? So typically spinster is any woman between like 14 and 25.
Yeah, they're also
Back
known
in
as the
those
old
days.
maidens, you know.
Yeah, spinsters turn into maidens. Wanda E. moved to a remote location, raised her kids, and she can't move to anywhere else.
What? Can't move to anywhere else this day and age.
Do we need to send Wanda some help, Mouse?
I was
I'm
just saying,
wondering,
Wanda, do you need some
The
help, sister?
hell?
do
Hey,
you need a
Sass.
God,
plan?
blink twice in the chat, baby.
Yeah, there's organizations we can throw into place and make a plan. Absolutely.
Girl, I would tell all the men in your life where you at and have a barbecue. That's what I would do. Pause.
Right?
That's so crazy. I was just thinking that. How do I say that without saying that, but saying it?
I would invite all the uncles, everybody.
Hey, Sassy.
I got her puppet.
There's still days to get laid. Things will definitely be better. Then she said, LOL.
Not
I don't
kidding.
even I don't even know what to say, but I'm smiling. I'll put a smile.
Hair bag.
Another thing that's different, like in the families now compared to 100, 150 years ago, which isn't that long ago either, by the way. It's only just a couple
It's way
generations.
past, obviously. Yeah.
Is that the whole mentality was to not only have a family, but also have that acreage of land that you can pass on down to your children. Right. And I think that's something that parents these days are not considering at all, is the inheritance of their children.
I
True.
consider that. I do consider that for my daughter and my grandson and my son-in-law. I do.
I do too. But only the last thing I heard was only people in the South own land. Meaning it is hard for the Northerners to own land because it's so expensive. In the South, maybe 60%, we all own our land in the South. It's different up north.
No, that's not true. I mean, there's
You
a
don't think
lot
so?
of farmers. Yeah, there's a lot of farmers and stuff that own the land. I mean, let's face it, pretty much every inch of land is owned by somebody. The corporations are coming in and starting to buy it up, though, from the private family farms.
Yeah, that's
But
true.
like when somebody talks about like moving to a rural area to raise their kids and then now they can't move out and stuff, that was actually what people were looking for back in the day, like the pioneer times. So they were looking for that rural land. They'd buy up, 100, 200 acres of land and start farming it. And then they would, inherit that on to their children. would then continue the farm after they passed on, and that would keep going. But I just don't think that parents think about that at all these days. Because I think most people don't have an inheritance to pass on to their kids for whatever reason.
Yeah. But if you talk to most parents, they're just worried about raising their kids
Yeah,
that
but
they'll
what
make it
about
out of school. Like it's a different when you have a kid. It's you
yeah, but
if
what
you have
about the future of the empire,
you
right?
don't you can't. It is so dangerous for your children. Your mindset is on your kids. It's
Right.
weird.
That
I
should,
think
if the mindset is on the kids, that should include the inheritance, right?
I think
So
the 40-year-olds not so much, and probably the 60-year-olds a lot more than you think. Yeah, the 60-year-olds are thinking about it, in my opinion. They're looking at, owning their own home, what's going to be given to their kids, their grandkids. But I think, those closer to 40 just aren't there yet.
Yeah, you're talking about income now also.
Well,
Remember,
I'm
That's
talking
my
about,
favorite word. Them dollar signs. Our event's all about them dollar signs.
I think it's basically where you're at in life. Like I said, 40-year-olds
Mhm.
probably aren't thinking about retirement and what they have to pass on. But I think the 60-year-olds are thinking about it more than you think.
Yeah, I do.
I think about it.
Me too. A lot. A lot.
Sassy said she didn't get a notification you were live, Mouse.
I didn't either.
I know, because I did it before 30 minutes when I set it up. And then I set it for PM and had to go back and change it.
I got a question. I know it's gonna start a fight, Mouse. I know it's gonna start a fight. Mouse.
Wait a minute. Is it going to raise my blood pressure on me, Vet?
No.
Let me
It's
take a pill
about
now.
it's about sex. It's gonna be about bumping uglies. Do you think in the new era we living in, women would rather have a baby than get married? And is that part of the problem?
Are we talking about a certain age group? Are we talking about the younger?
Yeah. It's gonna have to be between 30 and 40 women. Well, no, not really. 18 to 35.
No. Leave them youngins out. They got to learn for themselves. I to agree with you.
30 to 40.
30 to 40-year-olds because they concentrated on getting a. Oh God, my brain is dead. They concentrated on their career before they concentrated on a husband and family. So as they get older, in an older, mature sense, if you're reading the news in the past 5 years, a lot of these women that own companies and everything are not married and they want to have kids. So they do that. What is that called? Each in vitro.
Yeah.
In vitro fertilization. Yeah.
And a lot of them, because they don't want to miss being a mother. So they'll go out and, I guess, pick a donor.
So, what changed in their mindset between how their mentality was in their thinking in their 20s when they were focused on just their career and not focused on having children?
Right.
And in their 30s when that clock starts ticking out and they can start feel the pressure of that clock, right?
Well, you got to think part of that pressure too is, the girls they went to school with
have families,
have already started having kids. Those kids are getting older. They're like 12 now. And that's a lot of peer pressure, when your friends are still looking around going, hey, you haven't had a baby yet. You know what I mean? And then you've got your parents going, I need grandkids. Get on.
Ultimately, though, that's just a reminder of that clock that's ticking, right?
Right.
because women only have a certain window of time where they can
I
actually
think,
have
I
a
think that
family.
pressure is more on an older woman who's never had kids than it is going to be on an 18-year-old to hurry up and have kids and do the family.
And that's where men's fear come from, Miss K. That they don't know if you're there for the baby or you're there to get married.
That's the thing. All right. So, like, when I'm looking at women that are in their like
Yep.
mid 30s,
Oh, I'm good.
right, as a potential mother of my children, and she's just saying things like, I want to have a baby, right? That's not necessarily saying she wants to have my baby. She's just saying she wants to have a baby, right?
Wrap it up.
It's a trap.
It is. It's a trap, and it's scary.
She's
It's
trying to
a
have,
trap, and I think that's part of the fear the Army vet, I think, is
Yes,
Yeah.
but
was mentioned
what I'm
earlier.
saying is women don't need to go get laid to have a baby. The mindset has got to change from the 70s and 80s and come into they can just go and open a book and look at all these qualifications of men sperm donating and pick, okay, well, this one is smart, this
Yeah,
one is
but
this one is that. And
But a
then,
turkey baster is not the same as a, you know,
well, for
a
them it
giant
is. They're
schlong.
making 200, 300, $500,000 a year.
Very
just
true.
they just want that child. So they're going to pick the best mate for them to get implanted with and give birth. I mean, there's
Right.
a lot of
So,
women
like
out
my
there that
point
do that now.
exactly, right? Like my point exactly. It's not that they want, you know, Army vet's baby or my baby or any specific man's baby because they love the man. They just want a baby, right?
Mm-hmm. No, God, I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. She said, just because you can doesn't mean you should, Kat. And I get what you're saying, but this is not me. I don't go out and I don't want any more kids. I have one. I have a girl. You know, I'm just saying that that's what women can do now. They can go out and do this.
Yeah, she's saying the majority of women in 2000, between 2000 and now, are making over 100,000 a year. So they have dedicated their life to their job. So dating isn't on the, so they can just go into a shop because they make that money to do it. The average woman can't. But if you are successful, and yeah, they just poop up, bing, gone. Dave's got a question for you, Miss K.
Can I? This is Mouse's show.
Oh, Mouse back? Oh, you be popping in and out, Mouse. Where you be going? She popping in and out.
I had to refresh because my mic settings are messed up. What do you all think about the lady that had a baby from an anonymous donor, then sued said donor?
Yeah, I heard
Oh, like
No.
that is like ruthless right there.
I said
Yeah.
that problem would only happen in America.
Well, I really thought that in the process there were papers signed
Yeah.
from both parties that, like, you know, you're donating your sperm with no strings attached and you're receiving sperm with no strings attached. And then boom, all these messy strings. I don't think that's fair. I really don't.
I've seen it happen. I don't know that situation, but the three that I read about was one, the woman had from anonymous, but it was a disease and they had to find the father about some transplants, and the rest of them was that. Like it was a medical situation, so we got to call the father, that something like that. But I don't know the story, but I've seen
Me
it.
neither. And Luna said, I haven't met a man that I would put my body through that again. But even if I could, I'd just adopt again. It's less messy.
Wow.
Now, the one I think Dave's talking about, he just donated and she just received, and they sued him, and then he turned around and sued them back because it was supposed to be, you know, a no strings attached agreement, and yet you chased me down, and what she did was sued him for child support.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wait a minute. But then Dave said he's now suing her. He does not want the baby, but she was bragging on TikTok. Man is but she was bragging on TikTok. Man, that's the thing
The
with
girl,
society today.
the
and
daughter, the daughter was bragging on TikTok. I sued my sperm donor. And so he sued her for that. And she's now like she's grown. She's not a baby. But, he didn't know anything about even the child, her existence, anything until he gets court papers, right? That he's being sued for child support. Bam.
Men's rights.
That's pretty messed up. That's messed up.
Because I'm sure if a woman did adoption procedures, it would still be sealed. But according to laws in the United States, the child can get it unsealed. The child.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Days said how she found out that information is beyond her.
The child.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's a loophole in the law that the mother can't do nothing, but the child can request it.
That's messed up.
Stop shooting up the club.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I'm Yvette.
No. I'm really into Mouse's chat. Go, Ms.
Okay, Kaya said, unfortunately, people who think money are the ultimate goal in life are quite shallow-minded, in her opinion. When you're on your deathbed, that money won't hold your hand when you're scared.
Yeah, it'll get you a nicer casket, though.
God. God said, I had a friend that had an actual sperm donor. I still say it's effed up. The product of that situation is one messed up human. I noticed Mouse doesn't have her 18-year-older sign up.
Oh, shoot. Probably should do that.
I can't be using my words. Kaya said, is that suit thing for real? It's almost crazy.
Yeah.
Here in America, Kaya, you'll find all kinds of happy nuts.
Well, that's the great thing about America. You can sue. You can bring lawsuit against anyone for anything. Doesn't mean you'll win the lawsuit, but you can actually open a lawsuit for any reason. Ask JLR.
Wait a minute. Look at Gunner's last statement. I ain't reading this. I refuse.
But
But
hey, I like Gutter's comment. I might do a stream on that. That's a good comment, GG.
That's true though, right?
Yeah.
No, about the one she said, if you don't want a baby, don't leave. But it's a good conversation, because what about the women that can't and need it? Should you take it away from them also? That's why I like that conversation. That's a good one in the future.
Well, I mean, it kind of stands to reason. You know why you're leaving your jizz in a jar, right? I mean, what else are they going to do with it?
I got it mute.
It's like, I mean, when you go in, you already know this is to produce a child. You can't say, oh, I didn't know, right?
Well, it kind of leads into like the whole morality of that entire industry.
Right.
Of artificial insemination. Like, should that even be a thing? And how is that actually affecting the real world dating scenario, right? When
no comment.
They don't need to. Women, they don't need to even date a man these days, right? They can just go to the artificial insemination clinic. And,
right. They just go to the bank.
Right.
I'm getting a coffee with Katie K.
So
I can't. I had before. Like, when she said Gunnis comes out with the most off the wall, sideways juice in a jar. I just can't.
I know. It's unreal.
I laughed so hard I had to mute a minute there, headbag. I thought I was going to just.
No, and I'm thinking, okay, Gunners, why else are they leaving jizz in a jar? Like, hello.
For $200. I'm just gonna be honest. For $200.
Right, but they know where it's going. They know what it's going to be used for.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think we should be talking about this at 1 o'clock. I'm drinking coffee. But I'm gonna put it on a t-shirt. Jizz in a jar. I'm putting it on a t-shirt, DG.
Oh God.
It's in a jar.
Like, where's for us guys? Where's our plate of caviar?
Don't get caviar for dropping your
Where's
juice in a
our
jar.
like egg donors?
There are women out there for $30,000 will carry an egg and your sperm for you for 9 months and hand you over a baby when it's born.
You can have my eggs all day though, but nah, I ain't carrying no.
Y'all, we are talking about eggs and sperm, and I'm drinking coffee and got Gigi in the chat. Can we change this topic?
Spike the coffee on me, Vet. Spike that coffee on me, Vet.
Y'all giving Gigi too much ammo down there, y'all. It's too easy. It's coming out too easy.
Yeah. Oh God. Oh, I'll be laughing about that tonight. On a tea time phone call, I'll be saying, "You did not just say that."
I'm trying to find the avatar for Jizz in a jar. I'm really trying to find it.
I'm gonna throw up.
That's Raha says the AB started it.
Yeah, I can't even say it. Surrogacy. How does you say that? Surrogacy has become a big thing. And yes, Sassy is correct.
That's a little bit different than. Sorry, I think that's a little bit different than like surrogacy, like a surrogate mother or something, right? Because that, to me, in my mind, that is like a husband and a wife has some sort of fertility issue, right? Where they've been trying to have children,
Or
but
she
can't.
just don't want to get her body all stretched out and stuff.
See, that's like a selfish reason. See, now we're going back to like the whole modern, like
Hollywood does it
I don't
every
want
day.
to change my appearance. I don't want to get big fat when I'm pregnant, type of thing. You know, I don't want the stretch marks. You know, this and that.
Hollywood does it every day.
I don't know. I
Hollywood.
mean, or two men that are married and want to have a baby, they have to get oh God.
I mean, you got your rich people that, movie stars and models and whatnot. They will, they'll go get a surrogacy just because they ain't gonna mess up their body.
God, it's a natural thing of beauty.
Yeah, but when your body is your paycheck, models.
See, I don't agree with that. I mean, I think that it should only be for extenuating circumstances, right? Like a married couple who's having obvious fertility issues and have been trying to have a child. But even in that case, maybe it shouldn't even be. Maybe there's a reason that God is not giving them a child, you know?
I know, right? Yeah, Paris Hilton did it.
Really?
I like real sex, so I don't know what we're talking about.
Right.
Yeah. I can't get.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, how is that affecting like real sex, right? So, like the whole.
I'm sure they're having real sex. They just don't want to have a child. I mean, she doesn't want a child to mess up her body for silly reasons.
Absolutely certain.
In the actual process, though, she's doing something to like prevent the fertilization during the actual act. Then, so she doesn't want to mess up her body, right? So that's the whole like birth control. So there's some sort of birth control then that's being used.
Of course.
Well, back in the day, what birth control was there? Like prior to the invention of what condoms?
Well, yeah, I mean, you had surgical methods.
You know, and back in the day, husband and wife would typically have a large family, right? So they'd be having like 10 or 12 children.
Yeah, that.
Well, you're
That's
not
like
gonna have to.
depression era. That always killed me about the depression. So ain't nobody got no money. Everybody's broke. And you obviously see what the world set around and did because they all pumped out like 12, 15 kids. Like,
Well, you could say that about the big C too. Look at how many children were born in 23.
Yeah, that is true. But the C word caused the most divorces in American history at the same time. That's wild. I just put that
oh,
together.
Now, do
yeah.
you think it's because they had to spend time
Wild.
together?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
wild what you
Yeah.
said, Katie K.
There was a lot
Wild.
of too much time together. A whole lot of too much time together.
Yeah, you found out everything you needed. Like, yeah, I really don't like you.
Well, there was like no escape. You know what I mean? Like in the normal day, somebody got up and left for work eventually, or both left. But you know, there was another world to escape to.
Mm.
Now we're fighting over the dishes in the sink because you left most of them, and you know.
Oh,
Katie K, you finna make me do another study now. Y'all gave me a second topic.
Yeah, like we had way too much of each other during COVID.
Do you think that was also an issue of why women started saying enough is enough?
There's a song about it.
I'm starting to see what you're saying, Miss K.
Well,
I'm looking into it.
Remember what was being, you know, crammed down into our heads from the media at that time? Remember what it was? The Me Too movement.
Yeah, Bill Cosby and
The whole Me Too movement. So we had all these women coming out telling their stories and putting everybody back into the time of abuse, you know.
Oh, facts. Oh man.
Days
I don't
said
remember that.
Days said her ex broke up with her during the C. LOL, the beginning of it, I guess.
The sad part is we both got to work through COVID.
Days crazy.
And she got a great equalizer for the C, didn't she?
Mm.
But it took everybody's world and tossed it upside down. And it made unimportant people important.
Mm-hmm.
And it made important people not so important anymore.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
What does that mean, Mouse? Elaborate on that. What does that mean?
Before
That's gonna have to do another study.
Before COVID, think about it. Who were nurses? Everybody was a nurse, so there's always a nurse. During and after COVID, they were freaking heroes. You know, the great Hollywood entertainment industry, we learned, we didn't really need them like we thought we did. You know, we'd be all right without them. We'd find our own entertainment. And so, you know, those people that we put on a pedestal because they were famous, all of a sudden didn't have the gravity that they once had because we were looking to new people who were all of a sudden newly important.
The people that shouldn't have been important became important.
The people that in my opinion, the people that should have been important finally became important, and the people who should have never been important the world got to see, wow, you really aren't that important. Like, you are an actor and you're on my TV screen giving me opinions. Why? Like, why?
Ronald Reagan was an
You're
actor.
just an, yeah. But he did prove himself an intellectual man. But like, all of a sudden, for example, Taylor Swift has an opinion. Well, great for Taylor Swift. Don't push it down my throat. I don't need to hear Taylor Swift's opinion. That's hers. She doesn't change my day. And she, you know, she is a very smart businesswoman. She's great at music, but that's it, right?
Well, not really. I mean, the whole thing is it's a psychological operation. So the things that influence society typically are music and movies
And celebrities.
and they
Yeah,
know
music and
that,
celebrities.
right? Hollywood knows that.
Facts.
And
But
our
it gave
music
us
and
the
movies
opportunity.
have changed.
Oh, yeah. It gave us the opportunity to say, just because you're famous on the big screen for a role you played in a movie doesn't mean you're that intellectual and I should follow you. We learned that from COVID.
Right.
And we kind of put them back in their place. Y'all are just actors. Y'all are people who show up at work, read a script, and to pretend to be something else. That's what y'all do. Y'all aren't saving the world. You're not curing diseases. You're just showing up every day on camera, pretending to be a character. And that's the, you know, that's the extent of your knowledge.
Well, I don't know. I think everybody's an individual. Certainly, there are some dimwit dipshits in Hollywood, but there's also some very bright people there too. Just like any place in the world, you're going to find stupid people and you're going to find smart people.
Oh, yeah.
I think Hollywood's
Oh,
no
yeah.
different.
Well, yeah, you know, it like Generation X really hit social media hard during that time because we had just got used to this whole collective world over the internet of, you know, having each other at our fingertips. We weren't going to give that up. And then we were subjected to shit like Tiger King.
Tiger King, what's that?
If you didn't see it, if you didn't have to experience it, don't forget about it. Like,
I'm lost. I'm lost.
you know, the whole Carol Baskin, Tiger King. I can't even remember his name.
Oh God.
I have no idea what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
we even had to know who Carol Baskin was.
Are you talking about the Tiger King?
Yeah. I think that is I'm most angry about C was being subjected to Tiger King. Like, that was what entertained us. It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad.
Oh, I'm writing topics, y'all. My bad. I'm writing tons of topics from your chat and what y'all are saying. Wow, this is
That's over there taking notes.
Yeah, because I know our society is ran by well, you take advice. The undereducated will take advice from celebrity and money. And what Mouse them are saying is Hollywood has been shunned. But why hasn't the money been shunned at the same time?
I think the pendulum is swinging slowly on that one. Remember, it was with money too. There was a whole shutdown of actors.
No. I'm saying about running our well. What was you saying, Arctic, about the population is they can be controlled by celebrity and
music.
yeah, influenced
Yeah, they're
by
influenced
basically
by music and movies.
the country has rebelled against, I get it, Hollywood and against politicians. Why haven't they rebelled against money?
Oh, I think we have in certain ways. But then you tie that into council culture. That's how they deal with the money aspect of it.
But
it's
would
not
you
the
rather
famous
go for it,
people
Ms. K?
endorsements. It's the everyday Joes that are out there making millions off of YouTube, TikTok. They're going amongst their peers now. Now peers are being lifted up on a platform, just like maybe back in the day, let's say Jennifer Aniston or whoever, right? People would listen to what she had to say. Now it's not about them anymore. They're young people today are watching their own peers become famous and popular through YouTube, TikTok, everything that's out there, that's social media. These kids can't get enough of it. Look at that young girl that's a rapper. And forgive me, I don't know her name, but she's out there bragging about selling her soul to the devil for the almighty dollar. And these kids are looking at that, and these young girls are looking at it like, oh, hell yeah. They don't even respect their bodies now. It's just a tool for them to make money. Do you know, Yvette, and I made a joke about this with Big Dog, I think Mouse was there, and Gigi, women will take pictures of a well-manicured foot and dip it in chocolate pudding, and they get $250 for that photo.
Because men are desperate.
Yeah, they got to get out of the 18th century and come on over.
Yeah, men are desperate.
$250 for a picture of them dipping their feet in pudding. Like, what is this?
Why the hell am I on YouTube and what is this website?
I'll get it for you.
But it's also against what y'all are saying about how women want to be equals. No, they want to be judged by their bodies, and they want men to pay for it. So this is why men are the majority. Majority are showing their body on the internet. Majority of women. So what Arctic was saying way earlier is this is why men are not scared, but are cautious because of what's out there. Not because, but what's assumed to be out there. You don't know. You don't know who you don't know.
And that's the underlying thing. People have to remember you don't know who you're dealing
Nope.
with out.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
You really don't know. You really don't know.
And Gigi said, I told you men are assholes.
I told you, fellas, you're in the wrong area.
I mean, I am not, listen to me, Audic, I am not kidding you, because I know so many young people, the things that they sell their underwear for $300. Like, I'm thinking, what? These girls, these young kids now, they don't have to go out and lift a finger. They do all this freak shit and they make money.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like, what?
Yep.
I
totally
one
agree.
kid that used to live upstairs from me said, Miss Kathy, you wouldn't believe what they do to get money, and it's so much money. And I'm thinking, so my generation is paying for your generation to dip your feet in a well manicured foot into pudding, and paying for your underwear. Like, what planet am I on? Like, what universe am I in? Am I really?
Resto,
It's like
Resto.
Resto, my bro.
How's it going?
Yeah,
Mouse
this is new
back.
generation.
Look, Resto, Mouse is back.
Yep, this is the new generation. My body, my choice. This is 2020. They make them. So I don't have any questions with it. But I'm just saying, coochie is on an all-time low. So you can get it at the Dollar Tree for $1 now, where it used to be expensive.
I don't know about that. These young kids
I'm just saying.
No. These kids ain't doing $20. Okay, you want this prized possession? It's going to cost you thousands. But what I'm saying is,
men are willing to leave it on the shelf for 20 years and come back at 40 when you're gonna want it.
Right.
Mm.
Hmm. Any woman that
See, that's the
defer
other
that
thing.
between, go for it, go for it.
Traditionally, it has been the women that chase the men, right? But now there's been this flip flop where women think that men should be chasing women, but there ain't no alpha on this planet that runs around chasing women.
Oh, it's 2024. We chase y'all just as much as y'all chase us. I think it's equal.
No, I don't. I'm with Arctic. I'm with Arctic. I honestly, because most women hit 30 and 32, and if they aren't married, they don't even know how to date a man. They don't know how to compete in the dating market because they've never dated. They've always been, they don't know how to date. Every single woman that I know, issue is she's never chased them. She don't know how. She don't know how. Dating is a talent, and most women don't date. They have sex with a man. They don't know how to date. Just saying.
You don't think they go to dinner first, or do they just?
No, because a woman's mindset in dating shouldn't be I'm gonna keep screwing. A woman's dating market should be I need to get this man to marry me at the quickest point. That's dating. But most women will date a man for 6 years. You have ruined your life if you date a man for 6 years and don't require marriage. What is dating?
Well,
But do
yeah,
they
that's the
want to
thing.
be
There's a
married?
difference
I
between
mean, the question is, do they
courtship
want to be married?
and
Dave said,
dating.
"I'm chasing right now." Woo
Yeah.
woo.
Mm-hmm. But if you're not dating, then that just means you're having sex. Dating to me is an end goal and a conversation on what do you want and how long it should take you.
Well, I
And
look
this,
at dating like going out on a date is sort of like interview. That's like the
yeah,
interview process.
exactly. But you ain't gonna
Kathy,
date them for
But
6
then
years.
that should quickly lead into a courtship, right?
Yep.
Kathy, at your age,
And that
what does
Yeah.
dating a guy look like? Like, what does that look like? Does that mean going out to eat? Does that mean like
Going to
Living
the movies,
together.
maybe getting to know each other, just a companion. I'm not looking for a husband.
So it's sex.
so it may or may
It's
not be a
sex.
monogamous thing then, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Either it's sex or it's marriage. And usually in 2024, what I said is this dollar store. You can get sex from any independent woman out there that don't
Okay.
want marriage. That's what I mean by it. If she is not requesting marriage, that means you can have sex as much as you want.
Yeah, but I ain't going out looking to bang the bones either. Sometimes it's just nice to get out of this little world that I built for myself and just go outside of it and go to the movies, hang out, have dinner, go with friends, meet people. I'm content in my life. Is it a positive or a negative? I don't know. I don't look at it as a negative. There's days, and I'm being honest with you, that I don't even have time to get on the phone and make a phone call to my besties because I am always busy, and well, the past 7 weeks I've had plenty of time. But moving forward, once my foot heals, I hope I make sure I find the time with the connections I have made.
right?
I don't have time to come home and, oh, hun, what time's dinner going to be tonight? My answer would be, how the fuck do I know? Get a pan and the heat meat's in the fridge and fry it up. So I'm a different breed right now, and I am older than all of you. I've had my family, I have a grandchild, and that's what's important to me now. All the other stuff is not important right now. Would it be nice? Yeah, I would love to find a Mr. Fix It, because I'm not one that wants to build and create, and I'll pay somebody to do it.
Yeah.
True, Gutter. I agree with Gutter. I agree. That was somebody told me. That was my daughter told me, and I was like, "Be quiet, girl."
Look what Gutter said. Look at the friends you have first. They might be right there in front of your own eyes. As a mate. You make friends through your life.
Yep.
Right?
Now my daughter told me. But I'm picky.
Wanda has 5 grandchildren.
Aw.
But I think there comes just a point where I'm okay with myself, Army Vet, with somebody or without somebody. It took me a long time to love myself, but I love myself.
But yeah, ain't that a quote? If you cannot be happy with yourself, how can you be happy with somebody
else?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that is true.
I do
That
a
is
lot
true.
of volunteer work, I don't get paid for it, but I love it. And I
do.
love seeing the fruits that come from that volunteer work. It's the little things in life. And it took me a long time to get here. And I'm not going backwards. I mean, that's just me personally.
Oh, you sound like my daughter.
No, I'm just saying, you get to a point in your life where you're happy and you're content and no, I'm not miserable, and if I need to bang some bones, I'll go find some bones to bang. I'm just saying, I don't need that in my life right now.
Yeah.
I know Daisy Days. I'm searching. I'm scared of marriage, but I'm searching. I know it's weird.
Once you fill your cup and your cup is full, you're I'm not going to say content, because that makes it sound like, is she content, or once you fill your cup and you're happy with that cup of coffee, do you want to throw something weird into your coffee to give it a shot, or do you just want to drink your coffee? How's that for a simple explanation?
You're right.
Yeah, I agree. Because women and men are different. I want you to throw a woman in my coffee, so that'll make it good. I'm with you. I'm sorry, I gotta throw a woman up in my coffee.
Just so you know, audience, there is a guy somewhere in Louisiana sitting in his house, looking at the ceiling, waiting for one of y'all to fall in his lap.
Who is it? Who is it, Mouse?
You.
Oh, me. Oh, oops. Oh, yeah, my bad.
So ladies get to drop in. Let's go out of the sky. Let's go.
Y'all, Mouse is suffering. She ain't been on YouTube in a while. She's YouTube drunk right now.
Don't be yelling at Mouse.
Mouse is YouTube drunk. Mouse YouTube drunk right now.
You know my point, Army. But she's not gonna fall out of the sky. You gotta get out there and find her.
That's that old saying of why you have, because the crazy women and the wives look the same, dress the same, talk the same, and go to the same places, that the only way you can tell who is who is when they get right up on you.
Let's promote Army Vet, ladies. What? Army Vet just bought. Wait, look, Mouse, you ready for my advertisement, my commercial?
I'm gonna start blocking people.
Army Vet is single. He just bought a $200 espresso machine.
What? My espresso machine?
Plenty of time on his hands. All he does is make T-shirts and sit on YouTube. So
and
please
ladies,
go and fulfill his life.
Ladies, he sleeps in the nude. We know this. Ooh.
If y'all come in here and try to take my fluffy milkshake maker, gonna be repercussions, gonna be furniture moving. Y'all ain't taking my espresso with my fluffy milk mover.
You don't understand. That's one of your happy, positive aspects. I'm trying to sell you, Army Vet.
And women will take anything that makes a man happy, Miss Kane. You talking about my fluffy milk maker. My fluffy milk maker.
I think, Army Vet, you have a lot of scars.
Mm-hmm.
I think when your scars get healed, I think that your scars really have to heal, and then you'll be emotionally, physically, and let go of the coffee pot ready to be in that relationship, because a coffee pot is not what's important, or an espresso.
What? You are cussing right now, Miss K. You are cussing.
Army Vet, I swear to God, I'm going to call you today.
What? Did you hear Miss K? My espresso and my fluffy milkshake ain't important.
Oh, Wanda thought maybe she's too old to be on YouTube. Nah, sister, you found a whole family.
No, that's what I crack up about that. Like, screw you, millennials. We took over YouTube. Here we are. Like,
That's like about 5 years ago. My nephew said, "I'm so proud of you that you text." I looked at him, I snapped my neck. I said, "Have you lost your mind?" And then when I talked to him last, I said, "Oh yeah, I have a YouTube channel." He goes, "Get that." He said, "There's no effing way." So I gave him it. He subscribed. So he said, "You have lost your mind." I said, "Yeah, I guess so. We'll call it that. Just say it's not really me." Can you imagine a kid 5 years ago telling me he can't believe I text?
Oh yeah.
Shit, Gen Xers, we invented texting with the pagers and back in the early 90s when cell phones first came out. Everybody was texting everybody.
I'm on TikTok. I have a following on TikTok. I just love, and they're all young. They're all really great. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's just, look, I'm doing me. Y'all do you. I'm doing me.
I hear you.
Laugh if you want to, Chad.
I mean, I have met some amazing people from YouTube. Amazing. And I just think people don't understand. You can find happiness anywhere as long as that your intent is not ill. If your intent is just to open up and learn and meet great people, you can learn anything anywhere. So
you sure that comes to men too, Miss K? Men are kind of no now. Women, yeah, but men, okay.
Doesn't this give you an outlet, Army vet? You're a man. Doesn't it give you an outlet to sit around and talk to your peers, like talk to people around or about your age, and just hang out and find out different things, women's point of view, men's point of views?
Yeah, but people like Arctic and me are not usual because there's not many men on YouTube that can express vocally and confidently and their thoughts, and it's not many. I say about 20% of men can do this. Okay. So yeah, I do it in real. Usually, men like me do it in real life, and we can do it on YouTube. Usually, certain men can only do it on YouTube.
Yeah. Dazed. It was so fun teaching my mom where the space bar was on her phone when she first got one.
Yep.
And Gutter swears she's only 39.
Me too, Gutter. Me too.
Nope, I ain't touching it. I ain't touching Gutter. She already got a comment ready.
On the phone?
Yeah.
She already got a comment ready.
Yeah, she already got one ready.
Yes, the space bar on the phone when she first taught her mother how to use the smartphone.
I remember teaching them how to take pictures with it. Yeah, that was fun.
Oh, I forgot to tell you that Big Dog said good morning to you, Mouse. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, good morning, Big Dog.
And she sends her love. She's not here. She's busy. Her son's having a reception at the end of the month, and then after the reception, everybody's going to go back to their house because they have a pool and everything. Oh, so wow. She's just really been busy. So between her garden, I'll call it, her vegetables and fruits and everything, getting them in the ground on time, and we've had a ton. Well, she's had a ton of rain. She's just been really busy, so she can't be getting on YouTube.
That's okay. We love you, Big Dog Ma. We still love you.
Mouse and K, I got a question that y'all ask. What is an intelligent conversation? Like, I hear women say the intellectual. What does that mean from a female when you said y'all lack intellectual conversations? What does that mean, and what did it persist of? Because I'm hearing it a lot.
Nothing to do with sex.
Wow.
That say it had to do with sex?
I think that goes for both men and both women. I think the conversations are probably different. Men talk about cars and tools and fixing things. Us women just want to talk to someone who can make sense of the things we're saying, And so we go to other intelligent women for that.
What did you just say?
I heard it too. For a few dudes, I told y'all gotta be tough to come over here. Y'all gotta be tough to come over here.
Dave said she does not like being talked down to. Do not assume I do not know a thing about what you are
talking about. Yeah.
But more women are more college educated than men.
And what does that have to do with
nowadays, I
race
think
in China?
nowadays everybody across the board is a little bit more highly educated than back in. Yeah, I'm always comparing things back to like the 1800s, early 1900s. Most people back then, most people, not all of them, most people only had an 8th grade education. That was good enough to be able to read and write and do arithmetic. But nowadays, you've got college educated people that can't even make change, like with money.
I
But their
know.
whole focus is on money, but they can't even make change. I don't get it.
They can't even tell time on a analog clock, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I know, right?
yeah. I don't. This is like not even computing in my reality. It's so
You know what I
Twilight
think
Zone.
is stupid too? When my kids went to school, they never taught them how to count change. They have no concept of what change is. You know, like how 5 pennies make a nickel or 2 nickels make a dime.
Yeah.
They have no concept on that.
And
They
they
don't know how
cannot.
many nickels. They have no clue on how many nickels make a dollar, how many dimes make a dollar, how many pennies make a dollar. They have no clue.
Or how to break down a dollar.
Yeah. They don't.
Now, if
Yeah, but
Gigi
they're-
was sitting here,
but they're
I know what
college
would fly
educated,
out of her
so
mouth.
It's all good.
But see, I mean, our kids have had that done for them all of their existence. It cracked me up when my kids started driving. They really didn't know how to get places in a town they grew up in. Like, these children climbed into the car. They went to this store with me. They went to that store. They went to Sonic. You know, even visited people in the hospital. But when they started driving, you could ask them, how do you get there? And they were like, I don't know. It's on my phone. Like,
But
See, I
Resto did.
think that. Go ahead.
Sorry, Resto said, to be fair, we don't need to break down cash anymore. We just use cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you're going to run into a guy like me who's going to get pissed off when you don't make the right change, you know, when I'm
Yeah.
buying
Yeah.
But the
something.
cash register tells you that now.
Well, the cash register better be right, but we're more and more becoming a society that's letting the computers and the machines tell the people how
That's what
to do it, like what to do and how to do it and when to do it, instead of the
Right.
other way around. You should
That's
never
what
be
I
taking
mean.
orders from a machine. It should be the people that are telling the machines
But
what to do.
you got to
not to do it.
remember, these kids, they have more trust in tech than we ever will. I mean, we were
Oh,
the generation
I'll
that's
never trust the machine.
we've seen the bugs, we've seen how machines can screw something up, or
Oh yeah.
you know, but these kids have never had anything but technology.
Machines, technology, yep.
You know, so their trust level in technology is way higher than ours. That's all they've ever had, but they've always had something to think and problem solve for them. Even navigating, you know, they have maps, and they've had those all of their life. They wanted to know how to get somewhere. They put in an address, and the directions got them there. Turn left here, turn right in 2 miles, turn left there. Like, my kids didn't even. It blew my mind how they didn't even watch out the window. Like,
Right,
seriously.
but like
How do
check
you
this
not
out.
know how to get to the store that I have taken you to since you were a small child? Like we have taken this trip 1,000 times. How do you not know how to get there? That is
Because
weird.
their
to me.
faces
Right.
were probably
And then
either in
if
a
you were to
game
like
channel
try to
or
draw
on a
a
phone.
map, right? You would be able to
Oh
draw
yeah.
a map for them, but they wouldn't be able to read it. And then if
Well,
they needed to draw a map for somebody,
they couldn't.
how would they do that? You know, I mean,
They don't remember the path there. So how can they draw a map? They still have to have a map drawn for them. But it blew my mind how my children, I would tell them, when they started driving, go down to this store. Well, where is that? Seriously? You've been in the back seat for 15 years while we went back and forth to this place. How do you not remember how to get there?
But then again, remember,
Exactly.
your children were brought up gaming,
Uh-huh.
Game Boy and all that stuff. They weren't paying attention.
Where
But
when we
see,
were kids, that's all we had was looking out the window. When we went to a friend's house, we remember how we got there. We were watching out the window. We memorized the landmarks, Oh, you turn left
Yeah.
at the 7-Eleven and you go 2 streets up, The whole idea of landmarks.
yeah, but the
was
7-Eleven isn't there anymore, so they keep
I
moving all
know.
these landmarks around.
Yeah.
You
Kimmy
know,
said,
like
look,
that
even
big
some
boulder
adults
that you
can't
used to
do
turn
it.
right at, that boulder's not there anymore.
Kimmy.
I mean, here's one for you. When we look at, okay, so I've talked to a lot of yous while I've been on my hiatus, right? And the government. Is it the government, or is it we're just an older generation that looks at things differently, where these young kids, oh, nothing's going to happen. It's okay. They're not reading the news. They're not looking, where before we were watching everything. We were brought up by the news, right?
Yeah.
And these kids today believe anything they hear because they see it on a phone or a computer or whatever.
Well, I think the difference in that too is when we were growing up, journalists had an expectation of not being biased.
Right.
They were just to cover the news as it appeared. And through the years, the way that the White House has control of the media and the narrative, I think we have lost that, and which makes us. I mean, we trusted our news when we were kids, and we have lost trust in that now because we are old enough to see that what they are saying is not the truth, that it's a narrative.
Right. So Resto said, this is true, but it's the same way with other people not being able to use technology the same way younger people doesn't have the same interest as the older people.
Right.
Yeah,
True.
but ultimately, all that technology is a crutch. So, I mean, if you want to live your life walking on crutches, then, I mean, that's what I'm seeing in society happening.
Well,
Because they cannot do math without a calculator, and you and I, we can do mathematics in our head faster than any computer.
Yeah, it's about convenience.
I think it's a crutch. I think it's actually inconvenient, right? Because seriously, it takes longer to pull out a calculator, find one, and then plug it into some machine to tell you what the answer is than to actually just do the math in your head. That's really rapid.
Well, that's just
There's
it, though.
nothing
These
faster
kids,
than the human brain.
these kids have always had it in one machine, one world. They never had to seek out a calculator. It was a calculator maps, weather, their friends, their parents' phone number. It was all in one machine. It was always to them right there. They've never seen a world any different.
And calculators will help. See, I'm looking at it from a military, so my bad, y'all. I'm just looking at it will cut down on mistakes.
Well, that's
the only thing I look at. I know I should be looking at more, but that's the only thing I look at.
You remember when our order stuff, but I always use that stuff as a verification.
Okay, right? But do you remember when the teachers would tell us, even when they would pass out calculators. Now, you're not always going to have a calculator in hand, so you
Yeah.
need to know how to do the math in your head. Well,
Yeah.
they were
Or
wrong,
with paper and pencil.
but they were wrong. In 2024, everyone has a calculator within reach at all times. Like,
Right on your phone.
yeah,
You
it's
guys
right
remember
there.
those calculator watches they came out with back in the 80s?
See,
Yeah,
see,
like that was the cool stuff.
see, I'm
I
right
was
back.
one of those. I
I'm
remember
right back to it. That tech is go for it. Go for it, Hairback. Go for it.
Do any of you are any of you old enough to remember when calculators were looked as a cheating
Yeah.
item
Uh-huh.
in
Yeah,
school?
absolutely. Yeah. Not only that, doing math on your fingers, right? I got busted several times taking tests in math
Yeah.
class,
Yeah.
you know, doing the multiplication by nines on my
Yeah, on
fingers
your
and by
hands.
eights
Yep,
and stuff.
yep.
And you see what you're doing
You
over there.
realize that's
Like that.
easier than people think? If
But
you
the
got
point
like
being,
say 9 times 7,
yeah,
that's 63. You go one below whatever it is you're trying to multiply for the
okay, did
nines.
even
Like
then,
Okay, so do you
7.
remember math tables? Do you remember our
oh
math
my
tables that we had to
Yes.
learn?
Yes.
Right. They don't even probably teach math tables to these kids anymore nowadays.
no, in
I can
fact,
do
they
math in
whiz.
my head.
I don't even think
Right.
my kids did the multiplication tables in the 3rd and 4th grade like we did.
Look, they don't even
Probably not.
look. Let me show y'all how minute this subject is. They don't even do math in the military anymore. They just study this part. They just did a AI jet versus a human, and you got to do math and you got to do calculations. That jet just beat that dude 4-1, 4-0. That means math is it's taking too long for the human mind to process math on a bigger scale. We're not talking about math. You are not preparing your child at 18 to go out there and work at Walmart. The new tech is you're preparing them to work on jets that has AI. So your math don't mean shit
Right.
because you are processing it on a whole nother level because now the technology has caught up with your equipment. So if your
Okay, but they're
mindset,
gonna need math in real life though.
I get what you're saying, but that's what the computer is there for now. Is taking it off the regular human so you can concentrate on. I hear, but my mindset is military. That's why I was like, I'm out of this one. Yeah, Kimmy Cams. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like, this is a different conversation.
I'll say it this way: like when it comes to like the military and the engineering aspect of this high technology and stuff, yes, the computers and stuff play a part in that. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it is verified by hand. Those calculations, like how a jet is designed and engineered, it's
Right.
verified by an actual person. And the reason is because when shit fails and that stuff goes to court, you're not going to be able to blame a machine. Well, the machine told me to do it this way. That's not going to fly in any court of law ever.
No.
Right? It's always the people. They're looking for a person to blame. They're not going to blame a machine. So, like an architect that puts his seal of approval on a set of blueprints, and it's the same way in any engineering, any object that's engineered.
Right.
He is
Do you know who
ultimately
Oracle is?
responsible for all of it, every nut and bolt that goes into calculations of that.
Now you see what
You guys,
Resto said? Resto
you guys
said, I
know
believe.
Oracle, right?
Do what?
Resto's
Say
The
that
number
again.
two, the Oracle, the number 2 data collection agency in the world. It's more deeper than CIA. Hence, everything now. Why do you think our cell phones and many other things, nanotechnology, linked with this AI? When you're talking about it's all by hand, no, dude. No, if you look at the patents and the world developments of how big and technological our radar systems, our missile systems, our just banking, the fiat. And now that Putin and China and everyone is like saying, hey, the BRICS is about to go down. We're not going to use the euro or the American dollar for stock exchange, things of that nature. I don't think most of you understand how linked to technology we truly are, the transhumanism. Hence why we're being sprayed with the particulates in the air, the foods we eat, the heavy metals and so forth. It is all part of the transhuman AI technology. So when you say what you said, that statement's actually, in my opinion, completely false with the day and age we live in today.
Well, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Like,
Wait a
ultimately,
minute. Before we get into this, Resto said, I believe not having to remember things that technology can do can leave more room to think of other things. Well, where'd he go? I wanted to talk to him.
he's back.
Oh, he's there. Okay.
What I'm saying is that, like, let's just take this a step down, right? Just in engineering, all right? There's blueprints, right? Portions of those blueprints, yes, are calculated using AI.
How do those lasers work? How do those engineers create and manufacture the products that they? It's all through AI. I'm just telling you, it's
Right. There's some people in the older generation that don't know nothing about the particulars about AI.
That's not true. It's my generation.
It's absolutely true. The statement you just said. Again, these engineers now put into the 3D printers, into their steel manufacturing, into the microchips that we use. AI runs it all, brother. Okay.
That's not true.
And see, what I do is I'm a whistleblower. We're journalists. We expose criminals, traitors, frauds, pedophiles, and POGO, privately owned, government operated, infiltrated media relations on platforms like this, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, many others. So we actually work with people who have the patents on URL tracking, hacking, AI. Mike Strutton from Marfugal News. That motherfucker was the vice president for social media relations with Oracle. Marfugal News is a criminal traitor fraud on YouTube. But the fact is the AI nowadays, dude, it is everything. Your cash registers that open up at the McDonald's, the fucking, everything is so involved now. Like, she's right. These old heads just don't get it.
Actually, it's us old heads that actually invented AI. We know exactly what's up with it.
Well, then you would know how prevalent it is in society today.
Well, you didn't let me finish what I was saying before. So.
Well, instead of telling me I didn't let you finish, how about you just finish it?
When it comes to engineering, right? The high technology, yes, there's some AI involved in the engineering process, but at the end of the day,
some AI,
you're not letting me finish.
Without the AI, it wouldn't happen.
You know it all already.
You're sitting here making false statements. There's some without the AI technologies, our engineer, the corp of engineers. The engineer court, like our military industrial complex, without the AI programs involved with laser cutters, involved with fucking even blueprint manufacturing, printing, it's all ran through AI now. So when you say you're trying to discredit how much, like, if we took AI out of everything, society would collapse in what we have now.
Okay, well, it's the Army Corps of Engineers. Is that what you're referring to, sir?
Yeah, the Army Corps of Engineers, or just in any, even other countries. But what I'm just trying to make a point is he's saying some. Like, no, bro, we're past that. Dude, we have been in a police state world, a digital experience, DEX. We are in the world. Well, for those who understand, Mark of the Beast optics, prophecies being fulfilled at the highest rate right now. But those who don't even want to believe that, just understand this technological age we are in runs the show. All right. Including our engineering, everything, we are computers and robots in a sense, the phones we use, the devices used to even host this podcast. And again, you don't think the foods and the stuff they're spraying in our skies and everything that they're doing, which we've known now deals with nanotechnology and nanoparticulates, receivers, so to speak, optics, 5G being activated. It's 1 + 2 = 3. Dude. So when you say some engineering is with AI, no, without the AI, we wouldn't be building buildings. We wouldn't be producing steel. We would we would be we would be so set back because of what we allowed ourselves to become. Like you're thinking old school, like we could just all of a sudden go back to normal. It would be a massive like issue.
So none, and you don't have an engineering background.
Okay. Oh, so I don't have an engineering background, but do you know who I am? You don't even know who the fuck I am, pal. And you're making a statement.
Hey. Well, we can discuss with some manners. Let's not.
Well, what's wrong with saying, hey, I'm not a cupcake. You cupcakes better realize what's about to happen in this world and what's about to happen here in the mainland, especially. And this cupcake shit ain't gonna fly for you guys. All right. To be a fisherman is what you gotta do, but also this cupcake shit and just a lot of this shit, like we are so delusional of where our world is going right now and the country is going.
Delusional. I mean, you're talking out of the side of your neck right now.
I'm not talking outside of my neck. You're making statements that if we got rid of the AI right now, you tell me how many years would it take for us to be back to where we used to be without AI? We would be destroyed.
Let me tell you something.
Pharmaceuticals would be off gone. Okay, cash register, like the whole financial. Like you're sitting here saying, like we have enslaved ourselves in a police state world of AI technological chains. Okay, same with the cell phones, right? We have become robots. We have become the transhumanism they're pushing just with the cell phone alone. And yet you seem to think that it's just gone. Just a little bit of the AI.
Wait a minute. You're both talking over each other. Snafu, is that your name?
Yeah, Snaps.
Okay. Resto said, take it easy. He said he knows.
No, I yield. I just, I'm just, and Moose, I'd get a little more on cupcake.
Attack somebody that maybe doesn't have the answers. He's trying to explain his point while you're trying to explain your point, which you both have valid points to make, but you got to let each other speak. Don't get angry because he made his statement. Let him finish it so we can finish hearing his reason why. And then absolutely, please take the stand. You seem like you're very, very up on this modern technology. And we're not all
opposing traders who are involved with patent developments with this exact technology you guys are talking about.
Right, but we're just saying, if you explain it calmly, we can hear you better.
I understand. The statements he's making are unrealistic. But go ahead.
Okay.
What statements have I made that are unrealistic?
That some AI technology is used with our engineering optics. No, bro. It's absolutely almost, I would say 89 to 90% of our engineering optics now deal with technologies, whether it's the tools, the manufacturing companies, the programs to produce the manufactured, whether it's steel, plastic, you name it. Without the programming, the 3D printers, the technological, if we were to say, okay, no more AI and just start from scratch, we'd be fucked.
But I think what Audic's trying to say to you is that before AI, we still survived. Yes,
absolutely.
There's some things that certain generations have to get used to that we may not be as knowledgeable. AI has been around for a while, but it's just becoming popular now.
But we will never go back. We will never go back into that age. Now, whether we are slaves, do you understand what a police state world is? Okay, for all you guys who understand what New World Order minus Foucault and the New World Order optics, the social credit score system that they're implementing, that Elon Musk is Twitter and so much more. I mean, whether we live in a pioneer age, we don't get the technology will run the world.
Can you tell the class whether or not you've ever stepped foot in an engineering office before?
Yeah, exactly. Because you seem to not think that 3D printers and everything, manufacturing our engineer, just the items to manufacture the materials. Like you're sitting here just making
So
a
you don't
very,
want to
very
answer the
No,
question?
y'all are having. Hold up. Y'all are having two conversations. Arctic
Yeah.
is having a conversations about before you even get to 3D designing a building, you have to use math. You have to use math to design it. You're saying after you design it, AI come in. Y'all having two different convos.
No, at this point they use AI to design the shit nowadays. They don't even like because it's better.
Well,
It's on point.
that's
They
just
don't even
hold on now. Like, when have you ever stepped foot in an engineering office or been involved in the engineering process
Yes,
ever?
sir. Yes, sir. Do you know who Oracle is? Again, do you know who Mike Strutton is from Marfugal TV and News here on YouTube? The Vice President of Social Media Relations. You know, some of his head patents are data collection, tracking, hacking on unbeknownst citizens of the world, including dealing with whistleblowers and veterans across the world who deal with the Corps of Engineers and many other things. Do you not understand why why America and the stock exchange, like Russia and them, are dropping the petrol? I mean, Saudi Arabia yesterday, that's one of our allies, right? Dropped
I don't
us
think you
with
understand
the money with
the infrastructure
US
of the world.
euro and all. Dude, you're acting like I have no clue what the fuck. I'm sitting here telling you
I can
it's not
tell you
as simple.
don't.
We will never go back to those
Tell that
days.
you don't have a clue as to what you're talking about.
Basically, Arctic, I think he's saying we're never going to go backwards. We're just moving forward. So not a pen and paper isn't going to, it's now depending on the computers or AI for everything. Is that what you're trying to say there?
Yeah, but that's
I mean,
absolutely not true.
we may have to use pen and paper. Like if we become like third world in sense, like other nations, remember, war makes money, right? The people. Think of the king and queens, right? You got the castle, you got the area around the castle, then you got the walls, and you got the peasants on the other side of the wall. Okay, I'm not saying that, Americans are going to have to go back to the pioneer days of living off the land, farming, trying to depend. But when it really comes down to it, the social credit score system, the AI, the world stage will be controlled by a technological sense of sorts. And that's never we're so deep. We're in a police state world. It's not going backwards.
Have you ever been in like a civil engineering department?
Yes. What does any of that have to do with what we're talking about? Whether I've been to a civil engineering department, whether we've been to we're talking about AI. And again, a lot of these construction things you're talking about, freeways, skyscrapers, buildings, you name it, all use AI to get the project done. You have to turn on your computer, right? Just a simple computer for even files to email. Hey, boss, should we get this much concrete over here to there? That's using AI. You're using a computer to even email the other companies. Like you're making these statements.
There are engineers out there that have a quicker wet brain that can do those calculations much more rapidly than any machine.
I doubt that.
Oh, I know it because I've worked with these people personally through my career in engineering.
And how long ago was that?
How recent?
How recent?
Very recent. My entire
so you're not even giving us anything. You're just making these claims. You're not even throwing a bone here.
No, I'm actually not.
I mean, it's kind of funny though because you got Elon Musk and many of the others saying opposite of what you're saying.
You're talking about
opposite of what you've been saying.
You're talking about social engineering, right? When you start talking about Oracle and all these fucking things.
I'm talking about on all aspects, whether it's the physical engineering, like with buildings and infrastructure, and as well as social engineering, correct?
All right, and how involved in the engineering process have you been throughout your life career?
Me, Resto.
I was just going to say, Resto
how
has
many
a question.
buildings
He
or
just lit a cigarette.
airplanes or automobiles have you actually engineered with your brain?
Yeah, I'm lost to argue that because this was a quick off topic to where we were, so I'm kind of lost.
Army vet left us.
I don't know. I guess the army got back up here. Oh, bathroom
A
break.
bathroom break.
But I mean, we were typically in the conversation of the difference in generations and how they maneuver technology versus how we maneuver technology. Between, you know, Generation X and the boomers versus the millennials and I'm going to call them Zoomies. And
The thing is, though, is AI has been around since the 1950s.
oh yeah, longer, yeah.
All right. So for anybody to say that, you know, old timers or whatever don't understand AI, it's
Cupcake. We're
people like
cupcakes.
myself and us that have actually
We're
invented it.
cupcakes.
Right, we're cupcakes. When I've actually personally written AI software, I've handwritten
Big
that shit,
dog.
typed it into the computer and programmed AI. Right, but I got some stranger, you know, going to tell me that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, and then I'm a cupcake.
Well, the thing is, I think because he's part of the new whatever, I don't even know what the new generation is called. What'd you say, Zoomies?
Mhm.
Okay.
And there's a whole reason. I'll explain that real fast. We have millennials, and then we have these Generation Z, and they're calling them Zoomers. But the way I view Generation Z, just like when a rabbit or a dog does the zoomies, right? They have a whole lot of energy and they have no destination. They don't know where the hell they're going. They're just
Right.
a lot of energy, right? Lot of energy. So that's the way I view Generation Z is they have a lot of energy, but they don't know where they're going. So I call them zoomies.
That makes
Big
sense.
Dog said, "Hello, Mouse, Kathy, AV, Hairbag, Arctic. I came in to get out of the
Hi,
heat
Big
and
Dog.
heard this mess. Woo! So fly by it is. Much love."
Aw, come on, Big Dog.
Resto said, "Snafu does that. He likes to argue,
I
but
know.
at
I've
the
heard
end,
that.
he didn't
We've heard
argue.
that.
This old cupcake settled him down. He's okay. Listen, they have their ways. We have our ways. You know, we think our way's better. They think their way is better. We were grown up
You
in
know
a whole
what I think a
we were
lot of
brought
it
up
is,
by
though,
people.
KDK? What I think
Yeah.
it is, or what I just saw, what I think that I just witnessed was somebody who was actually afraid of the AI, right? And I think a lot of that fear of the AI comes from the not knowing on how the AI software is programmed and how it has progressed from the 1950s up until now.
Well, they
So
only
they
know
didn't
the
see
now
that
version.
progression, and they don't know the programming involved in it.
Right.
Yeah. And like
And then they
Kimmy
see the
said,
use
it'll
of
always be
it
the way
too.
from one generation to the next.
Oh yeah. Like we're gonna sit and talk crap about our kids and the crazy things they do, and they're gonna sit and talk crap about their kids. You know.
Yeah.
That is the circle of life. That is a rite of passage.
Remember growing up when you'd say to your motherfucker, but you don't understand.
Yeah. You don't
That's
get
basically
it.
what he was trying to say.
If you want, you can put that other shit in and then go and get it.
Who's Hairbag talking to?
Okay.
I have
all
no
right.
idea. Get that other shit and put it in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hairbag, did they put
I
the other
got
shit
the
in?
maintenance. I got the maintenance
Oh.
people here. They're fixing my sink in my bathroom. And when he
Mm-hmm.
went to take the drain pipe off, it broke. So he's got to go to Home Depot and get another one.
Gotcha.
Is that a plastic drain pipe, or is it metal?
No, metal. So it must have been in since the making of the building.
They're going more and more towards plastic plumbing, that
Yeah.
PVC bullshit.
PVC.
Yeah.
PVC.
They say it's easier to work with.
It
Right, but
is.
it doesn't
It
have
really
the
is.
longevity, right?
Nope, it's not about longevity anymore.
No, it's about ripping off the public and making a quick buck.
Yep.
I just think that the bottom line is, just like our parents didn't understand us. I look at somebody that's telling me all that stuff. I mean, he is correct about a lot of it, but then there's the incorrectness, and then Arctic saying what he's saying, because originally it did start with a pen and paper and knowing your algebra and your geometry and everything else that you needed to know, where they don't even teach that anymore.
Right, but in engineering, though, you still need a person that verifies that those blueprints are accurate and correct,
Mm-hmm.
and that nobody's going to die during the construction process.
Right.
Because,
Right.
And there's checks and balances for all that shit. Because at
Right,
the end of the
because
day, you can't just
you
be like,
still
oh,
have.
machine told me to do it, right?
Well,
No,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you still have a safety team in place.
that's
That's
right.
human. That is
Well,
overseeing humans.
well,
That's not
well,
AI.
right, and all of the blueprints are hand calculated at the end of the day by a person, right? And sure, they use a calculator. Of course, I used a calculator at my desk in my engineering office, absolutely. But it was a
Yeah.
person that verified that whatever automated systems went into the engineering process did the thing properly. And 9 times out of 10 it didn't. I'll tell you that also. 9 times out of 10 that AI was inaccurate. And I had to go back and fucking make changes because the AI is wrong.
Well, I
You know
mean,
what I
even
say?
the
You know what I
AI
can't get out of my
of
mind,
learning.
Mouse? That young man just called us old cupcakes. At least he made us sweet.
Nah. Call me a cupcake. I don't care. I'm not trying to get in people's faces. I ain't
Yeah, no.
about that.
There's a way to come in and introduce yourself and explain what you're trying to explain to us instead of yelling at us.
Yeah, without being attacking and.
So that he actually becomes the unemotional AI, because AI has no emotions. Doesn't have feeling, doesn't know touch, doesn't know love, doesn't know sadness, doesn't know any of that.
Right. But no, I
So-
mean, no, not everything is AI, because you still have safety man in that whole department, and that's a human overseeing the safety of humans. That's not AI run. AI can't tell you how to do your job as a safety man.
Yeah.
Well, and not only that, like I was gonna start getting into the civil engineering, the highway department and stuff like that, right? Because they got to constantly make repairs to the roads and things like that.
Fix and repair.
Almost
That
none of
is
that
correct.
shit's AI. All that stuff's
Right.
boots on the ground.
All
people
AI
thinking that
is, but really, all AI is a learning program, a program that is learning what we as humans teach it.
Mm-hmm.
machine learning and automation.
Without
It's still
feeling.
fallible. It's still fallible.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm going to say it because I read an article and it blew my mind, because all emotion will be taken out of everything. So if these young kids keep continuing with these computers and with these phones and not learning anything and not feeling emotion, he just expressed that. I don't even think he realizes he was angry when he was trying to force that on us.
Could be.
Well, that's okay.
That kind of proves his point. He was right on one thing, that people are becoming more and more robotic and desensitized, right?
That's
And
correct.
unemotional.
Yep.
But the thing about, like, let's just take architecture for example. When you look at a beautiful building that's been engineered by somebody, right? It triggers an emotional response, right? Because it's art. Like, architecture is actually an art, and art is meant to like cause an emotional response, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's one aspect of it.
Right. So what he just said is cupcaking won't last long in a fallen country.
Fallen country.
Well, neither will be screaming if AI is real or not. That won't do me no good either.
Right. You have to have a balance.
like
Listen, we got to come to, once our generation's gone, and maybe our kids, It's over.
The thing is the pyramids were not engineered
I'm
and
sorry.
constructed using AI, and neither was the Empire State Building.
That's hard
Right.
to. That's hard to
Uh,
say.
The state
Snappy
capitals
there.
were not designed using AI. Right, all these
Yes,
great
many Americans
architecture buildings.
do have a clue. You got to remember, Gen X and Boomers lived without it. You know, so to say we
Not
have no
only did, well, here's the thing: not only did we live without it, we built this world without it.
Right. So you see, when the world is falling and we're under attack, we, the older cupcakes, will survive because you won't have your phones nor your computers to help you figure anything out. So there's a positive and a negative there, Mr. Snap. The victim mentality be wiped out fast. Most of you Americans have no clue what's ahead.
So he's not an American, or is he an American? I don't
I'm not. You're
understand.
gonna have to ask him, and he dropped down. Everyone has to believe and agree with him. He will find what is different with all people.
Well, everybody's different. Everybody's unique.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
You know.
prefer to leave everybody different. I'm not trying to stir them all into the same color.
Yeah. I'm
Well,
not
that's one
trying
of
to
the problems with like automation, right? Like the assembly line and everything is there's nothing unique. It's just everything stamped out, right? Identical.
Well, yeah, but you still
What was
have
that old? Do you guys
you
remember
still
that
have
old movie?
you still have human quality control. Even
No,
in a
but
plant, you still have human quality control that even oversees the machine.
yeah, quality control. But what I'm talking about is like that old movie. I'm trying to remember what the fucking name of that movie was. Metropolis, I think, is what it was called, from the 1920s. Do you remember that?
No.
And ultimately, it was about the assembly line and how the automation process was going to mess up society to the point where people are no longer unique individuals, right? And
Right.
one of the scenes in the movie is they were just stamping out just identical people just straight off the assembly line, and then those people started working on the assembly line and whatnot, you know, in the quality control aspect of things, right?
All right, I'm going to say something real fast, and then I'm going to put an end to that right there. Snafu, this is Coffee Club. This is Coffee Club and Networking. This is not a debate channel. We respect each other here. We respect each other's opinions. We let each other have their opinions because it is their opinion. So come in, you know, don't come in so hot. Like this is, you know, family friendly discussion here. We ain't trying to get nobody riled up. We're not trying to call nobody names. This is Coffee Club. This is mostly about networking and just general lighthearted talking.
And
so
for the
with
record,
that,
most
I
of
ask
us,
that you know, you kind of step it back a little bit. I love your passion. Don't get me wrong. I love your passion, but that's just not where we're going. Like we're not trying to
change
do
the
all
world.
that. Yeah, we're not trying to change the world. We're just having coffee and networking. If you would like to, you know, network with us, that would be great. But past that, this is just general conversation. I think it's getting a little overheated and a little too passionate. I think we need to, you know, soften it, dial it back some.
I think it's all right. I think he also doesn't understand. I think, for the record, most of us around here are non-conformists. Right? We are the trout that swim against the current.
It's okay. You have
So
Nightbot,
we're
Mouse?
definitely not cupcakes.
Go figure.
Mouse, you have Nightbot?
Uh-uh.
What is that? Nightbot. Snafu strike team. Questionable judgment. Stop spamming emotes. Warning.
Thank you, Nightbot.
If you can't, I'm going to remove you. Yep. Figment, you bet you love censorship to be the Nazi mod. Oh, God. Dude.
Leave Figments alone.
And leave Wanda alone. I saw your comment. It wasn't very nice.
Dude, come on, man. You don't need to be that way in here.
It was like, now you just look like a silly troll. Love your passion, appreciate it, but that's not what Coffee Club is. We have other discussions in the evenings that, you know, when we do panels like that, we can get into stuff like that. We can, you know, come in hot, but I don't think you need to say bad things about other people to get your point across. You don't have to insult people to get your point across. You just don't have to. You don't have to insult. That's just not how we play the debate game. Debating is fine, but there's no reason to insult who you're debating.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, they wanted to pipe up being wait nights, but handle the pressure back.
What?
Anyway.
Okay, so moving on. Mouse, I would have swore you told me you were doing a couple of hours today, and I just looked at my phone to tell me the time. Looked at my phone to tell me the time.
Oh, that was a quick check-in, wasn't it?
I could get up and go look at my clock, but my foot's feeling pretty good.
Well, I guess that's really our next order of business is getting KDK's foot better.
I know. Oh, God. I wish AI would come on with something to make my bones heal quicker.
I know.
Gonna say you got 4 hours to go. Hell, can you imagine this whole time since I came back, my phone never rung. I guess everybody that heard me was on here.
Well, he did goes usually as Coffee Club goes. You never know where Coffee Club's going to go. It's open discussion, but like I said, without insults, we don't insult each other here. Everybody has their opinion.
Mommy Vet said, "Let's get back to the sex."
Get back up here. Get back up here, baby.
It always goes back to sex.
It always ends up talking about sex, no matter what it is. We could be talking about dinner. I don't know. Yep. Figment, you feel powerful being able to be a Nazi mod on YouTube. Good for you promoting censorship, Figment. Oh, yeah.
It's not even that. I mean, I love talking about engineering, so I mean, I would like to have a calm, reasonable conversation with the guy, but when it's a one-way conversation, it's hard, you know.
I'll put him on pot down for 5 minutes and see if he can come in with a more friendly.
Vidal said I was driving and listening, and she's cracking up laughing.
Like, don't make me play with a troll. I love playing with trolls.
Oh, geez.
Okay, he's back to have a nice conversation now.
We'll see.
Okay.
No, I just want to warn Figment exactly who and what we are. We're going to pull her IP address and find out exactly who she is.
This is my channel. This is my channel, and I am the one who clicks the button.
Strike channels
No, ma'am.
for not following TOS guidelines.
Okay.
We strike Nazi mob powerful in the Nazi mob. So we.
All right.
Yeah.
So we're not gonna. You got to remember, this is my channel, and just because somebody has a wrench, guess what, dude? Everybody has a wrench, and that was me that quieted you for 5 minutes, not anybody else. Go play your game somewhere else.
Oh, he knows Kimmykins? She said, bring it
No,
on.
she told him to be nice, so he decided he was going to attack her, and we're not playing that side circus show. Take your circus somewhere else. You want to come in and have a conversation, that's great. You're not going to steamroll everybody because you have an opinion that is unlike somebody else's and then go to, that.
Oh, Night Owl said he's using the word Nazi to get you channel struck.
I don't think you can get struck for that.
Nah. Go on, dude. Yeah, you ain't gonna come in with that childish blaring, blah, 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 I can be louder than you, blah, blah, that makes me rot, blah, blah. No, this doesn't make you rot.
Well, you know what's
Makes you
interesting?
loud.
It is a reflection on his very own character now that he's like threatening to strike your channel.
Yeah, he's gonna take it out on
Because he's
everybody
all-
else that I didn't want to swallow all of it. Like, I don't have to. I'm able to have my opinions, and if it's not yours, it's okay, dude. You can breathe. Your head's not gonna blow up.
He's all up in his feelings.
My Nazi mods. It was me, dude. And if you're gonna go be a peon and start striking channels, man, have a blast. That's
Hey,
just
Mouse.
childish and immature. And take your feelings and go to another safe spot. You know, this isn't.
Mouse, Big Dog keeps trying to type in chat and it's saying error, try again. She's giving up. What does that mean?
I'm not seeing her comments either.
Yeah, she said that she's trying to write in chat. I saw the one when I read it to y'all, but she said it keeps saying error.
I have
Oh,
no
wait a
idea.
minute.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, I'm not seeing her comments showing up.
Yeah. It says that it's
Maybe
coming up
she-
error.
Maybe she could restart her browser or reboot her phone, and that'll fix it. Maybe.
Big Dog, restart your computer or restart your phone. An Army vet said he's having a chat issue.
Why is he talking about optics? What do eyeglasses have to do with it?
Being monitored. Great. Oh, some little guy that didn't like me not swallowing his opinion has to throw a fit. Now who's playing the victim card, little dude?
Hey, College G, what's going on?
Hey, Carla.
Hi, Carla.
I'm sorry, Timmy Kens. He just doesn't like people telling him what to do, but he likes screaming at other people, and that's just not how we have coffee.
Jesus. We're into shot time. Give me a whiskey.
Mm.
All right.
A little dude
shot.
got all in his feelings, and I'd like, what do you do with that? You're either mad or madder. That's when you need to take a YouTube break. Like, that's when you need some air.
You know, that kind of leads into another topic. Like this next generation of kids, they don't seem to understand how to handle what is it that I'm looking for?
Criticism.
Emotions.
Criticism, right? Criticism and people having a differing opinion than theirs, and rejection, right?
But that's just it, Audic. They've been brought up on iPads, cell phones, computers. So they have no
They haven't been
idea.
taught the way of the world.
Well, what it was is they grew up with knee pads, whereas you and I, when we rode our bike and we fell off, we skinned our fucking knees. But we still got
No.
back up.
The generation
back on
he's
that
from
thing.
didn't even ride a bicycle and go outside and get fresh air. Yes, Big Dog,
Exactly.
we can see you now. We see you. We see you, big dog. Sorry,
I
Arctic.
see you.
No, those kids that he didn't go outside and play. He didn't go to a park. He didn't ride a bicycle or a skateboard because his generation is probably when all of this started and they were so intense with it and they learned with it. I mean, I know kids in their 20s that do stuff on a computer I didn't even know you could do.
Right.
Oh, my kids could jailbreak any device and get on the internet. Like, oh my God.
Jesus Christmas. But see, that's what they learned. How to jailbreak into a computer. I don't know.
And my kids amazed me on the ways they would get back on the internet after hours. It was amazing.
Kimmy said he needs to go touch some grass.
Get some
Nado
vitamin
said,
C
I'll
in
tell
your
him where to
phone.
go and how to get there. I tell you. All right, Mouse, I'm going to grab something to eat. You staying on? Because I'll come back. I just want to grab something to eat.
Yeah, for a little while, yeah.
Okay, I shall return.
Aldi
Arctic,
dog.
I don't see you. Have a great day. Everybody, if I don't see you when I come back, have a great day, but I will be back.
Okay.
Oh, sure. Now on me, Bet's coming back. He said, oh, great. Kitty K's leaving. Oh, there you got
Sun came
sunshine,
out.
Arctic.
Oh,
Yeah.
pretty. Beautiful.
Wendy's. That L said Wendy's has a saucy nugget. Vet, you coming back because I'm leaving?
Oh no, I had to get me a pre-roll and another coffee, and that was too smart for me. I had to sit down.
Listen, you old cupcake, did you take some prunes so you can go regularly?
What just happened?
Carrot juice.
Oof. Oof.
Called
That
us
was a
a
good
bunch
one.
of
Well, you know
cupcakes.
us old folk there, AV.
Oh,
Yeah,
We gotta eat prunes so we can take a crap.
I understood everything Arctic was saying. I get emotional. Confrontation was the conversation you wanted to have, Arctic. A lot of younger generations don't know how to handle confrontation.
Yeah, he didn't.
Yeah,
He got very
exactly. The
angry and then all
confrontation aspect.
butthurt.
Yeah, that's the word.
Then he's like, I'm monitoring you. I'm monitoring you. Okay.
Because I understood what Arctic was trying to. He was saying before you even get there, walk into an office, you're going to see math, which is true.
Yeah.
Engineer will tell me the limits of my weapon, but AI will push my weapon to the limit. So I understood both conversations.
Right,
Right.
but at the end of the day, when you're out in the field with that weapon, you're using your brain to make all the mathematical calculations automatically. The trajectory, the vector, all that
Yeah.
shit that goes to where that bullet is going to finally land, right? You're doing
Start
that
by
so
hand.
quick in your mind, faster than AI can actually do it.
Yeah, like and I get both. Like before it even gets to, even in engineering, you have to have a better aspect of math. So I totally understood the conversation. But when you add emotions into a logical conversation, you get illogical reactions. So I'm like, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it.
You know, one of the things that he said though is like, we're monitoring you now or whatever, right? I think that, like, I read into that from a psychological aspect. I think that's one of the things that's pissing off this next generation. And it kind of pisses me off too. Like, you go outside the door of your house and there's a fucking camera on you. When you leave your house, there's a fucking camera on you, you know? And all the monitoring by Big Brother and stuff that's going on, I think that's taking a toll on the psyche of people all the way across the board, right? So
Yeah.
like one of the things, like he's like, you're being monitored now or something. Why? Because he had a hissy fit up here on the panel. But the thing
Right.
is we're all being monitored all the time anyways.
Like, yeah, this is not a
Well,
private Zoom call, y'all. This is public YouTube.
But that's why I was telling KDK and Mouse, not many men can have it. That's why I wanted you to define what that what was it? Not a logic, but a intellectual conversation. Because what Arctic
right,
was describing was certain men can have it and certain can't. That's what we're telling you. Maybe 20% of men can put their emotions and have that conversation. You won't. Not many can. They're intelligent enough to have it, but you see the outcome.
Yeah, but men like that aren't having a conversation. They just want to get their view across and they need people to agree with it. That is not a conversation.
But that's
right.
80%
That's
of
just
the
a
people.
campaign.
But for men,
Yeah.
that is 80% of men. It is hard to get me and on a panel to have a conversation when we know we right, you're wrong, and we're still willing to have it. Not many men. But
Right.
many men will argue with you all day long about what they perceive is right. Different men and different conversations. That's why I'm like, women, y'all need to start looking at the people you're having conversations with. Just because they went to college and intellectual don't mean they're that's y'all choice.
Yeah.
But I agree with you.
But it's like it's so narcissistic to get upset, to like throw your emotions the other way, attack other people, throw insults because they see it different than you. That's crazy to me.
But in the form of conversations, who did that remind? A woman. That's what a woman does when she get frustrated that you're not hearing her. Insults, the need to be right, all of that comes in. That's why I'm saying emotions.
Yeah, emotions. But really, to me, that's not a conversation. That's a campaign.
Right. It is.
So
Vote for me, vote for my ideas, right?
Yeah.
So Arctic, as a man, do you think it's let me stop being specific. Certain people don't know how to express their idea, or is it I want you to agree with me? Like you know how some leaders can't tell what they want to say, and maybe he's trying to say what he want to say, not get everybody to agree. You know what I'm saying?
I think that it's they haven't learned the social skills and how to engage in a conversation, adult intellectual conversation. I don't think that they possess those social skills because of the environment has changed in a way where a lot of this next younger generation just doesn't have the social skills that we grew up with. Like you and I, we learned a lot of that stuff on the playground, at an early age, right?
Oh, you're right.
And playing, in the neighborhood, right? With all the neighborhood kids playing kick the can and hide and seek and all that shit. Like this next generation of kids, they never had any of that. They grew up with computers.
Yeah, like they never had to tolerate another household's rule for the night to get through a sleepover. They never had, yeah.
Yeah, but Arctic is talking about man on man. They never understood consequences for your speech. That's what he's saying.
Right.
Because with men, you say the wrong thing, there's a slight area of violence in real life. That if you say the wrong thing, something might happen to you. So I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, like on the playground, you said the wrong thing. It would have to be pretty out of line to, and you'd get a bloody nose,
Yeah, consequences for your speech. That's what it is. Okay, yeah.
But also just how to engage with people, in a social.
I'm telling you guys, how to win friends and influence people needs to be handed to these two lower generations. I'm telling you, There's a lot they can learn out of that
Yeah,
book.
Not
get
not to
more
be
views
nosy,
with funny.
not to be nosy. Art, did you grow up with a father?
Yes, absolutely.
Most of our men didn't. That's coming up. That's emotional. And I'm
Yeah, my
thinking that's
dad
the
is my
tie.
hero.
I'm thinking that is the tie-in because I'm trying to figure out what you just that most of our young men, anytime confrontation hits to them, it's a threat and not a conversation. It's weird, very weird.
Well, if he had a father like mine, I can understand where the conversation would go to fear, not a conversation.
But it wasn't fear. What Art is saying is he don't know how to explain it. That if somebody gave him pushback, it's not that I hate you, it's I disagree, and it's not a fight. You feel what I'm saying? It's weird. And I was in the chat list. It was weird.
See, I think of that as like brainstorming, right? So I actually like to hear other people's differing opinions because that's part of the brainstorming process in conversation and social engagement. But I don't, a lot of the younger generation that I encounter, they don't seem to have those brainstorming social skills, like just how to engage people.
Right.
Right.
How to toss ideas.
Right.
I'm trying to find the right words for it, but you're right. I'm lost.
But at the same aspect, like growing up, there's a lot of instances. Me and my dad, we used to work on cars together a lot when I was growing up because he was big into cars and I was big into cars. Once I, got into my teenage years and stuff, and there were a lot of times where I'd be like trying to tell my dad my idea on like how to do something with a car, right? Like how to build it. Why don't we do it this way? And he'd tell me, no, we're going to do it this other way, and when I'm dead and gone, you can do things your way, but since I'm here, we're going to do things my way, right?
Yeah.
And that's part of the, being a dad process. Because I think a lot of men these days are pushovers when it comes to that sort of thing, right? And I respect my dad for having that attitude. He was a real like hard ass when it comes to that sort of shit. But and sometimes it didn't work out, right? And he'd try and finally do it my way, And a lot of times he wouldn't, but most of the time he was like, no, we're gonna do it my way first, right? Because he was the dad, right? So he took on that dad role.
I'm listening, writing and listening because if you wanted to get a young man in 2024 to lead, his attitude and his drive, you know what I'm saying? It's there. It's just his delivery isn't. But everything you want is that. So I was just trying to figure out how would you steer that in the right direction? Because his knowledge and his it's talent out here, people. My bad. I'm just studying. Got it. I just got it. I just wrote it down. You had a man in your life that held you responsible, and at the same time, he guided you. Most men, and the conversation is when do a boy become a man? That's basically a conversation. When he get men around him to hold him accountable. Father, uncle, but it got to be another man. Ooh, y'all give me some fire today.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I look at my childhood and the way I was raised, and it was actually, when I look around the world, it was fairly unique, though. It was different because, my dad's a Vietnam vet. Did 8 voluntary combat tours in Vietnam. He was there the entire war. And, he handed me my first rifle when I was 5 years old. So the way I was raised, I would say, was unusual compared to most young men. I don't think
Right.
most young men are raised the way that I was raised.
I agree. Most young men are being raised by their mothers now. We know that for a fact.
Well, even the men, a lot of the men were not soldiers either. I mean, I was raised by a warrior.
Yeah, I get you. Oh, I get you.
Yeah.
So it was different. Like my dad, he was a hard ass. But he's my hero,
Yeah.
I cannot remember any time ever. My dad never spanked me. He didn't need to. He just needed to give me a look. Just that look was enough. That look of disappointment or whatever was enough to be like, oh, fuck, I fucked up,
Was that fear or respect?
It was respect. It wasn't fear. I've never had a fear of my dad, but it was respect.
Gotcha.
And that, and the shame, right? When I fucked up or whatever, did something he disapproved of, and I got the look of disappointment that he's looking at me with in his eyes, that was enough to be like, oh, I fucked up pretty bad, How am I going to make this right? But then the wheels start turning in my own head, how am I going to make this right again, But then watching him at the same way, it was, when he made a decision, he stuck by it, even if it was something that was not exactly the proper thing to do or whatever. And I'm talking about, like, say, working on cars or plumbing or electrical or something like that is a man's responsibility, and maybe cutting corners on the safety aspect of things, right? Like maybe we should, like I'd suggest maybe we should be doing it this other way. It might take 5 minutes longer, but it'd be safer. No, we're gonna do it this way, and
Yeah.
somebody's getting zapped with electricity. It's like, all right, Arctic, we're gonna try it this other way. We'll try it. But it wasn't until after he got zapped, because it's part of making that decision and following through,
Mouse, I'm gonna get you to answer that question. Modern men or traditional men? I'm gonna get you, Mouse. I'm gonna get you. It's gonna tell me something, Mouse. I gotta get Katie. Y'all started this whole stream out on y'all wanted more men to listen and understand. And then all of a sudden the chat said, nope, I want an alpha man. Days just confused me with that one. Y'all are so confusing. As women, man, y'all confusing, dog.
Because it's kind of a I want my cake and have it too kind of answer.
And y'all want me to let y'all fly the plane? No,
we
Mouse.
want our power, we want our power and we want our opinion to count, but we still want a guy to take care of us too,
Hairbag, they're gonna crash that damn plane if you give them control of it. You cannot give them control of the plane. Nope. They are confused, Hairbag.
We want to crash the plane and we want to blame it all on y'all. No.
Days was up here. My beautiful Days was up here for 30 minutes saying she don't want a man to tell her nothing. Then said I'm attracted to alpha men. I'm like, come on, y'all gotta work with your boy. You gotta work with your boy now.
We want to have our cake and eat it too.
You gotta work with me, man. Y'all gotta work with me. I don't know,
that
man.
was about the biggest understatement anyone could have ever said, Mouse.
I don't want a man
want
to
my cake and eat it too.
Exactly.
We do.
They'll crash your damn plane.
So it sounds. The answer sounds crappy, but basically we want to have our cake and eat it too. That's
Well,
what that
don't you
answer
think
is.
the guys want that too?
Well, yeah, but you know.
She couldn't say nothing, just Bag, did you hear that? Bag, I'm clipping it. I'm clipping it. I'm clipping it. Oh my goodness. She couldn't say
Yeah.
nothing but
What Big Ma said, what Big Dog Ma said. We reserve the right to change our minds.
Not mid-flight. Not mid-flight. You done put in the flight record to go to California. We can't be about to land and say, oops, let's go to Mexico. No, we can't do that. We can't do that.
But there was a taco stand. There was a taco stand.
Y'all let these women pilot your plane if you want to. You're going to hit the side of a mountain. No.
Because we can't figure out if it was too low, too high, or too fast.
Boy, that was I give to y'all. Y'all women, I love y'all. I love all y'all. Y'all keep y'all characters, man. Y'all make me happy. Y'all give me hope. But days,
but hope for what?
There's some good women out there. That's why you surround yourself with good because they'll give you hope. If you surround yourself with some dark-hearted females and see how much hope you get. I got hope. Mouse Laugh, Katie K, Gigi. I'm surrounding myself with happy Luna, Sassy. Y'all, I got happy people around me. Figments.
But are we happy or just crazy? We could possibly just be crazy.
That's where the crazy hot scale comes in.
Everybody
knows what I'm talking about. Crazy hot
I've heard that. I've heard you guys say that.
Yes, it do, Big Dog Mom.
Something to be said about us crazy women, right?
Mm-hmm. I can't say what I want to. They say crazy women are good in bed. Pause. My bad. I'm just giving quotes out since everybody else saying it.
Put it on a t-shirt for us.
I'm trying to tell you. But you better pat them down before you get in the house. They might have a shank on them. I pat them down.
Hey, crazy is crazy. We do crazy things.
Pat them down. Where do I know Kimmy Kim's from?
From Days, from karaoke, and from Rabbits.
Oh, okay, Rabbit.
From Buddies.
And from Izzy's.
Okay,
Yep.
okay. I was trying to figure out where else I seen her, and it was.
She's our little sister. Kimmy Kim's is the baby of our bunch.
Okay. You know, I'm just trying names, man. Names.
She's been around since the trailer park, the first time. I'm everywhere, right? Me too. Kimmy Kim's, I'm everywhere too.
I'm gonna start speaking to you, Kimmy Kim. I didn't know you was badass. You know how to block people.
That's just. She's well seasoned in the winter.
Yeah, most women are afraid. My bad. Good women rock. I know, Big Dog Mom. It's hard to find them.
You just got it. It's y'all's job to figure out if we're good or crazy or both.
Y'all all emotional. You know what I'm gonna say. Y'all emotional. All of you.
That's what makes us crazy.
That's what makes y'all women emotional. That's what I can't deal with.
You would have your hands full with me. I'm over emotional.
That's when you got to have a lot of girlfriends.
Stupidest little things make me so happy. It's so hilarious.
Boy, y'all, this is gonna be some crazy. Y'all gave me some good dating advice this show. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to y'all. Y'all give me some good advice. Don't date women that makes their own money, basically.
No.
Yeah, yes, they do, basically.
We want a man to save us, but we're not going to be told we were saved. Like, it's having your cake and eating it too.
I don't even know what the word save mean. I always go back to that word. I don't even understand what saved mean.
Oh, it can mean a lot of different things.
Are you saved? Like if you have a kid and a baby and the man say, I saved you from what?
From poverty, from the streets, from hard times, from doing it on your own.
But I also know the stats. About 70% of women are raising kids since 2000 COVID. I mean, C word by themselves. So that's the majority of women. But also majority of women make more than men. So I don't get none of this conversation.
Well, because we want men, but we want men that do it our way. So
now I get it. It makes sense now. Now that makes sense.
That's what I mean. Having our cake and eating it too. Oh, we want a man, but we want a man to do it our way.
That makes sense. Nah, that makes sense. Keaton Figments.
It's just you understand it.
Oh, it makes sense.
Okay.
Women won't. If a woman tell you they want power and getting power is being away from a man, believe what they telling you. they want power over choice. My body, my choice.
But they still need the fence fixed. They need the ceiling fan fixed. The refrigerator's banging out. So we still want a man.
Yeah. Yeah. No comment.
What is the American dream in the mind of a woman these days? Because it used to be like the American dream for both men and women was pretty much the same. It was, the Leave It to Beaver show.
Well,
I think it is. I think one of the things is it's a toy they can have that they don't have to buy batteries for.
I think it's in the question. 50 years ago, your only choice was how many kids we're going to have. Maybe. You know what I mean? But now we have so much more in it. We can decide what house we live in. We can decide what car we drive. We can decide so much more than just how many kids we're going to have, And so I think we're in a time that we really are. We're pressing those limits. It's where we are in women's lib. But honestly, we want a man to save us, but we don't want him to say he saved us. We want to have our cake and eat it too.
The question that Mouse is trying to ask and everybody's avoiding is, in 2024, is the modern woman happy? And the answer is no. Be honest. Be honest. It's no. According to what I'm hearing, is no.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I mean to say yeah, because if most women are single, then most women are not happy.
And once a woman start talking about money as the significant importance in their life, that do not sound good. That don't sound good.
I think finances will always be in the discussion of future and men coming out of a woman's mouth, because we still want to be secure.
But you don't want to be secure that the man is financially secure.
How do you define security, though?
We want to know that when we lay our head down at night, our home's going to be there tomorrow. There's going to be food on the table when we wake up. You're not going to quit your job every other day. The bills are going to get paid. That's security.
but most men don't quit their. You see, Arctic. What I mean about that don't happen. But I'm like, why do y'all think that? Like, you see the difference?
No, I mean, there are a lot of women out there that have divorced their men because there was no security in it. He was unstable, job to job. Sometimes wouldn't get a job.
I got another question then. Do you think that a modern day 2024 woman is fit and qualified to run a household?
Yeah. Hell yeah. Come on now.
I've been doing it for 20 years. Like,
I mean, you're basically you're saying an adult. Or do you think they're capable of having a relationship?
Well,
Wow,
that's part of it, but
being
like
an
running a household, because like back in the day, like back in the 1800s, traditionally, right? That's primarily what most women did, and that's what they would write on the census records as well, as they would put down
Right.
keeping house or housekeeper or
I think back then,
housewife.
when little girls thought about their future, at a time when the only choice was marry or not marry.
True.
Yes, they dreamed about the color of their curtains, the color of their carpet, the print on their dishes. I don't think women these days put so much emphasis on that and spend a lot of their focus more on career because they can. Or, more on other things in life. But because we have, women's lib has come into effect and it has evolved to where it's at, I don't think that a little girl sits around anymore and dreams about the print on her dishes or the color of her curtains anymore.
I disagree. I think that because when I look at women, I think that they're all about like fashion and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So it kind of is about like the print on the dishes and stuff. Well, even myself, I mean, like, I got to have Crown Corning dishes, so the finer things in life. I think everybody wants the finer things in life, right?
Yeah.
High quality.
I think
things
though
as
that
opposed to-
we spend more attention focusing on the moments that we want out of life, like spending more quality time with our kids versus caring about the color of our curtains or the color of our carpet, because it's just so easy to change it.
Sure.
I
Do you
just I
think that
don't think I don't think those decisions are as heavy as they used to be.
Do you think that most women in 2024, how can I word this? Would how can I word this? I can't think of the right words. Give me a second here. Give me a second to formulate this question. Go on, talk about something else. So,
I do understand what he's saying about their houses, but most women live above their means, so their house and what's in it is going to be better. And men don't care about it. Men can live in a house with a damn bucket and a TV. So I get what he's saying.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
well, what I'm saying, what I'm asking is like, do you think women in 2024 kind of look down on choosing to be a housewife as
yes.
a profession, as opposed to not being a housewife?
No, they look down on housewives as weak.
Oh,
like
they do.
It's a negative connotation.
Yep.
So to be a wife in 2024 is negative. That's why I say more men want to be married and less women do. I totally agree.
That's true.
Gosh, I feel more and more like a caveman as this conversation progresses.
I know you can't.
Well-
I know. Now you see what I mean. I gotta watch what I say.
No,
Don't get
Army,
your
that
ass hit.
No, because I'm looking, right. Well, I'm not like actively looking, but I like in my mind, I kind of think more highly of a woman that would choose the life, career, profession of a housewife over an independent woman, right?
Most
out-
women go for it, Arctic. My bad.
Who's out in the professional field.
Most men think like Arctic, but most women don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that.
I've got some homework for both of you. If y'all have some off time and some time to do some research, there was a study done, I believe, maybe in the 50s. But look up the study of Mousetopia.
Mousetopia?
Mousetopia. It was a study done by this gentleman that what happens to society if you give it everything it needs. And he did this on a scale with mice. And the mice had everything they needed. They had plenty of food, plenty of space. Everything was provided for them. And to watch the changes, because a mouse's life is so much shorter than a human's, it was done on a quicker scale than what it would play out in human form. But within the study, each generation changed a layer, and it changed the society of the Mousetopia. If you'll read that and understand some of the things that he learned about how society flipped, literally, even as far as the role of the male mice and the female mice and how it got washed out and flipped, that you can step back and go, oh, wow, like that's been the last 50 years.
It is. Go for announcement.
There's even parts in it that talk about the male and female roles changing over the generations, and women became the dominant species and men became fearful of the women. The women became aggressive and violent, and the men became more docile. Thus, they even started rooming together. Like you would see clumps of male mice living in a space.
That's called matriarchy. Yeah. It's the worst thing for your society. Women leading.
But it shows, the rapid change of society that I'm serious to read it is like, wow, that was us over the last 50 years. And how women's lib came into effect and how we pushed past that. We wanted dominance in the family. Then we wanted to raise the family on our own, do all the work, do all the chores, and just push men away just completely out of their role. It's amazing to look at and to think, wow, that's pretty close how our society played out over the last 50 years.
It is.
But what caused it is something we don't think about, and that is having everything we need in abundance, and how different we act socially and within the family when we do have everything we need versus the old timers who had to go out and grow all their food, catch all the chickens, milk the cows.
But that's still men. Despite how the population or society ever changes in life, in order for a man to become successful or popular, he has to do it himself and go make. Despite nothing will be given to a man. Nothing on this planet will be given to a man to make him successful. That's the one thing that will never change. A man has to go out there to earn it. A woman, maybe what you're saying is true, but a man has to go out there and earn everything he has.
Or
that's his curse.
They now have the opportunity to take advantage of an alpha female who wants to be the breadwinner, who wants to be the leader of the household, head of household.
That's not
Because
an alpha
then,
female,
because
though.
then
That's
they
not an
want
alpha.
then they want a docile man who will follow their lead, and that's where those men, that's where the tables all flip. That's what I was saying.
So you're saying that
That's
strong
not an
women are
alpha female.
choosing weak men?
Yes, because it's conforming to their ideal. A man who's, a man who wants to be told what to do. There are men out there, believe, strange as it may sound to you two, there are men out there that prefer to be told what to do versus having to figure out what to do.
Those aren't alpha females. Alpha females.
No,
don't try to
I'm saying
dominate
they
men.
marry those men who want to be told what to do are then attracted by and to the alpha woman who wants to run the household. So as the woman, as society changes for women, we also flip the roles on men without even thinking about it. We want our dominance, we want our power, but that means that if we run the household, then we have to seek out men who are conforming to that. Which would be those that, want to stay home and take care of the kids and the family while
See,
she
I
goes.
don't
That's
think of alpha
mm.
female. I don't. Yeah, that's not an alpha female though. An alpha female isn't somebody that's a leader of men. An alpha female is a female that is a leader of women and children.
Remember, I had this conversation. I asked women, "What is a alpha woman?" Because she can't. I totally was
Well,
asking
then
this
maybe
question.
I'm misusing the word. Maybe I should say women who want to be the head of household, who, want to be the strong one, the one that makes decisions, the one that earns the money.
So why would you pick a weak man to lead your children? You see how the conversation.
Because when it's flipped that way, the men
But-
aren't leading the children, the women are, and the men aren't conforming. This is
I
this
don't
is
understand.
played out. I was talking about this thing and how the roles of men and women in this experiment flipped, and how women became the kings and the men became the second. But what it meant was, even in terms of a relationship, the men were attracted to a dominant female, kind of like, traditionally men, women are attracted to that alpha male,
Because that's all that they had to choose from was that area.
Well, because, like I said, when we took the masculinity away from men in this project, in this experiment, they didn't need to lead the household. They allowed the women to do that, but it would take a man willing to ride the wave over. You know what I mean?
I hear what you're saying, but you're saying if that's the only thing a man has to choose from is that dominant woman in that area, yes. But if he can choose something else, he would. But he's trapped in that area. So I understand what you're saying.
No,
and I
I'm
agree.
saying in society, if women become more dominant,
Men would choose less dominant women. See, you're assuming all
Or-
100% women are dominant.
or
Men
you
would
have
choose
to
the less
decide,
dominant.
or you have to decide not to be a dominant man.
But once again, women will choose, but men will choose less dominant women, just like women wouldn't choose a dominant man. They would choose a less dominant man.
Yeah.
You're just assuming 100%. But when you break it down, then you have to choose from a woman that is dominant and one that's not. Most men is going to choose one that's not.
Right. And so if a woman is dominant,
Men going to
As-
choose something different.
right, she's going to choose a less dominant man.
Mm-hmm. But men can't operate that way. We operate on, we get the best that we can at the certain time. I thought women's DNA was, I have to find the strongest man, not the weakest one. That's why I'm based on what your DNA is.
And that's always been nature.
Yeah.
But to look at this, like, and remember, in the back of your head, I'm comparing society to this
Yeah,
mouse
that
experiment,
test.
you know, and how it flipped. And to think about it like that and to put it into human perspective, that's what it equaled. That
It already happened.
The
It
women
already happened.
became dominant, and there were actually men who would choose to be less dominant and choose a more dominant woman and let her dominate.
Not being rude, y'all, but hey, Mouse, you are describing what just happened in the African American community. Women are more dominant than men. That's what I'm saying. It's already happened.
Yeah.
In the Spanish community, women are more dominant than men. This is already in the 70s, but in the 80s, it was actually put to it. That's why you see more weaker black males and emotional in our society and more dominant black women. But if you look at it, there are more single women because the dominant men can choose anybody now. And the dominant woman only can choose a few weak men. That's actually happening in our society. That's why I agree with you.
My question going into this was because of the things I had read around it. When I sit down and read it all, my attention was actually at the homosexual part of it.
For women
That's
or
what I
men?
was thinking. Like what you described is like homosexual.
It showed in this experiment where society turned that way, and like I said, reminds you, you know, the layers of mice or the generation of mice is happening a lot faster than human. But there was a part in this experiment where society turned majority homosexual because of the uprising of the woman and the dominance and the violence and the...
Oh, I totally understand what you're saying.
It was wild to look at. I was like, wow, that puts a different perspective on a lot of things in society.
But men don't perceive sex that way like a woman.
But remember, this all really lied. The key was giving them everything they needed. That's what caused the social upset, honestly. That's what caused the tilt. As mind-blowing as that is to connect all the weird things that our society deals with, to connect it to having an abundance of those things, not that you want, but that you need.
I get what you. I understand the study. Yeah, I understand the study that you're saying, but I just don't believe an aggressive woman will cause homosexuality in society. You see how I can do the two? I just can't.
No, not one, but a majority of. You know, as the majority of the female mice became more aggressive and more dominant, then she teamed up with more dominant females, and the guys ran off to hide with each other, basically.
And we know as humans, if we wanted to delete every woman on this planet, ain't a damn thing you can do about it. That's why the study is faulty.
Yeah.
Yep. But I understand it. But see what I'm saying?
But it wasn't even women's lib that allowed this social experiment to flip over, to tie it to the one thing that it was giving them everything they needed, gave them enough time to change what they did with their day, where they were usually hunting or seeking out shelter or building shelter. None of that had to happen anymore, and thus the social society just came unglued.
That's what happened when weak men run your society. Your society will fail. There's never been a woman pro-woman society, and they never will be, because men will take it over. So that's why I say the experiment, true, I give it to you. But if all the male mouse decided to destroy all this will be over in 10 minutes.
Right. And it does make you question why the male mice didn't do that. I mean, that
they're
would
getting
be
everything they
nature.
needed.
It was. You would think that would be nature, right?
Yeah, I think the what is that animal in Africa? That the hyena is the only woman that is bigger than the male. I think
Right.
that female hyena.
No,
So, but it's only
there's
like 2 or 3, right?
well, there's like
But
the
yeah,
black
so
widow, right?
Yeah,
So like the black widow spider and stuff.
yeah. So it's so unusual to have a dominant, bigger woman species controlling males that it's not even in society in life in the
right,
animal kingdom.
right.
So that's how awkward it is.
Mm-hmm.
Not saying women can't lead. I never say that. I'm just saying the test. I like it, but yeah, I just understand the only thing that keeps our society or a society from attacking women is good men,
Right.
not women.
Right.
So the protection of your society is on how good the men are. If your men are evil, your society will fail. If your society, so it's on how good your men are. Every
Fair.
society.
Yeah.
Good stuff, Mouse. Ooh, you giving me some good stuff.
But to lay it to humanity, there hasn't always been an onset of everything readily provided. But I think the last time was, the Depression, the Great Depression, when
C-19.
you didn't. Yeah, C-19 too hurt.
Yep.
So it never allowed us to get full control over having a whole solid, 50 years or the 90 that you live your life of having everything you needed readily available. So that stopped us from conforming to this project, because we've never had that long of a span that we have always had everything readily available.
I just know men can't think that way.
Well, the boomers came from Depression, so they understand that. Us Gen Xers had never lived through that until the sea shut us down. And that was new for us. That was all, something we had never been through, but our parents had.
But didn't we go through like the Cuban Missile Crisis? We went through Russia and we went through September. We've been tested.
Yeah.
Our children haven't been tested, but as a culture, our grandparents and we've been tested.
Yes, absolutely.
Technology-wise, the way society has I think we've been tested and we've seen our parents been tested.
Yeah.
So our generation now, they're smarter, but they ain't been tested yet.
But I still think what we gained from the boomers was still enough that if the world went flat, we could figure it out. It may take us a month or two, but we will put back into a barter system but I think we could figure it out. I think we could survive.
Traditional men or modern men? I'm gonna keep saying these differences. Do you think the modern man can survive? Because I agree, Arctic, hairbag, I believe we all good because we was traditional. We're not modern. But women don't want traditional. They want
I don't
modern.
know, because when you call it modern, we start blurring pronouns, right?
When you're telling
modern,
us as men you don't want us to lead our family, that's traditional men. Modern men want 50-50. Big difference.
Yeah. See, and the whole idea of what you need to is, a little bit skewed because, like in that mouse experiment, like what did they get? Like an abundance of cheese and water.
Well, they had an abundance of water, abundance of food, and abundance of shelter. Like he created this, with holes and places to live. Everything was provided
Did
for them.
they
All they had to do was socialize. That's all they had to do.
did they have a maze to solve?
No, there was no working for it. 3 times a day, he came in and poured the grain and refilled the water.
Hmm.
You
See,
know,
that's the thing. Like, that isn't an abundance of what a living being needs, though. Because like people need their minds to be challenged.
well, that's what I
You
was
know,
saying. And that's where, when all you have to do now with your day is socialize, you no longer have to gather food, find water, and create shelter. Then all that's left of your day to do with your day is social. And when that is all you have to do, then you start experimenting with the social aspects just for the hell of it.
Dang, Mouse, you're talking about that story in the Bible that that somebody turned to salt. What is that story you're talking about?
It's Lot's wife.
Yeah, that's the story. Like when everything was given to you, then the world will be homo. Dot, 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 dot. That's the story you're describing.
Well, I'm not about that. I mean, mine comes from the data that came out of the mouse experiment.
See, I find it hard to understand that because, you know, I'm the type of guy where I'm always
Okay, I'll
thinking.
put it
I
to you
like
this way.
tinkering, you know.
What would
stuff
actually happen? I mean, come on, we're mostly Generation X. We know how we are. We hate authority. We bend the rules. We're rebels, right? What would we be like if our housing became paid for, our food was bought for us, our utilities were all paid down to, supplying internet?
It's called low income housing.
And all we had to do during the day was reach out to each other and goof off.
You would have a lot of sex and kids.
Well, I would say that, like, well, see, I don't even understand that because, like, I was raised and I grew up.
Us Generation X would be goofing off. That's like we would be finding ways to goof off.
I wouldn't be because I was always like, we grew up tinkering with our bicycles and stuff, right? So my mindset, and this is just me, my mindset is I'm always looking for a way to modify my bicycle and make it go faster, right? Because there's always something that can make that machine go faster.
Isn't that still sort of playing? Isn't that just playing with your toys?
Well, I mean, you can look at it like that, but play is the best way to learn.
Right. But that's all we think about it. Generation X, if we didn't have to go to work, if we didn't have to worry about our kids or our future, you damn know we're off goofing off somewhere. That is Generation X. We're off goofing off somewhere. Like being silly, laughing it up, goofing off, cutting up, shenanigans. Oh, the shenanigans we would come up with. That's Generation X. The boomers would be like, no, we got to keep our schedule the same. Get up, do breakfast. Us Gen Xers are like, screw the rules, dessert for breakfast.
Well, yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, when it comes to like screw the rules, right? So it's like, that's where the whole modification of the machinery comes in. It's the whole screw the rules mentality, right? Like, you go out and you buy a car, right? It comes stock from the factory, stamped out identical to every other make and model of car of that make and model. But us guys in Gen X and earlier, right, like my dad's generation also, we take that thing home, put it in the garage, tear it apart, and then build it the right way.
Probably. But
You know what I mean? Because we can make those machines go faster, burn more rubber.
That right there. Go faster. It's play. It's entertainment. right? It's not a necessity
To
for you to
some,
spend
it's
that
also
God.
work, though. I mean,
It's well, yeah, it's work, but it doesn't bring you and your family the food. It doesn't pay your bills. It doesn't provide your shelter. It is something you enjoy doing.
Oh, I got a lot of questions.
well,
Oh, can you imagine the rat rod festivals that Gen X would be having? And yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We would is pure shenanigan play. Like we would up our play game if we didn't have to worry about the essentials in our day as Generation X. We would be hardcore playing.
well, how much cheese is enough cheese, though?
Man, I was finna ask why wasn't it more marriages? I had crazy, like, if this was a woman's society, why wasn't there more marriages?
Yeah.
Why was there so many single men by themselves? This was wild to me. I had so many questions, Miles. Woo!
I don't know.
But also in Africa, I was stationed there and I talked to a guy and I was like, marriage, what is marriage? And he told me marriage, I hate to say this, was created so lesser men can have the option of getting married, because in the real world, before marriage, all the women can select the same dude. And
That's not true. There was no
I'm just
before
saying,
marriage.
but what I'm saying is back then in Egypt, that's what he was telling me. He would have all the best would have all the women, and the gardener wouldn't have one. You feel what I'm saying? So they made that so the local man can have someone, because then you can have 100 wives or 200 wives.
It's kind of like a rule.
Exactly.
Pick one, but you only get one.
Yeah, because back then,
your brothers.
Yeah, back then the best warrior or the best men had all the women, and if you wasn't that, you didn't get married. There's just something.
Gutter's pub.
I ain't no victim. What I mean? I'm a victim
of all women.
I ain't for the GG. Already got an answer waiting. Don't do it, hairbags. You got an answer waiting.
Oh, I bet.
She already got something waiting, hairbag. She done plotted it. I ain't saying nothing. You're right, GG. My bad, boo boo. Ha ha.
Oh, that is, yes, right there. Hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. True. Definitely. I'll agree to that.
That is true. I love that quote. Oh, I love that quote.
Yeah, I ain't getting all that on a t-shirt. My t-shirt's too
Nah,
small.
yeah. You got to put on the back of a t-shirt.
Put that on a nightgown.
I do agree, though. I do agree. Boy, Gigi be ready, don't she? She be got. I mean, got to get ready, man. They man.
See, I'm thinking about like what you said with the whole mouse experiment. Is it's kind of like what I'm seeing is it's an experiment in laziness.
It basically
I don't see, like, you can kind of apply this to rich people, right? Rich people, they've got all the food they, need or want. They've got all the shelter, and the water they need and want, but not all rich people are lazy, right?
Well, the difference though the difference is when you talk about rich people, then you include in that equation that there are poor people. But when you take the mouse experiment, everyone is now equal. Like they're all rich. Nobody's poor.
Well, all right, then check this out then, because you and I grew up, we're in a generation where they came out with Star Trek Next Generation, right? And in their society, they didn't have money. and they had a replicator where they could get the, this make me a milkshake, and it would bzz,
Yeah.
make you a
Yeah.
milkshake, right? And they weren't lazy. I mean, that's where exploration comes
Right.
in.
And
You've got
even
enough
that,
time to
speaking of
actually
it,
explore the universe,
But who were they attracted to? The alpha, the captain.
right?
mhm.
The bald guy.
Mhm. So, but still, men got out and create. They wanted to be, because women select, and the more educated, the more strong, the more of a warrior, the more the women wanted the captain. You don't think everybody wanted to be captain? Everybody can't be captain. That's just how.
Right.
But women
Right.
choose.
Yeah, there was still rank in that society. There just wasn't
Mhm.
money.
Yeah, but still, women are attracted to power, and the more power a man have, the more attracted you are to a woman. It doesn't have to be money, but power means control, and women will always look to the leader of men to be that's the one. They don't look to the last dude. They look to who are the other men looking at, the leader. That's what that society didn't have. Where were all the women gonna choose? That's why when she said the men went to another room, why?
Good question. Why?
That's why it was so curious. I'm like, okay, I might have to read this one now. You. Not for the reasons but I want to know why they left the men. That's very curious. Very curious. Good one, Mouse. You be making me think.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. What GG saying down there? Rich men create lazy, which would turn crazy by the time I look to me in it. GG. I ain't doing it.
Those things still matter.
Yes, they do. God, I can't even say that. GG talk about tallywhackies, and I ain't gonna talk about that. What you talking about tallywhackies?
What you talking about, Willis?
You talking about bumping uglies at 4:00? I know somebody's husband finna come home. Kimmy, don't do it. Don't do it. You're gonna be bumping uglies by 6:00. I would love my shouter to say that, but she would never say that. Never mind. Pause.
I don't know. It just depends on how sort she is.
Nah, women ain't that aggressive no more.
Some of us short people have nowhere else to look.
Pause. My tallywhacky work, YouTube. I'm not looking though. I'm not looking. But mine work. I ain't. What? Hairbag, you need to be responding it to GG, not the atmosphere, because I don't think nobody can. Good luck with that one. GG, it is not 10:00 at night, girl.
You don't hear anything, Hairbag? You're still up here with us, Hairbag. I don't know why you can't hear anything.
I'm still here.
Yeah, we hear you,
I'm
player.
drinking my coffee.
I had to get up and walk away from the screen.
Oh, see you later, Hairbag. Well, is he having audio issues or something?
He probably is. He's working off a tablet. It's probably hot and dead by now.
Yeah, mine warming up. Mine is warming up. This iPad is warming up.
Yeah. We've been going on almost 6 hours, guys. I think I'm gonna call it here.
Woo!
I should have been across town like 2 hours ago.
Mouse, you know I love when you hear Arctic. Respect. Hairbag, I'm coming to visit you in
Yes.
chat right quick.
I always enjoy it. I always enjoy when you come up with this, Arctic. You always put a certain intelligence into it that, we appreciate.
Well, I try, kind of,
Without
not
the
really.
passion of
Just
old
sort of being
doofus.
myself.
Without the passion that old doofus had when he came by earlier. I don't know what that was. Like,
He's
I
probably
really
just
thought when I
having a
let
bad
him
day.
up, he was gonna, like he was gonna get involved and have good combo. And it was just like, oh man, we just got trolled. Damn it. But yeah, I'm
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
jump off here and remember,
Well,
you
that's
guys,
good.
we have a coffee club. You guys grab each other's links and go sub up. We are here every Thursday morning. Gigi has Friday, Buddy has Saturday, Luna does Mondays, and I think we have Tuesday and Wednesdays open. No, I think Night Owl took Tuesdays, didn't she? Yeah, so
Oh,
Night Owl is on Tuesdays now. So we have Wednesdays open if anybody wants to grab it and become a part of the hashtag coffee club community. We would love it. Thanks to everybody that showed up in chat. Gigi, Figments, Kaya, everybody that came in. Big Dog, Carla, Night Owl. Everybody, it's been a good one. It's great to be back. I can't wait to get back into the swing of things. I've been out for a while. But it's great to be back. And shout out to the replay crew. If you watch this whole thing, wow.
I'm going to drop down here, Moss. Thank you for having me up here. It's been fun.
Thank you for coming up. And I hope to see you again next Thursday.
Yep, I'll try to be here. We'll see you
All
next
right.
time.
All right.
All right, bye-bye.
And to the rest of you, it's a great day because it's a great day to have. Have a great day.